What's up, people? How y'all doing? We activate Twitter chat, on the off chance someone really prefers to chat on X. What's up, couch user? Welcome back. Large construction vehicles. Okay. I'm gonna guess China, although I feel like it might be countries like Canada, Mexico, and stuff that might just might make cars. Oh, we see quizzes, lol. This is the games. Okay, this is games. All right. Yeah, China's number one. Okay. I'm gonna guess Germany. All right, they're number 5. Could be like South Korea. It could be like Poland. Maybe it could be like other European countries. Maybe I know like Bosnia and shit. They produce cars, so they might also produce some. Japan be making big stuff. That is true. Japan actually do be making big stuff. It could be South Korea as well, but I feel like Japan actually is a good guess. So I will steal that. I will cheat from chat. Use Japan. Yeah, Japan's number 2. All right. Let's see. Could get the gold. Could get the gold here if we get number 3 or number 4. It could be. I feel like South Korea definitely could be that, but I could also see it being another European country. Like I could see it being fucking Italy or some shit. All right, South Korea was number 4. Yeah. Ooh, we could almost get a. We could get perfect here if I can figure out what number 3 is. I feel like it's probably another European country, but I could also see it being like Canada. I could also see it being like Mexico, even. God, I kind of, my gut says Italy, but I feel like it's not Italy. Oh man, I'm gonna guess Spain. I never guess Spain. I think this is my bias from the last few times where I don't think of not USA. Oh, it definitely could be USA. I don't want to cheat again though. Spain was number 30. Yeah. No, US was number 3. Ain't bad. Okay. Bunch of petroleum and gold and copper. 96 billion. That's quite a lot. I feel like 96 billion in exports is too big to be any African country. But it is like, it's not just oil. It also has a decent amount of gold. So I don't think it's going to be like, oh man, Venezuela maybe? I feel like Venezuela might have more oil than this place has as a share of its exports. 96 billion is a lot. Russia would have like other stuff other than, like Russia would have natural gas, and I don't think would have this much gold. I don't even know if Venezuela has as much gold. I'm gonna guess Venezuela. Yeah, that's not a good guess. You gotta zoom in. I mean, I can like look at only these sectors. So much wasted side space. Oh, do you just mean like tide or streaming to 0? Real. There's gotta be in the other side of the world. Indonesia has other shit, right? I don't know if Indonesia has as much gold. Okay, a little too far. Algeria. Does Algeria have gold? I don't feel like Algeria has 96 billion in exports. Indonesian textile? Yeah, I feel like Indonesia has boats as well. The kilometers shit. Maybe I just am really bad at judging how far kilometers are. Pakistan. Pakistan would have other. I don't know if Pakistan has as much gold. I feel like Pakistan would have textiles as well. 96 billion is a lot too. Oh, it's one of the other stans, isn't it? It's fucking Kyrgyzstan or Tajikistan or one of them, isn't it? Oh man. There we go. Incredible. Alright, Paul Krugman might be. Paul Krugman's the actual GOAT, I think. I have not read this yet, but what the hell? He might be my actual GOAT, dude. Are you drinking beer like PPG? No, I'm drinking some V8 energy drinks. Okay, I don't drink beer or any alcohol for that matter. I think it might be my actual GOAT. We talked about this a little bit on Prime Kai's panel yesterday or whatever, but I feel like people. It seems very weird to me to brand Charlie Kirk as a moderate all the times. I think this article is probably talking about that. The assassination of Charlie Kirk was yet another example of the sickening plague of violence in American politics, and it has been condemned by the left as well as the right. However, MAGA immediately proclaimed that the left was celebrating the murder. The immediacy of this fabrication, before the killer was even identified, was clearly part of a campaign to exploit Kirk's death for political gain. While we should vigorously condemn Kirk's murder, we also shouldn't boulderize his record, pretending that he wasn't really who he was. For example, he certainly wasn't a free speech advocate. Go read Jamel Bowie. Kirk's first act on the national stage was to create a McCarthyite watch list at college and university. Professors, is this the stuff in Jacobin or whatever? Oh no, this is the New York Times thing. Lecturers and academics, Kirk urges visitors to the website to report those who discriminate against conservative students and advance leftist propaganda in a classroom. The list, which still exists, is a catalog of speech acts in and outside the classroom. The surest way to find yourself on the watch list as an academic is to disagree publicly with conservative ideology or even acknowledge ideas and concepts that are verboten among the far right. And the obvious intent of the list is made clear at the end of each entry, where Kirk and his allies urge readers to contact the schools and institutions in question. The targets of the watch list attest to harassment and threats of violence. The Professor watch list is a straightforward intimidation campaign, and you can draw a line directly from Kirk's work attacking academics to the Trump administration's all-out war on higher education and assault on the right to speak freely in dissent. Nor was Kirk willing to agree to any restrictions on guns in order to protect lives. What I want to focus on here, however, are Kirk's views on gender and society, because I think much of his widespread appeal was based on those views. Kirk was a counter-revolutionary, revanchist, who definitely exploited a vision of lost American gender ideal and the accompanying feelings of dislocation and humiliation on the part of men. Specifically, he wanted to reverse what Claudia Goldwyn, the winner of the Nobel Prize in Economics in 2023, called the Quiet Revolution in women's role in American society that occurred between the late 1970s and early 1990s. It's important to understand that this revolution in American gender roles took place more than 30 years ago, before many of Kirk's followers were born. In essence, Kirk rejected the contemporary American society, harkening back to a form of social relations most modern Americans have never seen, particularly the young men and sometimes young women that he's sermonized in college campuses. This extreme position clearly resonated with an undercurrent of resentment among these young men. I'll discuss the reasons for that resentment in a later post. For today, I want to talk about specifically what specifically Kirk was rejecting. Despite what you may think, Goldwyn's Quiet Revolution didn't refer to the phenomenon of increasing number of women in the paid labor force. In fact, that trend began in the 1940s and had mostly culminated, with the 1970s. The chart below shows the share of American share of jobs in America held by women, which is close to 50% now, but was already substantial by the early 1970s. Why I left the left, so real. What's up, localists? Welcome back. It said Goldman's quiet revelation referred to a radical change in the nature of the kinds of jobs that American women held. Well, many women, it was, by the way, it was Charlie, I guess she must not have been, because I think they met a job interview. It was Charlie's wife, a stay-at-home mom. I will usurp your stream key and become the non-fun. I mean, it's not that hard to just reset the stream key. If you did manage to get your hands on it, you'd be able to do maybe one stream, okay, for a few minutes before I just reset it. And I think you would still need, well, no, I guess you'd be able to, if you had my stream key, you could figure out how to do it. Can I host a non-fun stream one day? Definitely not. Well, many women held paid jobs by the early 1970s. Young women still tended to seek work outside the home as occasional and provisional, as a way to earn modest amounts of money rather than as a fundamental part of their identity. The revolution, according to Golden, happened when young women began to think about jobs in the same way young men always had, that it wasn't simply work, but a career. I prepared with a full presentation. I'm sure, buddy. I'm sure Grok would make a great PowerPoint presentation for you to go over. To illustrate our point, Golden offered one particularly striking chart based on surveys of college freshmen. In the chart below, the value on the left axis is the difference between the percentage of men saying that each aspect of success was essential or very important, any percentage of women saying the same. In the 1960s, men and women had very different ideas about what made for a good life. By 1990, most of the differences had vanished. This radical change in women's career perceptions had huge effects on how women lived their lives. This, of course, had large ramifications for men too. More women now went to college, but even more important, more women finished their degrees with the intention of using what they had learned to build a career. The old joke about a woman going to college was to get a MRS rather than a BA lost its sting. Women also delayed marriage because they wanted to get a good start on their careers before taking time out. In the 1960s, the median female college graduate married at the age of 22. By 1990, that age had risen to 26. What accounts for this phenomenon? I can never pronounce it. It sucks. Women all want to kill their babies to slave away in a cubicle now. Where's my trad wives at? I mean, ain't nothing stopping women from being trad wives if they really want to. It's just that I understand that, like, you cannot understand the concept of opportunity cost, but, you know, as productivity increases and wages go up, the opportunity cost to be in a trad wife just continuously go up as well. Okay, so Goldman suggests several factors, such as access to contraception and anti-discrimination laws, in addition to a multiplier effect. The larger the fraction of women delaying marriage, the easier it was for others to make the same choice without facing social opprobrium or feeling that they missed their chance. Furthermore, rising divorce rates led many women to doubt whether marriage was a safe haven that obviated the need for an independent career. What's up, Tyler? Women will work and like it. This is true. This is real. In essence, they will. I will find a trad wife. She will like it. She will make me vegan meals. Where's my vegan? Where's my... That's the only reason I have a trad wife, okay? True. Fuck the Amish. They don't make iPhones. I mean, we had this conversation before, okay? Like I said, I don't have an issue with individuals valuing their lifestyle over the sort of potential, the potential gains that could be had by participating in society or whatever. Like, I don't have an issue with Amish people doing that. I think if we all were Amish, we just have a way worse standard of living overall. And you basically want us all to be Amish. You don't want us all to be Amish in the sense that, like, we don't have iPhones and we're forbidden from using a lot of modern technology, but you do want us all to be Amish in the sense that you want us to build our own homes and grow our own food. So, But like, listen, I don't think it's mistaken to say that the spillover benefits from Amish people are just lower from the spillover benefits from regular people. Like, I'm sorry, like, say what you will, but Amish people don't contribute too much to the people outside their close community. I think the ordinary person, the work they do, probably has a bigger effect. Okay, it is true that the spillover benefits of the iPhone are bigger than the Amish or whatever. Are the Amish vegan? I don't think so. Or did you get a Temu G Fuel sponsor? I mean, it's just it's not a sponsor. Rogue just lets anyone in there, like affiliate program. Like anyone can sign up for there and just get an affiliate link, right? Like it's not. Actually, should I be showing? I don't know if I should be showing this. I don't think it matters. I don't think there's any revealing information here. But I mean, it's very similar to G Fuel, okay? And exclamation point Rogue in chat. Okay, you guys get 10% off. That's my goal is to get my caffeine habit to start paying for itself a little bit. All right, that's the thought process behind it. We'll see a year from now if we've made any progress towards that. So, you know. Okay, anyways. Just become Amish and import H-1B to take over your economic role pays. In essence, Charlie Kirk argued that Goldwyn's quiet revolution was all a mistake, and it should be reversed. Quote, having children is more important than having a good career. I would also tell young ladies you can always go back to your career later. That there's a window where you primarily should pursue marriage and having children. This was a value judgment rather than a statement of fact. As any woman can tell you, you can always go back to your career later. It's simply false if it's meant to imply that you can enter the workforce later in life and have anything like the career you could have had without delay. True. Also, if you just look at earnings after first child, woman versus men, you do see like a substantial decrease for women, and even in the long run. Where's do they not like link the actual paper? Kill me. Base also, what the fuck is up with your gain? How are you the only person with a SM7 beta sounds blown out? Oh, it might be too high. It might be my bad. Sorry, I should be monitoring it more. Okay, turn down the gain a little bit. It's because it okay. Part of the issue is I want to be able to. Well, probably bigger issue is I'm a retard. I don't understand audio shit at all. Part of the issue is though, I need to be able to sound loud on Discord, and I also need to be able to sound loud in OBS or whatever. But and Discord is using the raw input, and OBS is using the obviously filtered input. Like I have filters applied to my shit in OBS, and there is a way to take. I could install like a virtual cable that takes OBS filter shit and exports it to Discord. But the way I have my audio set up within OBS, because of the things I do with only capturing the application setting, because I want to, like, for example, like I'm listening to Spotify right now and you guys can't hear it because I have some fancy plugins in OBS that let me only capture the audio I want to capture. And I have a bunch of different audio tracks, so that way when I record a video, I have my microphone separated from Discord, separated from my browser, so I can, if there's overlapping shit, I can cut it out, or I can change the volumes of it in post if I need to do that. And because of all that stuff, it makes the virtual audio cable is like fucked. I forget the exact issue I would have with it, but like I don't think I want to have like a clean like track or whatever to like export to Discord to be fucked up. But yeah. What we can say, however, is that Kirk was calling on America to stop being the society it is and go back to being the kind of society it hasn't been for generations. Or rather, he wanted us to enact his fantasy about what our society was once like. If you imagine that America before the Quiet Revolution was a nation in which all marriages were happy and stay-at-home lives were contented, you should read Betty Findon or the novels of John Updike. Notably, Kirk's how do I pronounce this shit? Kill me.
Revanchism.
Revanchism, okay. Was never accompanied by any substantive description of policies to create social change you wanted. Were there any proposals to make it less costly to have children, to provide subsidized daycare, medical care, parental leave? No, I suspect because all the such policies would make having children easier. It would also make women of children less dependent upon men. Have you considered that we'll have the tariffs, okay? And the tariffs will bring the manly manufacturing jobs back, which will be such high paying that we'll go back to the old times. Has Paul Kruger not considered this? Once I read this economic textbook is over for you, I have perfect rebuttals for your econ bro arguments. But I don't know, first of all, I don't know why the econ textbook itself, it would be good for you to read that, but it's going to give you the tools to understand some of the arguments so your brain won't explode when you hear them. But it's not actually going to it's not going to like give you anything that I don't have that is somehow going to make you able to respond to things. But you do realize you can have a self-sufficient community where a vast majority of men still work normal jobs, right? That's what okay. None of this should you ever say makes sense, vocalist. How the fuck are we gonna? Okay. First of all, how the fuck are we gonna mandate that they're like a self-sufficient communities or communities have to be to some degree self-sufficient? Again, you've never given me anywhere close to a good answer approximating as to how the fuck we're gonna mandate that every local community be self-sufficient or whatever. Secondly, you have told me before explicitly you want everyone to know how to grow their own food. Okay. Third, the reason normal jobs are good for everyone, it's voluntary, not mandatory. It's what we have now. That's what we have now. The reason normal jobs are good for everyone, okay, is because there's an opportunity cost to local communities and or individuals growing their own food. They already voluntarily choose to not do that and instead work a normal job because they're just kind of broadly gained from specialization, gains from trade, all that jazz. All right, like rational actor fallacy. They don't actually have to be rational for the market outcome to achieve the efficient outcome. Everyone should know how to grow their own food. When you learn that, you should learn that when you're a kid. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You have told me that before. Problem of utter minds fallacy. Heated already? How's it going, brother? What's up, Michael? I yelled at Localist because he said something dumb. I'm saying nobody should know how to grow food except agricultural workers and hobbyists. I'm saying the market incentivizes an efficient, not allocation, but firms to efficiently scale, essentially. I'm saying the market outcome is generally going to lead to the optimal allocation of labor to agricultural sectors and the essentially optimal scale of firms under the agricultural sector. What you want to do, which you have no mechanism for enforcing because you're saying we're not going to have some government mandate do it, but somehow we're going to still keep it voluntary. Like somehow we're going to have people voluntarily choose to start growing their own food all the time everywhere. Like you're going to have firms be a lot smaller and therefore a lot less efficient, okay? Okay, where were we? Well, Kirk wasn't offering anything you could call a serious policy program. His arguments did, as I said, resonate with many young white men who resent their status in modern America and believe that their lives would be better if we returned to an older social order. I'll talk in another post about where that resentment comes from, but let me admit that we have created a society that appears to be problematic for many young men. You can even see the problem in basic employment statistics. The chart below shows the percentage of men in their prime working years who are not in fact in a labor force. This percentage was negligible in the 1960s, but is substantial now. 12%. Well, that's 2020. I guess it's back down to like 11%. I think it's safe to say that this rising percentage of men without jobs mainly reflects social distress, not large numbers of men choosing to be house husbands. And you don't know. And it's probably inevitable that some men will blame their frustrations on the rise of career-oriented woman. That's not the real story. I'll talk about what happened in a future post, but for now, the important thing is that the horror of Charlie Kirk's murder shouldn't prevent us from admitting his influence was largely built on catering to white male resentment. Truth nuke. That's why, what was the Richard Donati article that mentioned this? I really like the way Richard Donati framed any one of these people's fucking policy. I think it was about Orange Cat. This is the full article about it, but this is where I first heard about it, and this is the truest truth nuke ever. Okay, he's talking specifically about a debate between Matt Iglesias and Oren Cass here, but Oren Cass, a lot of the like weird social conservative people who care about family and all this shit like do the same thing, and that's why I mean a more general article talks about this. I should read that really, but 1 second. Here I think is the essence of the difference between Abundance and Cass's project, which is that while the former has straightforward solutions to real problems, the latter uses economic reasoning as a tool to justify certain aesthetic preferences regarding what the world should look like and implement a kind of 4D chess program that involves a bunch of unstated assumptions about the relationship between economic policies and non-economic outcomes. Every fight, Charlie Kirk absolutely did this as well. Every fucking weird social conservative, like JD Vance does it all the time, like does all this shit. Like they do all of it with the tariffs, they do all of it with immigration stuff. Like it's crazy. I will be creating self-sufficient communities within the next decade, and the homes will be substantially cheaper, 50%. This is what I've been telling you, localists. If you truly believe all this stuff, go start your own company, and you'll be able to outcompete every other company in the market. And people buy now, and a profit will be from selling these homes, and the new people moving in will let us scale the community rapidly. Scale? You hate scale. What the fuck? What do you mean? You can't scale. It has to be local. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Oh, that's my son.
Okay, I saw this video on my recommended, and then I saw Soy Pill tweet about it too. I don't know what's in this video, but I really feel like this video is gonna piss me off. I feel like it's gonna be, oh my god, I feel like it's gonna be every dumb populist messaging thing that's like common between the left and right combined. Like, oh my god, it's gonna be so painful. Oh my god, it's gonna be, we're gonna get every single meme. We're gonna get so many paycheck to paycheck memes. We're gonna get so many fucking there's probably gonna be anti-trade stuff. There's probably gonna be anti-immigration stuff. Oh my god, kill me. Oh my god, I hate this country. Oh my god, I hate populism so much. Oh my god, okay. Oh my god.
Hey, what's going on? They're having a video shot here, and it's about Bernie Sanders coming to town, and they know that we're all Trump supporters.
What happens when you put Bernie Sanders in a room full of Trump voters?
I was shocked. I was like, oh.
Not as bad as I told you, huh?
This is not how he's portrayed.
It's complicated. But then again, so is West Virginia.
This is West, by God, Virginia.
Oh my god,
A state that voted blue for almost 80 years straight, until it flipped hard to become the second reddest state in the country.
This is a state where Donald Trump got 70%.
Really?
It's easy to assume that West Virginia will be red forever, but I'm not so sure. I live here, and I talk to a lot of Trump voters about floods that leveled their homes, power bills that climb every year, and you'd be surprised how many of them sound like Bernie Sanders.
The millionaires, they don't need.
That's exactly the issue. When will you get non-fawn talks to West Virginian voters, okay, and neo-lib pills them? Oh no.
The tax break.
They're trying to give all.
Oh my. Yep. I knew it. Yep. I should have. I don't know why I didn't say billionaires earlier. Oh my god. Yep. We're gonna get paycheck. We're gonna get anti-trade stuff. We're gonna get billionaire shit. We're gonna get fucking corporate greed, price gouging shit, aren't we? Oh no. Oh no. It's horrible. Oh no.
The billionaires and rich people.
I was in school in an engineering uni, and the younger guys, they weren't receptive to female peers. They were grumpy when its spending per student based on gender were found by a few students. What happens when you put a populace in front of other populace? You won't believe what happens next. Yeah, exactly, Jack Darko. It's like, oh my god, did you know? Guys, did you know? If you put Bernie Sanders in a room full of people who have 50% of the beliefs of Bernie Sanders, because it's all based on the same populist messaging, but he actually does really well. Oh no.
Breaks. That's the opposite of what you should be doing.
So when I heard that Bernie was rolling through, I wanted to know, can a Democratic socialist from Vermont, who's not even running for president, connect in the heart of Trump country?
All right, where should I sit? I'm in the middle here.
And what would it mean for the rest of the country if he did?
You started with Trump and then now you're a whole volunteer.
A whole volunteer for Bernie Sanders. He's just ultra-liberal. He's a socialist.
I'm sorry to get everybody in trouble here.
And me? I got to drive him around in my truck and find out.
Senator, welcome back to West Virginia. I know it's not your first time here.
No, it is not. I've been here several times, and I must tell you, I love the state, actually. It's a beautiful state, and I very much enjoy the people. Very down-to-earth, working-class people.
He looks so short and old, man. I don't. I'm being mean to Bernie, okay? I don't hate to do it or anything. It's just it's sad. It's sad. Promise you, our community will be the.
You know, we campaigned here very vigorously.
Yeah.
In 2016.
Yes.
And we had to take on Hillary Clinton and Joe Manchin and the whole Democratic Party establishment. We went to places where politicians don't usually go, including McDowell County, down in the southern part of the state.
Bernie Sanders, who joins me now.
We are the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people as a right. What do you think? Do you think we should join other countries and guarantee health care as a right of all?
Yeah, I think every American citizen should have health care.
We ended up winning West Virginia. We won every single county in the state.
In 2016, Bernie didn't just win West Virginia. He shocked everybody who thought they had this place figured out.
We won a big victory in West Virginia.
He's talking about the primary.
But that was just a Democratic primary in 2016.
Only does West Virginia have open primaries or closed primaries or semi-open? Because it would be surprising if he won the Democratic primary in West Virginia if they had closed primaries and only Democrats can vote in those primaries. Does West Virginia have open primaries? But also, I mean, he could have won open primaries because it's all the same anti-establishment populist stuff or whatever. Why is there no clear answer? West Virginia state law permits parties to determine for themselves whether unaffiliated voters might participate in their primary elections. As of September 2025, the Democratic Party had a semi-closed primary. What about 2016? I'm kind of assuming it was the same in 2016.
The real question is, how does Bernie's message land with Trump voters in 2025?
All right, I'm going to ask you a question, then you come back to me. Sound good? All right, talk about health care here in Mingo County.
Oh, no.
What's the story? I see a hand right, woman right here. Please stand up.
Hi, my name is Sheila Rose, and I ended up back in Mingo County where I grew up after a chronic illness paralyzed me about 4 years ago. I've come a long way since then, but anytime I need to see a specialist, it's a 2-hour trip. Anytime I need a referral to a new specialist, it's a 6-month wait. There is no way to stay healthy in Mingo County.
Mingo County is in the southern coal fields of West Virginia. For generations, people here dug the coal that lit America's cities and kept the factories running. Now, the coal jobs are mostly gone. And what's left is poverty on a scale that rivals anywhere in the United States.
It's Klein at the grocery store, choosing between paying a bill or having food in the cabinet or the refrigerator. It affects your health, and then you don't have health care. Child care is ridiculously expensive, so it's very stressful.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let's say universal health care gets pushed federally. Now all of a sudden states can't opt out when it fails, when Congress will never repeal it because people depend on it and will be political suicide. Wow. Localist, I don't know, like this is gonna be me half hating on Bernie Sanders, localist. So I'm for universal healthcare in a sense that I would have some type of minimum guarantee for healthcare, but I wouldn't have like fucking single payer, the shit that Bernie Sanders wants. Okay, so based coal eaters, dude.
Mingo County,
This is the
like the rest of the state, went big for.
How do I put this? Okay. I mean, relatively, the coal shit. Okay, it's probably just enough externality, like negative externalities from coal. Okay, where like, it's hard for me to give a shit when people are like, oh, we used to have 10 million coal jobs and now, you know, it's down to 40,000 or whatever, and everyone is in desperate poverty. Like, I believe in a social safety net. I believe that, you know, we should not have people in poverty in America, certainly not anywhere close to the extent we do. And I think it's probably failing to effectively, you know, help some of these people out. But the issue, populist messaging, I fucking hate that populist messaging, okay, on both sides. Just gives people to not, like, it breaks people's brains, okay, so they don't understand trade-offs, all right? And, like, I don't know to what extent, certainly I'm not going to blame people who do populist messaging, people like Bernie Sanders, for sort of enabling populist messaging on the other side. I don't know to what extent that makes sense, but, like, I don't know, it does feel like when you go to these rural communities or whatever, and you're like, oh, all your coal jobs are gone, and now, like, people can't get healthcare or whatever, and now I'm going to do, like, my single-payer plan, and not only is the price going to go down, but your access is going to increase too, and it's going to be just as higher quality. When you don't have messaging that allows for any trade-offs to exist, then it's not surprising when people come around, like Donald Trump, who say we're going to bring manufacturing back and all this shit is going to be so great and we're going to do blah, 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 and nothing bad is going to happen. It's not surprising that you see, like, those people voting for Trump at all. Like, and maybe to some extent, maybe I'm overestimating voters, because I don't know if historically voters were able to recognize trade-offs any better, but
for Donald Trump. So we followed up with some of
coal jobs disappearing means towns collapses. Thing is going to be every town when AI takes everyone's jobs. That's so true. Yes, this is why we need to destroy it now. We need to be Luddites, and yes, we need to all
as voters over biscuits and coffee to find out what that's all about.
I would have been nervous with a lot of different, like, you know, celebrities or politicians, but you just seem so normal. Like, you're like obviously just like a normal human.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for the damn breakfast here. I'm starving.
We already ate.
I would love to take an inventory of just personal politics in the last couple of years. Can we start off with that?
You're going to start with me?
Yeah, we'll start with you. Yeah.
I am independent, but I lean conservative. Not as much anymore as I used to, but I did vote for Trump. But I did post on my Facebook page, instead of I voted, I put I vomited, because I didn't want to, but I didn't, you know.
Yeah.
Wow.
It is what it is.
I voted Republican. I agree with some things of Trump, but most I do not right now. Right. I do not, no.
And John, what's that like for you?
Well, this is my first time voting, because I just turned 18 right before I was able to vote. So I voted for Trump, but I'm primarily a Democrat.
Senator, who'd you vote for?
I'm gonna game in my. This is we're still fucked. We're still fucked. I'm moving to Amsterdam. Oh my god, this is the median American. Okay. Oh man, I don't understand what goes on in these people's brains. I don't know. Apparently they're. What possible issue is there that we, like, I'm primarily a Democrat, but Donald Trump just really spoke to me when he said he's gonna lower grocery prices or whatever more than, like, Kamala Harris did. Like, oh my god. Oh my god, this is the people Democrats have to appeal to too. Okay, this is, oh no, it's so over. We are in the bad policy equilibrium timeline. Okay, we're never winning another election without calling for price controls on groceries and shit, aren't we? Oh, it's so over.
It wasn't Trump. Let me throw out a question. Yeah. You are living, shock of all shocks, in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Do you feel that down here?
No. People are not surviving. We just had our food bank yesterday. We usually pack for 80 people. We served 102 yesterday. It is getting worse. Nobody's surviving right now.
My husband works at the hospital, and there are several ODs every single day.
Only a town of 6,000.
Yeah, we're not a big town.
Several ODs every day?
Oh, yeah.
Let me ask you this, and you may not know the answer. Nobody does, because, again, this is not just the West Virginia issue. We got it terrible in Vermont. So why are people doing drugs?
Okay. I thought it was going to be worse than that.
In
okay.
my
This is fine.
thing that I see, because I work a lot in addiction, is it's mental health issues.
It's what?
Mental health issues. Lack of jobs, poverty, lack of support for our veterans.
You find many veterans doing drugs?
Oh, yes. And homeless.
And homeless.
And that irritates me. They stood up, they fought for our country, and we can't even afford to give them housing.
I always wondered, how did so many drugs get into this state? So we have thoughts about that. How did so many? Yeah.
The doctor's pushing it.
Talk about that. Yeah.
I mean, my mother was an addict, and that's how she got addicted. Was she had a back injury? The doctor kept prescribing medicine. Eventually, that medicine didn't work, and she had to start doing the harder stuff. Sadly, she passed away from a drug overdose. So, I mean, I understand the addiction part of it.
Yeah.
And it's hard to fight. And
Bonfon, would this town be better off self-sufficient and thriving, or how it is now? I don't know. It's not clear to me they'd be better off if they were all fucking Amish people, okay? But certainly the world as a whole would be worse off.
addiction just doesn't affect the person that's doing it. It affects the whole family.
Something, imagine how dumb the average person is now. Realize half of them are dumber than that. Yeah. Okay, I don't. Okay, Bernie's doing a good job right now. Okay, I like. Okay, he's doing. Okay, I don't mind him talking about drugs and stuff. Okay, this is good. Okay,
whole area.
It's fine. He's appealing to people. Okay.
Grow up around this kind of poverty long enough, and you start to lose faith in the political system that allowed it to happen. While Trump may put up huge numbers at the ballot box, nearly half of West Virginians don't even show up to vote at all. One of the highest non-voting rates in the country.
And I think the message is not complicated. People throughout the country, especially in rural areas, feel neglected. They are hurting financially. The Democratic Party, by and large, has kind of ignored those people, turned its back on them.
Not always, though, right?
Not always, no.
Especially here. I mean, it was 80 years of Democrats before it flipped.
You got it. This is one of the strongest Democratic states in the country. You're a strong union state, working class state. But I think what happened in West Virginia is a perfect example of the decline of the Democratic Party nationally.
To understand what happened to the Democratic Party in West Virginia, you need to understand the history of coal.
I'm a mine worker, generational mine worker. We built these towns, all of us.
There was a time when coal companies...
Oh, the bad policy equilibrium timeline. Oh, no.
...controlled almost everything. And speaking out against the boss could get you beaten, evicted, or worse. But in 1921, all of that boiled over at the Battle of Blair Mountain, the largest labor uprising in U.S. history.
Way back when, in the 1920s, it wasn't quite so civil. But we got to respect those people, our ancestors.
The mine wars, our own history here, is kept out of the textbooks, really. It's not in the popular imagination. I mean, that's been scrubbed because I think it's dangerous. You know, it's a threat to power.
Yeah.
Those early fights built the United Mine Workers of America and inspired a national labor movement that won the 8-hour day, paid vacations, and the weekend. And for
It's slop. Oh no. That's like maybe like 20% true. It's like the issue is they're like unions were a substantial force that led to certain legislation being made that, you know, codify like the 8-hour workday and stuff. But for one, probably just free market systems and stuff in general that led to sort of the economic growth that allowed for that to be codified in the first place without having substantial negative effects on a standard of living, because our productivity had grown so much, obviously. And like we've seen a continued decline in working hours afterwards as well, despite like no new substantial legislation being introduced. Like if you just look at the decline in, actually I think this is in Richard Hanina's article about it or whatever, like if you just look at the decline in like annual working hours, it's relatively like steady. Like there doesn't seem to be any sort of substantial decrease or increase, like because of union activity or the dissolution of unions or whatever. Like bad policy equilibrium timeline. Okay, I don't know, like I don't I mean, this is what I knew it. This is exactly what I was worried was gonna happen. Okay, videos like these, okay, that just always make me it's always make me the brat, because like I want Democrats to win, because Democrats Democrats just have fundamental decency and the Republicans don't. But I don't see any, like when these are the people that we have to appeal to, like people will criticize you for being elitist or whatever, but like truly, like I don't see how you appeal to these types of people like without just doing bad policy, and like it's so horrible.
Decades, it was the Democratic Party who defended the unions. So working class West Virginians kept that fire going at the
Also, Democrats are still like way more pro-union than fucking Republicans are, at the very least. maybe you could make the argument that they've become less pro-union, and so workers don't feel that way anymore. But like, I think there are other issues here. Like I think I don't know if they'll ever get to it. Like I think if you asked half of the people at the beginning, I would guess that a big reason they voted for Trump was because of the fucking price of groceries. Okay, what was because of that shit. Okay, it wasn't because like they felt like Trump wasn't, or like Biden wasn't strong enough for unions.
Ballot box. But coal burns fast, and eventually the flame died out. Within a few decades, we went from over 100,000 coal miners to around 10,000 today, and only a fraction of those still unionized. As the union shrank, so did the backbone of the Democratic Party. So the Democrats shifted their strategy. They left the coal towns and the hollers to chase corporate money and suburban votes someplace else.
For every blue-collar Democrat, we will lose in Western PA. We will pick up 2-3 moderate Republicans in the suburbs of Philadelphia, and you can repeat that in Ohio.
By the way, also, like, these towns just saw their populations naturally decline. Like, people just moved to the cities as well. So, like, I guess I'm like,
votes.
Like, none of this is really that quantifiable other than whatever this dude is saying. But, like, it would make sense that, like, you would see less people voting there for Democrats if the population declined. I'm merely looking at, like, the vote shares or whatever. But, like, I don't see many quantifiable ways that Democrats shifted away from coal workers and started chasing corporate money.
Strategy. They left the coal towns and the hollers to chase corporate money and suburban votes someplace else.
For every blue-collar Democrat we will lose in Western PA, we will pick up 2-3 moderate Republicans in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And you can repeat that in Ohio and Illinois and Wisconsin.
The whole valley here was Democrat for years and years, and here the last 5 or 6 years, it has evolved into a red.
West Virginia's turn from deep blue to solid red happened fast, all while hospitals struggled to stay open, classrooms emptied out, and opioids were pumped into these hills. Then came Trump, who promised to turn back the clock.
Coal is coming back. Clean coal is coming back. 100%. Donald Trump says he's going to bring back jobs to Appalachia, to the coal mining areas.
Yeah, he may do it.
You can see President Trump's bringing in all kind of industry. There's going to be jobs up to kazoo.
Look, why is Trump president? It's not complicated in my view.
Yeah.
Do not look at the payrolls report. Do not look at the payrolls report.
The Democratic Party was about protecting the status quo and tinkering around the edges.
Yeah.
You know, we promise you we're not going to do anything bold. We're very bipartisan. We're going to work with the business community. We love billionaires. Blah, 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 blah. Okay.
For real.
And Trump comes along and says the system is broken.
Nobody knows the system better than me, which is why I alone can fix it.
Yeah. And you know what? He's right. The system is broken.
Oh, no.
Now, his solutions only make it worse.
Worried about.
Trump, for all his promises, has not brought the coal industry back. But with the big beautiful bill, his signature piece of legislation, he made his mark on West Virginia. It's estimated that more than 50,000 West Virginians will be cut from Medicaid. At least 7 hospitals in the state are at risk of shutting down, and as many as 80.
And something I will give Bernie credit for to some extent. I think a big issue too is just the fact that our media and social media is so fucked that these people just don't realize how much better the Democrats are for things like, you know, healthcare in rural areas or whatever, and for the welfare state more generally. Like, people, for some reason, just don't. Those aren't like the salient issues for voters that they recognize Democrats are better.
4,000 people will lose access to food assistance because of this bill.
So in this bill, Trump's big, beautiful bill, why do you think they cut Medicaid? To save government money so that, what?
They can give tax to their donors.
Exactly. It's not only $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%, it's a huge tax break for large corporations as well.
So why do they need to have a tax break?
All right.
I
Now
could
you're
use a tax
asking
break.
me-
I mean, I'm being real. I know I pay like 26% taxes. Like, I could use that money.
Look, these people are...
Respectfully, I don't believe it. Respectfully, she's not. There's no way she's taxed on an effective rate of 26%. Respectfully, okay. This is the issue. There's no way to say this shit without sounding bad, but like most of these people, I bet if you looked at their actual net payments, they would be negative, in that they probably get more in government assistance than they pay to the federal government. I would guess, but right. There's no way to say that without sounding mean. But
top are not nice people. They want more and more. They don't have $1 million. That's chump change. Yeah. And we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars in some case.
When you live here, it feels like a poor country.
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
I mean, when you say we're the wealthiest, like you said that several times yesterday, and I was like, is it true though? Because like,
that's a very good point.
Yeah.
In aggregate, that's what, look, if we're sitting here and I'm worth $1 billion and all of you are broke, you add it all together and divide it, we're very wealthy, right? We're all worth $100 million. But I got $1 billion and you got nothing. That's America. And if I say that I think the United States should do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to all people as a human right, are you going to think I'm a communist and a terrible person?
I think if people listen, if you talk the way that you did, and you're so reasonable, like they've painted you in a bad light And it actually makes me very angry because, you know, you see things and you believe it. I'll just be honest, I haven't really seen you talk before. I haven't really I don't follow politics that much. And so the last couple days before this, I started watching some of your speeches and I started watching your interviews, and I was shocked. I was like, oh.
Not as bad as I told you, huh?
This is not how he's portrayed in the media, right?
All right, God bless Bernie.
We're told that the biggest divide in America is between left and right. But Bernie came here to flip
it's really
that story on its head.
I think that whether you're in rural West Virginia or Burlington, Vermont, you got the same exact issues. And I think we don't let people divide us up. We got to come together to fight for all of us.
Over 100 years ago, they called us rednecks because striking workers from all different races wore red bandanas around their necks as they fought and died for respect and a living wage. That history was mostly erased from our textbooks, but it never went away. It's still here, scattered all across the state, if you know where to look.
I don't even. Maybe this is, you know, whatever. Like, certainly the sort of broad progressive movement in like the 1920s, for example, and the role that unions played is not forgotten in textbooks. Like, you learn about, you know, some of the like even violent clashes between unions and like owners and the Pinkerton Guards. At least we did at my school. Maybe you don't know West Virginia, but.
My grandfather fought at Blair Mountain.
Your grandfather fought at Blair Mountain?
Yes.
What do you think this country at this moment needs to learn from your grandfather who fought at Blair Mountain?
Mm-hmm. Well, you just can't stand and let them step on you. You got to get up and fight.
So that is what our struggle is about, is to take on the greed of these people and say, you know what, you cannot and will not have it all.
Bernie Sanders is 84 years old. He's not running for president. But maybe what he's after is way bigger than one election.
How do we get the corporate wing of the Democratic Party, who is just as guilty of taking money from billionaire causes, to embrace a progressive working class agenda, because it's about time? What's your name?
First, they're just not. 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 They're just not.
Max.
Nearly as... where, like I said, bad policy, equilibrium timeline. These are the people I have to appeal to. It's so over. It's so over. It's so over. I don't know if there's anything. I don't know if there, like, again, I don't know if there any way I could quantify this or whatever. I wonder if there is like more harm when you play into like the sort of populist messaging that fucking Bernie does or whatever, that it makes voters behave like this. Okay, that makes voters think like this, or if it's still good to make people vote, like, because it makes more people vote for Democrats than it sort of would, like, this type of populist. Presumably, if you make voters like more populist in this way, they're going to sort of have higher volatility, maybe is the right word, between Democrats and Republicans based on sort of which party just kind of has the more populist person running in it, right? Like, that's why you see somebody, you know, he's talking to these fucking swing voters between Bernie and fucking Trump, okay? Like, you know. So I wonder if, like, the benefit from, even if we get people to be more populist and they maybe vote for Democrats, I wonder if that benefit is higher than the sort of cost of they're going to also vote for like populist Republicans who have like unbelievably dog shit policy. Okay, for like all the complaints I have about Bernie Sanders. Okay, my complaints about Bernie Sanders is like, well, a wealth tax is suboptimal. Well, a single payer system that Bernie proposes, I don't think would work well in America. I think we'd see decreased medical innovation. Okay, the populist people on the right are like, I'm going to unilaterally defund USAID and I'm going to shut down the border. We're going to have no immigrants and we're going to deport every H-1B visa worker and we're going to do a bunch of insane tariffs and we're going to, like, oh my God, bro, like, we're going to not listen to, we're going to be held in contempt of court. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, kill me.
You're going to lead it, Max.
Why do you think so many B votes for Trump? Because of the populist brain rot. Because of the populist brain rot, okay?
This state was once one of the strongest Democratic states in the country. And I think people gave up on the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party gave up on them.
They just, again, I don't, by the way, I don't even, like, I don't, for instance, I'm not a big union guy. I don't, like, hate unions. I don't think that there should be, like, zero protections for unions. But I'm just not that big of a union guy. I think unions can hurt workers just as much, if not more, than they help workers in many cases, right? Especially unions in transportation industries, like the ports and like the railway workers, right? But like, I don't see any substantial steps Democrats have taken to not support unions. Like, Biden had a really strong NLRB. Like, did Obama do something to unions? As far as I'm aware, Obama was probably relatively moderate on unions. He was probably like less pro-union than Joe Biden was, but certainly I don't think he was anti-union in any meaningful sense. I don't know about Clinton. It wouldn't surprise me if Clinton had some anti-union stuff because Clinton's Clinton, right? I mean, but it was FDR back in the day. It's Trump. It's Trump today. Kill me.
So take it back. Don't ask, take it.
You have been to how many Bernie rallies now?
3.
And over what period of time did that take place?
2 days. The first night was just like real eye-opening for me. It was like a whole mind shift of my whole belief system of like how we could come together as a people.
Yeah.
We all want our kids to have a safe place to live. We all want our kids to have food. We all want our kids to have healthcare.
Yeah.
Like there's no difference. We all need to fight together.
Yeah.
Because if we're fighting of like how the first night was just like real eye-opening for me. It was like a whole mind shift of my whole belief system of like how we could come together as a people.
Yeah.
I don't know who. Okay, is we just
We all
referring to
want
the people in the room
our kids to have a safe place to live. We all want our kids to have food.
The issue is, if people don't realize this because these issues aren't sailing into people, I think, and because the media environment is fucked as well. Like I don't think. I guess people just don't realize Republicans don't want, like, populist Republicans don't want this.
We all want our kids to have healthcare.
Okay?
Like
they don't want any government mandated healthcare for people or for children even.
There's no difference.
Or I was going to say any. Presumably they want some, but oh my god, kill me.
We all need to fight together.
Yeah.
Because if we're fighting each other, we're not going to ever get anywhere.
Yeah.
So.
Did you expect to walk out of here with a shirt?
I did not expect to walk out of here with a shirt.
Yeah, I don't know. People will like soy out about it or whatever, and they'll be like, they see these videos, and okay, they're like, oh my god, it's so cool that like Bernie can appeal to Republican voters, and oh my god, and then I see it, and I'm like, oh my god, we live in the worst possible timeline. We live, and as I think Sauce Rama in my chat was the one who first said this, and I really like, we live in the bad policy equilibrium timeline. Okay. Oh my god, no politician has any incentive to do anything but the dumbest, stupidest populist policy ever. Kill me. Hope they follow up with her after she votes for Trump for a 3rd term. Dude, I know, that's going to be crazy. It's just like, yeah, 80% of these people are voting for JD Vance, okay? It's like, oh no. This dude's fucking voting for JD Vance, okay? Okay, it's happening, alright? Oh my god. Ezra Klein, Ben Shapiro convo made me crash out. I only watched a little bit of it, Adam Khan. But it might not be surprising. I saw he was... I skimmed through a little bit of it. I saw... Like, he was... Ben Shapiro was
conservative and counter-revolutionary.
Well, I mean, Bernie Sanders was a scavenger or whatever, and Bernie Sanders was like Bernie Sanders was essentially motivated by just being anti-right, which definitely seems wrong to me. But yeah, we can watch it. I don't know if we'll watch all of this because it's kind of long, but kill me. Oh, also I remember the one clip I did watch or whatever, of him but should be like, why do you think that Biden kept the border open for so long? Don't you think that Biden wanted us to, it was motivated by fucking Biden wanting to pay reparations for the debt that America had to people who, like, oh my god, dog. He agrees with Shapiro on the NY indictment being politicized, and he says he could go either way on the federal ones. Oh no, oh it's so over, oh we're so screwed, oh it's so over, oh it's so over, oh it's so over. Oh, it's so over. Oh, it's so over. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Ben Shapiro, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
So let's go into the book. You have a theory of 2 groups here, lions and scavengers. What's a lion? What's a scavenger?
The basic idea is that there are parts of us, or you can say cultures, groups, depending on how you're characterizing it, who are...
Also, how much... Isn't half this book... I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure half this book is defending Israel. Could be... I could be wrong. Okay, could be wrong, but I think half the book is about Israel being a lion and Palestinians being a scavenger. Don't feel like maybe not half. Maybe not half. Okay, can I download the book?
Are more apt to build, who believe that there is an active duty in the world to make the world better, to build social fabric, to defend a civilization that is worthwhile, to innovate, to protect things that are good. And then there are people who are basically rooted in envy and are seeking to tear down all of those things. It's not necessarily that they have the replacement for those things, it's that they have identified a grievance, and then that grievance is directed externally.
By the way, this fundamental point here, I don't disagree with it. I disagree with necessarily, but I think I would like it would have to be kind of much more narrowly applied than I think Ben Shapiro applies it to. I don't disagree. There's certainly I think populist movement in general is kind of this what he describes, and I think he is about this give like defense analogy or whatever, where it's like people are. Yeah, I don't know if I can download the book. I don't know if that's PDF for free yet on any of my definitely legal sites. But it gives the analogy like, oh, people used to, when they saw a fence up or whatever, they would, try to investigate why that fence was put up in the first place. But now they just want to tear it down, okay? Because, and I don't know if that fundamental point is wrong, but to apply it to Bernie Sanders and then to say that, like, Biden kept the border open because he was motivated by some of this shit, like, oh my God, kill me. Make land value taxes populist? I wish. They're certainly, land value tax is probably the easiest tax to, like, actually have, like, some type of populist messaging on. I don't know if you ever could do a populist messaging on a fucking DBCFT, bro. Trump is the biggest scavenger in American politics. Yeah, obviously, but Ben Shapiro is just so concerned about the bureaucracy, I guess. Okay, the administrative state, okay, and the border, I guess. Those are obviously the bigger issues here. Advanced Piker 2028, Hassan Piker, dude, it's so over.
At structures that need to be torn down. It is based on groups, sort of, but I do make the argument that it's actually quite personal. There's an instinct within all of us that is the instinct of a lion and the instinct of a scavenger as well. And the reason that I say that it's sort of internal is one of the things I should really try hard to do in the book is not use the terms right and left. I really try to avoid that binary because I really do think that this is something that every single individual has to deal with. The idea that you get up in the morning and you decide whether the problems in your life are chiefly solvable by you or require action by you, or whether you're going to direct your ire and anger and feelings of unfairness at the society around you and the structures of the society around you. And this isn't to make the claim that all structures are fair. Or
I'm directing all my anger to you, chat. All my problems are because of you, okay? The reason I have $2 in my bank account right now is all your fault, okay? Actually, it's just because YouTube takes forever to pay me out, but...
That all institutions are worthy of upholding. But the question of whether you're building or whether you're tearing down is really, I think, the basic question.
So I didn't take the book so much as about the fight inside the individual.
Who's like 30% louder than you? I can turn the video down. I feel like if I turn myself up, well, thanks for telling me, it's gonna... I'm gonna... be blown out again.
Maybe it's there. I didn't read it as much.
Did you go with the shooter's text messages? They were sus. I haven't gone over it. I read that like Substack or whatever. Or I skimmed through it, I should say, because I read it like in bed. Hold on.
Much.
But from what I saw, like it looked like he was just like an online like retard. It's like it was like there were only like 2 times that they mentioned Trump and Biden, right? Most of it was just like Helldivers shit and like weird online meme shit. That sounded like a cop wrote those messages. Talking about the Discord logs? You're talking about some other messages I don't know about. Unironically, I think LVT has so much popular potential. You got landowners and big businesses to attack. Tap into some BlackRock shit. Maybe throw some Jew stuff too, lol. Listen, yeah, you gotta make it appealing to everybody. No Zoomers writing like that? That's not the impression I got from what I saw. If I can find what I saw.
What I did take it, though, is as trying to create a new cleavage. Because as you say, you don't really use the terms left and right. And actually, throughout the book, you're not that clear on who it is you're talking about. So tell me about creating the new cleavage, right? This isn't just left and right. You're not talking about rich and poor. You're not talking about successful, unsuccessful. What's the framework doing for you?
I mean, what the framework is doing for me is trying to suss out why it seems that there is a coalition of people who are so angry at the institutions of Western civilization that they are agglomerating and putting together sort of a coalition that has a bunch of mutually exclusive...
Hold on, real quick. We're never getting through this video, okay? This is what I saw, and like, these messages were not like anything that crazy. Like, where's the, I think they said like they were only Like one time he mentioned Trump and one time he mentioned Biden. And like, this is it. Impeachment inquiry has been placed against Donald Trump. He could get booted out if they find he committed the shit he's accused of. Do you know who's winning the election? Biden's in a lead electoral votes-wise, but there are still some swing states that haven't finished voting, as well as most of the West Coast. Raw votes, Donald Trump's in a lead by a little over 1 million. Like, this is... No, this shit's crazy. The indictment? Oh, I have not seen the charging document or whatever. I saw that was posted. I didn't see that. I have not like read it or whatever. Is this it? This is what came up when I tried searching for the Substack article. Delete this exchange. My dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it's very unique. He's calling me right now, not answering. Is there something especially crazy here? I don't know.
Exclusive goals, and yet we'll march together with the same banners. And what really led off the book is what happens in the introduction. Right after October 7th, I was slated to debate at the University of Oxford, and I went into London. My security team told me it was actually too dangerous for me to be in London proper. I had to stay about an hour and a half outside of London at a beautiful sort of estate that is now turned into a hotel for safety reasons. And it was that weekend that there was a gigantic protest, what I would characterize controversially as a pro-Hamas protest in the middle of London. And the groups that were protesting were people who ranged from very far left on social issues, who would certainly not agree on social issues, with people who were...
Doesn't he have something longer on stream today? Yeah, I haven't seen it at least.
Standing for Hamas, people who were fans of Hamas, people who were just opponents of capitalism. And it occurred to me, why are all these people marching together? What do they have in common? And they're writers who have termed this the omnicause, but I kind of wanted to get to the root of why all of these people who, if you got them in a room and had them argue about gay marriage, would not agree. Or if you got them in a room and had them argue about markets, would have a wide variety of opinions. But what is getting them all together? What is the thing they're all opposing? And you see that sort of conglomeration forming on college campuses, and I think there are deep roots to it. And the sort of rage that was so clearly effervescent in the streets, I think that does have deep roots.
So you described that as very personal. One of the things I thought was interesting about the
Kill me. Do I have to actually find the thing itself?
Is that it seems to me to be
Actually,
tracking
that hard to
a
find.
change in right-wing thought over the past decade. I don't think the argument we're having anymore is the argument we were having when it was Barack Obama and Paul Ryan, which is more an argument about healthcare and taxes. And, I remember how many years I spent debating the Grover Norquist anti-tax pledge. It seems very quaint. Now we seem to be having an argument about a more base layer of civilization, right?
Okay, the following text exchange. Is this all we have? I think. After reading the note, oh, there's a note. Hold on, where's the note? Roommate received a text message from Robinson which said, "Drop what you're doing. Look under my keyboard." The roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that said, "I have the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." I saw that. Police found a photograph of this note. The following text exchange then took place. What? You're joking, right? I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orium for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep the secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you. You weren't the one who did it, right? I am. I'm sorry. I thought they caught the person. No, they caught some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of what that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Why? Why did I do that? Yeah. I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. How long have you been planning this? A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there's a squad car part. You bet he really keeps just bringing it back to the rifle. Parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got my vehicle. Oh my god, man, she's not interested in the rifle. I have to break it to you. What did my old man would do if I didn't bring back my grandpa's rifle? I don't know if I had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the fuck will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. I see notices bulge woo on Fox News. I might have a stroke, but alright, I'm gonna have to leave it. That really fucking sucks. Incredible. Judging from today, I say my grandpa's gun does just fine. I don't know. I think it was a 2K plus scope. Delete this exchange. No timestamps. These seem to disjoint at some places. What exactly? What do you mean? My dad once posted a rifle. He says grandpa wants to know. Yeah, I saw it. We read this right. Since Trump got in office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. You are all I worry about, love. I'm much more worried about you. Don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews and make any comments. If please ask you any questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. Okay, anyway. Wow. What are these? Violent offense committed in presence of a child aggregating factor. Tampering with a witness. Believe an official proceeding investigation was pending or about to be instituted, intended to prevent the official proceeding investigation, attempted to induce otherwise. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Another tampering with a witness. Oh, wait, is this just because children witnesses? Is that what the... Yeah, okay.
So how do you think the argument, at least on the right, has changed? The sense of threat has changed?
Well, I mean, I do think that there's a very open debate now inside the right that didn't exist 10, 15 years ago. And historically, conservatism was kind of rooted in the G.K. Chesterton fence principle, right? The idea that the difference between a conservative and a non-conservative is that a non-conservative walks across the field, sees a fence, doesn't know why the fence is there, immediately uproots the fence. The conservative sees the fence and says, I don't know why that fence is there. I'm going to go figure out why the fence was put there in the first place before I uproot the fence. In other words, before you tear down an institution, before you rip away something.
What the hell? Unbelievable, Michael. This is why the poll is there, okay? This is why the police like, okay? Obviously.
It has a historic basis. Try to figure out why.
Everyone watching right now, like the stream, obviously, okay? If the obnoxious poll was not enough for you.
Why it's there, because it might be there for a pretty good reason. And I think that on the right, there's such a rage that has arisen, at least on part of the right, that the tendency is to just rip things out by the roots rather than trying to correct or even determining whether the thing can be corrected.
The right isn't conservative anymore. It's counter-revolutionary.
It's anti-left. I mean, I think that this is, I think the left is anti-right and the right is anti-left. And I think that is, broadly speaking, a problem, right? I grew up as a sort of traditional
wrong about the left to me.
That they're anti-right?
I don't think that what motivates Bernie Sanders is that he's anti-right. You don't like Bernie Sanders. We'll talk about that at some point here. The way you talk about him.
I despise Bernie Sanders, yeah.
Fair enough. Your politics are your politics. But Bernie Sanders is profoundly motivated by a desire to pass Medicare for all. He is not motivated in the way that, say, Tucker Carlson or some figures I see on the right are motivated by a
But also, Benjamin doesn't care that Trump is like the most... Trump is probably more sort of anti-establishment in that sense than like Bernie is even. Like, oh my God.
Like a reaction. He's had the same politics
but if we're speaking
for decades and decades and decades.
You're speaking of one particular figure.
Like the entire, like everything Doge did was destroying the fence without even trying to figure out why shit was there in the first place. Like, Bernie would have never done it, like anything approaching that.
Figures on the right who I think are motivated much more
If you're asking who represents the left in America, that would probably be the person.
I mean, I think there's a case that Zoran Mamdani represents the left in America, increasingly.
I would also say Zoran Mamdani is motivated by a desire to create free buses and rent freezes.
I don't think that's right.
Okay, so, but let's stay on the right for a second, the counter-revolutionary side of it. What's the difference between being a conservative and a counter-revolutionary?
Well, I mean, I think that being a conservative is rooted in basic principles, private property, rule of law, traditional virtue, localism, subsidiarity, balance of power among the branches of government.
Localists still here. Localism.
Right. These were all the things that I grew up with as a conservative. And
by the way, they don't give a... It's like, it's so frustrating. Whatever. Trump doesn't care about any of that shit.
Obviously, President Trump is post-ideological, that is for sure. And what that means is that the right has become sort of a repository for anti-left feeling and is now a big tent. And the problem with big tent is you let in a lot of clowns. And so yeah, obviously there are tendencies on the right. I don't think it's the overwhelming majority of the right, but I think it is a growing tendency on the right to sort of react to the world with a
Feels like definitely the majority right by now.
with a mentality of grievance that can then translate into a desire to rip things out by the roots.
Compared to a decade ago, are you more or less comfortable on the right?
I mean, in what way? I mean,
you choose?
Well, I mean, ideologically, I don't think I've moved very much, probably over the course of my career. I started writing a syndicated column when I was 17. And so, you know, the dumbest things I said were probably between the ages of 17 and 20. Others may argue, but between the ages of 17 and probably 25. But my kind of root ideology has not changed very much in terms of being very free market oriented, being very hawkish on foreign policy, being in favor of traditional social policy. That really hasn't changed very much. I'm very comfortable with my own viewpoint. As far as do I see more opposition from people who identify as part of the right? Yeah, obviously, there's a lot more opposition. It's a much more, it's a less unified movement ideologically.
At least we got that.
Let me
At least we got
try
that.
to characterize
Thank
what I see
God.
the argument becoming here, but you can tell me the ways in which you think this is wrong. But this is sort of what I took from the book. That the claim of the right, you have one version of it, you know, different right-wing thinkers have other versions of it, is that the left has turned against the foundations of Western civilization. That they've come to hate, that they now, universities teach their young to hate. Like everything that made us great, and the virtues that made us great, strength, ambition, risk-taking, Judeo-Christian beliefs, and like this fundamental civilizational inheritance. And so what's changed, like it used to be a fight about policy, and now it's a fight about, is all this good or not? And like that's a much more fundamental kind of conflict.
I mean, I think that's a relatively fair characterization, sure.
And when do you think the topic changed? Like how would you describe the move from, let's call it the Reaganite right, or for that matter, the left of that era, or the Democratic Party of that era, to whatever you think we're in now?
Sure. So I sort of have a grand unifying field theory of modern American politics, which is that the election that people don't care about is actually the most important election, and that's 2012. So in 2008, Barack Obama runs as unifying candidate. Like him or hate him, I didn't vote for him. I was not a fan. The Barack Obama ran as somebody who was in his very personage unifying America. There was no red America, there was no blue America, there was just the United States, there was no black or white America, there were just Americans. And the idea was that he was sort of the apotheosis of the coming together. He was going to be the culmination of a lot of these strands of American history coming together to put to bed so many of the problems that had sort of plagued America over the course of our tumultuous history. And then he pushed a fairly rote left-wing agenda with regard to, for example, Obamacare. The reaction
Which
of the
he
Tea
ran
Party.
on. That was not a hidden part of his 08 campaign.
No, for sure. But that's not why people voted for him predominantly. His overwhelming victory, I do not think, was due to his support for
It's not even particularly
much more government plagued America over the course of our tumultuous history. And then he pushed a fairly rote left-wing agenda with regard to, for example, Obamacare.
I mean, like Obamacare definitely more left wing than right wing. Don't get me wrong, but like that's not. Maybe my brain is broken just because, like, you know, obviously, like this was, you know, the first election I could vote in is 2024, right? I'm only 19, so like Obamacare today seems very moderate to me. But maybe that's just because my brain is broken because I wasn't, you know, not been interested in politics for that long.
Which he ran on. That was not a hidden part of his 08 campaign.
No, for sure. But that's not why people voted for him predominantly. His overwhelming victory, I do not think, was due to his support for a much more government-involved healthcare system. Democrats have been running on that my entire life. I mean, all the way back to Hillary care, and they were trying to run on that back in the 90s. So something changed, and it wasn't Obamacare per se. So he runs, he wins, Obamacare happens, there's big blowback in the form of the Tea Party, and he reacts to that by essentially polarizing the electorate. He decides that instead of kind of broadcasting to the general electorate a sort of optimistic message about America, that he is going to narrowcast his election in 2012. He's going to...
You must imbibe the fence.
Thanks for the $10, Michael. I appreciate it very much. This is true. This is real. I appreciate it. Hell yeah, brother.
Base it on much more identity groups rooted politics. He's going to appeal to black Americans as black Americans and gay Americans as gay Americans and Latino Americans as Latino Americans.
Listen, I think the fence analogy is good, is very good, okay?
And
I just think, and to be fair, okay, Ben Shapiro, okay, for all of his flaws, for all that dumb shit, I think he's probably about to say, and the not enough pushback that Ezra Klein is going to do from what I've been told or whatever, he's at least willing to say, okay, that he's like not comfortable on the right anymore. Okay, he's in a big tent with a bunch of clowns, or not as comfortable, because he's in the big tent with a bunch of clowns. Okay, so we have that. We read the one paragraph quote. Probably like, is it like literally just the quote of the fence analogy? I believe I have, but I've not read, you know, much of the source other than that.
There are a lot of articles coming out.
I've heard the analogy many times, so I don't know. I don't know, like, sort of where I originally even heard it from. So.
At this time, about essentially demographics is destiny, and there's going to be a new minority-majority coalition in the United States. And Mitt Romney, who is the most milquetoast and probably, I'd say, personally clean candidate in my lifetime, he is characterized as a person who forcibly cuts the hair of gay kids and straps dogs to the top of his car, and he might put y'all back in chains, as Joe Biden said during the campaign. And Mitt Romney loses. And I think that the parties take away from that precisely the wrong messages. They take away the same message, but then they manifest.
Hear it again.
The message taken away by the Democratic Party is we have an unbeatable coalition. This new coalition.
What do I look up to find the full quote?
in 2012, in which he lost votes from 2008, but he still maintained a very solid majority. This is the way forward. Right? We will never lose again because we will be able to cobble together a majority-minority coalition, some college-educated white people, particularly female, and we're never going to lose again. And Republicans took away exactly the same message, which was no matter how milquetoast we run, no matter how clean the candidate, we're going to get ripped up and down, and we're going to lose. We're just demographically losing the argument. And so what Republicans came away with was, we're just going to throw whatever against the wall. The big problem here is that Mitt Romney was simply too nice a guy. We need to run the biggest pulsating middle finger that we can. That pulsating middle finger is Donald Trump. And so we're going to run him in 2016. And Democrats took away from this that it basically didn't kind of matter who's at the top of the ticket. You could put in Hillary Clinton and she could just inherit the Barack Obama coalition because that was the new Democratic coalition. And then
this feels to me, without going too deep into it, this feels to
First link, if you search a quote, easy to find.
me like a more narrow argument political strategy. I don't even totally disagree with it. I do think that the Democrats' embrace of demographic triumphalism was pretty disastrous. And I would obviously predictably put more weight on what the right is doing. But I think I'm pushing you a little bit into something more fundamental here.
No, but I think
this is where it becomes the fight over Western civilization. Because I would say during this period you have, when you're talking about Barack Obama with his sort of micro-targeted polling or whatever it is, it's like you have the birther smear emergent on the right,
I think
in a very potent way. So, right, Obama.
There exists a certain there exists in such a case a certain institution or law, let us say for the sake of simplicity, a fence or gate erected across a road. The modern type of reformer goes galley up to it and says, "I don't see the use of this fence. Let's clear it away." To which a more intelligent type of reformer will do well to answer, "If you don't see the use for it, the use of it, I certainly won't let you clear it away. Go away and think. Then what did I? Oh yes, give me that ad. Yeah, thanks so much. I certainly won't let you clear it away. Go away and think. Then you can come back and tell me that you do see the use of it. I may allow you to destroy it." Real.
Creates reaction as well, just by nature of who he is.
Well, I don't know if it's as easy as that. I mean, for people who don't, kind of live on the right and imbibe from the media of the right during this time, the understanding on the right was that Barack Obama was a much more divisive figure than the left and the traditional media like to say that he was. And they saw him as a fundamental transformative change agent who did not see the American experiment in a positive light. And they felt at the right, and I sort of agree with this, that he was dissimulating, that he was dissembling, that when he was saying that all the sort of positive, sunny, optimistic vision of America, that what he actually meant was the Cairo speech, where America was sort of a sinner in the Middle East. And that his view of American history was much more along the lines of what he said about Henry Louis Gates or Trayvon Martin than it was along the lines of there's no white America and black America, there's just Americans. And so the reaction of the right was, okay, this is an interest group-based politics that does not particularly like the founding. And we are going to react to that with Trumpism.
So if you understand Obama and Biden more from the left, what are the moments in those presidencies that the people on the right are radicalizing, right? That sort of differ from how differently you see them from maybe how I do.
Well, I think that for President Obama, I think the left perceives the Obamacare moment as the moment that the right sort of radicalized. And I don't think that's actually right. I think the bitter clingers comments were a big one. That was in the 2008 election. I think the Henry Louis Gates statements.
Recently, Professor Henry Louis Gates Jr. was arrested at his home in Cambridge. What does that incident say to you, and what does it say about race relations in America?
In which he suggested that the officer had acted stupidly and then sort of linked that with racial discrimination in the past.
I think it's fair to say, number one, any of us would be pretty angry. Number two, that the Cambridge police acted stupidly in arresting somebody when there was already proof that they were in their own home. And number three, what I think we know separate and apart from this incident is that there is a long history in this country of African Americans and Latinos.
Is my brain so broken because I'm a Zoomer? Oh my! This is really like what this. Just like, I wish you could get anything close to this today, and like, oh my God.
Being stopped by law enforcement disproportionately. That's just a fact.
The Trayvon Martin situation was quite polarizing, for sure.
But my main message is to the parents of Trayvon Martin. If I had a son, he'd look like Trayvon.
The Ferguson riots.
I think my brain is broken. I think that was polarizing back then. My brain's broken. Okay, maybe kill me.
Those I think would be sort of the biggest examples of Barack Obama kind of setting off the right, so to speak.
It's interesting you choose those. I mean, those are mostly first rhetorical examples. It's like, take the bitter clingers comment, because I actually think about this one a lot, right, where he gets caught on this, he's on tape.
You go to some of these small towns in Pennsylvania, a lot of small towns in the Midwest. Like the Johnson, they've been gone now for 25 years and nothing's replaced it. And they've gone through the Clinton administration and the Bush administration. And each successive administration has said that somehow these communities are going to regenerate, and they have not. So it's not surprising then that they get better, according to guns or religion or antipathy towards people who aren't like them. Right?
Barack Obama, my goat, and people are upset about this. Excuse me, base is what I was saying when I was watching the fucking More Perfect Union video. Oh my God, what the hell, dude, my goat, dude. I mean, this is not something that you would ever want to say in front of voters, obviously, but oh my God, wait, base, what the hell? Were you on the Gavin shit posting? I don't know what Gavin you're talking about.
Anti-immigrant sentiment or anti-trade sentiment, and they're explaining their frustrations.
It's like, to me, if you compare that to things that get said, even say to Hillary Clinton's deplorables comment, right? He basically says, look, you have people in towns that these towns have lost everything. They've lost their jobs. They've lost the plants that employed everybody, that they have been, like, their fundamental dignity and livelihoods have been taken away from them. And yeah, in that condition, people get...
I mean, I'm not seeing nearly as many Gavin Newsom memes or shitposts anymore. It seems like it's died down a little bit. Maybe it's just because I don't think I follow Gavin Newsom on Twitter. But listen, the stuff I've seen for the most part from him has been based in truth-filled and awesome.
Bitter, and then he does say, like, they cling to guns and religion, which I think he wishes.
And xenophobia, right?
And xenophobia. It's actually very different than
you're such an empath, Ezra. I mean, the way that the right reads that is him sneering at those people. Meaning, if they only weren't xenophobic and religious and hollowed out by life, then they would totally buy into what I'm selling them. And I think that this also meshes very well with what the right tends to think.
He's saying that we have failed them, right? That they wouldn't just buy into what he's selling them. He's saying that, like, the left has, like, abandoned these people.
But I will not fail these people. And if I were given the power, then I would fix all of their problems. And really, if they only understood how much I could fix their problems, and what's keeping them from doing that, the reason they won't embrace me, it's what I would say is this is the mirror image of how the left viewed what Romney was saying about the 47% of people who would never vote for him. So people on the right read that like, okay, there's a bunch of people who aren't paying taxes. They're unlikely to vote for a person who's going to lower taxes. And people on the left read that as he's sneering at people who are not paying taxes. And so I think that there is that element here.
It's also the other couple of examples you give are interesting for just being about race, right? And again,
racial issue
here,
yes, like. Again, the polling data here is very, very clear. Racial relations in this country got markedly worse in 2013, 2014, 2015.
But is that because Barack Obama should have been more positive on what happened to Trayvon Martin or what happened in a very different way to Henry Louis Gates, or because it was hard for people to hear, like, yeah, if you're a black man and you see these, your interpretation is, like, we get hassled by the cops often for no reason in a way that white people don't really understand.
I think the Gavin Newsom shitposting is nowhere near anything for you to call a guy doing it based. Okay. What rhetoric do you think I complain? Do you think the rhetoric I complain about with Republicans or whatever is like shitposting on Twitter about stuff? See, hold on. This is like not his personal account. Or it's like his personal account where he does the shitpost. It's like the greater rhetoric in the sense that it's not policy focused, but there's nothing. I don't know if there's anything Gavin Newsom can do to influence that. Sadly, it just feels like we're so far past any of that shit. The Obama clip way less than 5 minutes ago. You lamented what I said to the Obama clip when non-fun drama. I'm a mostly drama-free dude. The thing I said about the Obama clip was I can't imagine that being polarizing today, and like I feel like my brain's broken because I'm a Zoomer. Like, and Obama saying something like that, it's like so much more respectful than anything that we see today. That's what I said about that.
My son could have been Trayvon, right?
You know, when Trayvon Martin was first shot, I said that this could have been my son. Another way of saying that is Trayvon Martin could have been me 35 years ago. And when you think about why, in the African American community at least, there's a lot of pain around what happened here, I think it's important to recognize that the African American community is looking at this issue through a set of experiences and a history that doesn't go away. There are very few African American men in this country who haven't had the experience of being followed when they were shopping in a department store. That includes
like this. Like I can't. Not that I think like Benjamin Rise or Klein are wrong or whatever. I do think like it's more likely they're right than it is that. And I think it's more likely they're right, and my brain is broken because I'm a Zoomer. But like this just seems like this seems so unbelievably acceptable and okay and not divisive at all to me.
It was me.
I understand that as also an expression of pain, right? An effort to try to like build a bridge. It's very hard for me to imagine and Donald Trump doing the Henry Louis Gates, the beer summit, as it got called, where he had the cop and Gates to the White House at the same time. it's hard for me when I look back on that and the beer summit in particular to hear like that's what radicalized you all.
Yes, and the reason is because the implicit promise of Barack Obama was the worst conflict in the history of America, which is the racial history of the United States, which is truly horrifying. That in his person, he was basically going to be the capstone of the great movement toward
gassing the crazies.
Martin Luther King's dream. And when instead things seem to move in the opposite direction, which was, well, it turns out that black people in America, they're inherently victimized.
I mean, I haven't even heard. I don't know what shit Rush Limbaugh was saying exactly. I guess there were plenty of people out there. I don't know if Rush Limbaugh for sure was one of them. The most I know about Rush Limbaugh, honestly, most of my knowledge from him comes from fucking Family Guy. Okay, so I guess I guess these comments could be divisive insofar as you have people like Rush Limbaugh saying that this is proof Obama's a communist or a racist or a jihadist and stuff like that. Like,
by a system, by a white supremacist system that puts black people underfoot. And my son could have been Trayvon. And people on the right saw that as like, well, but that's not true. You are an upper class black man who is living in the White House. And unless your son was mistaken for a prowler going around at night in a neighborhood, then no, that actually wouldn't happen to your son. In fact, you have 2 black daughters, and that stuff has never happened to them. So the sort of Michael Brown and Ferguson, the idea that when the president went out and he said that people wouldn't just make this up, right? And it turns out actually that a lot of it was made up. Right?
It kind of sounds like that the interpretation of Obama, at least to you, was that if he's elected, we'll agree we've gotten past all this. Like, it's supposed to make us feel better. And then when it didn't, like, that was understood as the betrayal of a promise.
Well, I mean, again, that is how I think most Americans saw it, including black Americans. That was a widespread sentiment, not just among white Americans, among black Americans, is that something had gone radically wrong in 2013, 2014. So something happened. And this was an argument that was made by legacy media a lot, which was that the real reason people were so exercised about Obamacare wasn't because they really cared about Obamacare. Right? It was really because there were a lot of bitter clingers out there who, were clinging to their God and their guns and their xenophobia, and they didn't really like the black president. And if a white president pushed Obamacare, then probably they probably had some problems with it, but they wouldn't have gone crazy like this. I mean, these people. I
can tell you there's actually, you're saying there's evidence on this. Like, there was a lot of polling on this, on how attitudes on race correlate with attitudes about Obamacare.
I mean, that may be the case, but the point is that the perception by people who were not actually picking on Barack Obama because of his race, but were picking on him because of his politics, was that suddenly everything was being refracted through a racial lens.
And how do you understand the birther thing?
So the way that I understand the birther thing, in terms of, you mean the public resonance of the birther thing on the right?
I mean that you have a black president, and there is a wildfire-like theory that he's actually born in Kenya. Dinesh D'Souza does a whole movie about this, or documentary, whatever it was.
To be fair to Dinesh, she doesn't actually claim that Obama was born in Kenya in the documentary.
Donald Trump is a prime pusher of this,
yes.
right? That felt...
So that's a combination of two things. That's a combination of 2 things, I think. Really, if you're going to try to intellectualize it, and again, you're intellectualizing...
Well, I'm not trying to intellectualize it. What I am saying is that, like, people were not saying that Bill Clinton was not born here. They need to show his birth certificate. They need to prove his Americanness.
Well, so I will say that I think that part of it was the same instinct that led people to say that Donald Trump was a Russian agent, meaning I don't understand where this person is coming from. I don't understand what their philosophy is. I don't understand why he's thinking the way he's thinking. It must be that he's not from here. So I think that there was some of that. In the same way that the left did I don't understand who this Trump guy is. I don't understand why he's saying what he's saying. It must be that he's a paid Russian agent. So, which...
Was that ever the justification for believing Trump was a Russian agent? I don't know maybe to some extent that was the thinking of some of the average voters or like median voter or whatever, but I don't know. It seems like we had actual evidence and like reasonable suspicion to think that Trump was a Russian agent insofar as this campaign was collaborating with people in Russia that were funded, by the Russian regime, which there was. Obviously the Mueller report did find evidence of that, but
similarly spread like wildfire, was not race-based, right? And then I do think that there was an element of, he has a very eclectic background, right? When he was growing up, he grew up in Hawaii, he spent time in Pakistan, and he writes in Dreams from My Father about his feelings of kinship in Kenya, and then his first big sort of address as president of the United States, he goes to
comment section go hard in this video. Oh man, Ezra, the leaders of the Republican Party declaring war are not the same as the rando Twitter accounts posting me. Oh, this is referring to the stuff at the beginning, because I watched this as well, but I did not I'm so done talking about the Charlie Kirk stuff, so I care anymore. Shapiro's revisionist something to behold. It conveniently forgot that McConnell blocked all of Obama's efforts from the jump. Well, that's true, yeah. Forgot that the GOP response to 2012 loss was the autopsy that concluded they should be more inclusive. They also, I don't know. Also amazing his blame. Is him blaming the backlash to Obama on everything but racism. True. Unbelievable that someone with such a huge blind spot can be taken seriously. I don't know if there's any good mechanism for doing, or any good way to do this. I feel like I should just spend a day one day and just read the Wikipedia articles of the 2008 2012 election and Obama's Wikipedia article and Mitt Romney's Wikipedia article just so I have a better understanding of some of this shit. Because I just like, you know, a lot of, like I said, my knowledge of Rush Limbaugh, okay, comes from fucking Family Guy. All right, like some of the stuff is foreign to me.
Cairo for the so-called.
And as a Zoomer, rainbow consumer who's only seen stuff like this, the fact that like it strikes me as very like it strikes me as intuitively it strikes me as like insane that we consider Obama's comments about what was the guy's name, Trevon, forget his last name or whatever, and like he was doing like a very like moderate version of the like systematic racism shit. Like it's very unintuitive to me that like that was truly divisive.
Apology tour.
Assalamu alaikum.
Where he's talking about the evils of American policy in the Middle East.
The relationship between Islam and the West includes centuries of coexistence and cooperation.
And also, you're right, Giga Herbert, okay, the comments do color, okay, it is crazy that we find everything, like, and maybe if Ezra Klein asked him, I bet if Ezra Klein, like, asked him to put percentages on it, maybe, I bet Ben Shapiro would be willing to concede, okay, you know, I do think, like, some of it is racism or whatever, but, like, you know, trying to find any excuse for it not to be racism does seem kind of crazy.
But also conflict and religious wars. More recently, tension has been fed by colonialism that denied rights and opportunities to many Muslims. And a Cold War in which Muslim majority countries were too often treated as proxies without regard to their own aspirations.
And people go, well, this doesn't seem like super, you know, kind of homegrown. Now, I'm saying this as somebody who never bought into the brother crap and thought that it was horseshit from the beginning. But if you're asking me like where the sentiment comes from, I think it came much more from the ideology as opposed to the race. Now, again, is there a combo between background there? Sure, can you make the argument that there was a racial component? Yeah, absolutely. Do I think that was, you know, the sort of predominant thing that drove it? I actually don't. I think that there was a desperate hope, frankly, by a lot of Republicans that if you could find out that he didn't have a birth certificate, then you wouldn't have to run against him in 2012. And that would be real convenient, wouldn't it? If it turns out he's not an American citizen, then you don't have to worry about it. And there was even some of this by John McCain in 2008. He was born on a foreign military base. You know, that means that he's not an American citizen. There's discussion about this about Marco Rubio. And I don't mean to downplay it.
It didn't take off with him in the way.
Did he say that?
Did with Obama.
Well, Obama was also the most singular political figure of any of our lifetimes by this point.
In today's super competitive business environment, the edge goes to those who push harder, move faster, and level up at network. Then based on
Western civilization performance.
Supercharged. It features best network based on analysis by Google Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
So
wow. By the way, I need to figure out, this is totally unrelated, but I want to do an IRL stream. I think I might. There has to be some decent like cell phone plan or whatever where I don't have to sign up for a contract or whatever for a fucking year or just to have a hotspot for a month or pay a fucking bajillion dollars just to use a hotspot for a week for like 2 IRL streams. There's gotta be a way I can do that. Fuck you, T-Mobile, for real.
A lot of the book is
I think T-Mobile has like prepaid hotspots, I think, and I think I might end up getting one of those. I think Verizon has something like that too, but
sense of Western civilization from its enemies. You talk a lot about Western civilization. How do you describe it? How do you define it?
So the way that I describe it in this book, and I give a sort of more fulsome definition in an earlier book that I did called The Right Side of History, is the tension between Jerusalem and Athens. Again, not my original construct. That's a division that goes very early on to Tertullian. But the sort of idea of a biblical heritage combined with Greek reason and the tension between them. They don't easily fit together. And so what you see over the course of Western history is this tension. Sometimes it moves in the direction of sort of biblical theocracy, which you can see in European history. Sometimes it moves more in the direction of reason. But if either comes on board from the other, you end up with a pretty bad thing. Right? If you end up with like a full biblical theocracy, bad. If you end up with a fully amoral, rationality-based system, also bad, which is the history of the mid-19th to mid-20th century. And so the history of Western civilization is the symbiosis between those two factors. But the basic principles of Western civilization that I think are the most important, at the very least, that I discuss in the book, are things like equal rights before the law, private property, freedom of mind, freedom of thought, freedom of religion.
A bunch of the book is a defense of this. When I tried to think through who's the enemy in this book, right? A lot of it to me was the academic left, let's call it. And I mean, you talk about Edward Said, you talk about Fanon, and a sort of intellectual culture that understands Western civilization more in terms of its sins than its successes, that is focused on the Nazis, focused on slavery in America, Jim Crow. That this sort of goes back to what I was saying earlier, that I think a lot of the debate, Trump is very much part of this. This is one which is not post-ideological.
Yes.
It's about, are we fundamentally good or are we fundamentally bad?
Right, no, that's right. Good but flawed, or evil, but sometimes we do the right thing. I think that's right.
I mean, in your schema of Western civilization, I think I just sort of understood it from what you said. But these are big things, right? The Nazis, a lot of 19th century and 20th century wars in Europe, slavery in America, Jim Crow. Where do they fit?
Well, I mean, they fit. First of all, there's sort of two contexts. There's the global context of all of these events happening. There's the global context of fascism in the 1930s, if you're going to talk about Nazi Germany, in which you would also have to include Eastern fascism, because Japan was a fascist state that killed somewhere between 20 and 30 million people.
Lots of fascism in the 1930s.
Yes, exactly. And not unique to Western civilization. And slavery, also not unique to Western civilization.
But in that way, reason is not unique to Western civilization. I mean, there's a lot of... Once you start doing that...
I didn't say that reason is unique. I said that the tension between sort of biblical values and reason is unique to Western civilization and manifests in different historical ways. And you can argue that those are not contingent, that they could have arisen anywhere, but I think that's kind of a difficult argument. You can make the argument Magna Carta could have happened anywhere, but it didn't happen just anywhere. It happened in a particular time, at a particular place, for a particular reason or set of reasons, and then it evolved in a particular direction. So, like it or not, that's how history happened. And so acknowledging that's how history happened, and so maybe that has something to do with, you know, all the wonderful things that we see in our civilization today, I think would be a good move. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't acknowledge sins of the past by any stretch of the imagination. We absolutely should, and then we should work to fight the obliteration of attempts not to remember that sort of stuff. Is why you see, I think, a lot of, you know, not to get into sort of contemporary politics, but you see a bizarre amount of arguing past one another on some of these issues. You know, President Trump, when he's talking about how slavery ought to be taught at the Smithsonian, for example.
Well, we want the museums to treat our country fairly. We want the museums to talk about the history of our country in a fair manner, not in a woke manner or in a racist manner, which is what many of them, not all of them, but many of them are doing. Our museums have an obligation to represent what happened in our country over the years, good and bad, but what happened over the years in an accurate way.
I think that the way the left interpreted him talking about that was saying slavery shouldn't be taught at all at the Smithsonian. The way the right interpreted that was, we should talk for sure about slavery at the Smithsonian, then we should talk about how slavery...
The issue is, like, none of the shit ever coming... Like, there's no reason to ever assume any amount of, like, good faith in Trump the way that Ben Shapiro does a lot of times or whatever. Like, it's for Trump, like, it's probably, like, just an egotistical, like, motivation because the culture war stuff, I think, probably does well and it gets people riled up or whatever. And, like, I don't think... For whatever issues you have with the academic left, you know, sort of preaching that, like, Western civilization is evil, and, like, there are certainly things I would agree with, like, Ben on that, right? Like, I think there are a lot of sort of, like, academic professors or whatever who are Marxist or just progressive left-leaning or whatever who do think that America is a lot more evil than I think it is, okay? Like, you know, listen, I'm a free trader, okay? Fuck all this Marxist unequal exchange shit, okay? Free trade benefits the developing world too, all right? But like that, like this like 76 report shit, like from everything I saw, like this is not just like trying to purge that out of textbooks or whatever. A lot of this shit is like way more ahistorical than that. But you know. Also, this report wasn't even, from what I remember, actually, I think most of this report is just like copied and pasted from the author's like previous work. It's not even like an original thing, really. And also, why are we purging our history of the only good founding father, all right? Fuck all this. Declaration of Independence, natural right, bullshit, okay? There's only one good founding father, Aaron Burr, who is definitely not a founding father by any reasonable definition, but is kind of a founding father because Hamilton made him one. And he, after he shot Hamilton, went and hung out in Europe with Jeremy Bentham, okay? Famous utilitarian philosopher. And he became utilitarian pilled, okay? So, he's the only good one.
Ended. We should talk about the Civil War, and we should talk about what was the rest of the globe doing about slavery at that time. You know, a little bit of comparison would be good, because to be grateful for the things you have, you also have to look at, you know, how things are going for everybody else at the time.
You touched on this at the beginning, but what is a scavenger to you? Who are the scavengers?
So the scavengers are...
I watched a little bit of this part. So I watched the beginning, and like maybe I watched him talking about Charlie Kirk, and then I watched maybe like half of this section, and then I watched maybe like half of this section too. But so I've pre-watched a little bit of this part. He's about to complain about Bernie Sanders.
Groups, ideologies, people who are fundamentally driven by envy, and therefore externalize all the problems in their life toward a system that they blame as oppressive, and then seek to tear down that system wholesale, without even necessarily a plan for replacing it. The thing that really matters is that the system be torn down. And in the book, I talk about sort of what personality types are most common, you know, relying on the work of people like Eric Hoffer. I talk about, you know, sort of why it seems to rise from upper middle class people, particularly in the West. The sort of groups that I break it down into are what I call barbarians, meaning, you know, sort of using the traditional barbarians of the gate euphemism. The idea that there are people from outside the civilization who believe that the United States or Western civilization or Europe is predominantly responsible for all the things wrong with their civilization, and that therefore the only way to regain your innate manhood, your innate nature, is to destroy and to tear everything down. And here, obviously, you mentioned Fanon. I cite Fanon pretty richly here, but I also cite Sartre, who I think is significantly worse than Fanon. At least Fanon is justified in his opposition to colonialism in Algeria. Sartre is a true nihilist and says that essentially the West should import its own destruction as a sort of way of doing recompense for all of its sins.
Just like
then you have
what I call leaders,
people who believe that the systems of free markets, capitalism, private property, that these things are innately impoverishing and thus need to be abolished. And whatever it takes to abolish it, you should do. I mean, one of the characteristics of scavengers is the willingness to wink, nod, or participate in violence. The idea is that the systems are so oppressive that violence itself is justified. And this is truly a scary thing that's happening in American politics, is the widespread justification for actual acts of violence that have been happening. In the book, I use the case of Luigi Mangione as a sort of example, par excellence of this. And then you have what I call the lechers, people who believe that not that people ought to be able to order their lives in a wide variety of ways in terms of their sexual behavior, but believe that traditional institutions like family and church are somehow a threat to them doing this, that there's a sort of indoctrinative element to traditional family, to church, and that those need to be abolished or fought or their influence minimized in order to recenter.
Daily Wire's going bankrupt and Shapiro's writing books, really, dude? I mean, Shapiro's writing a lot of books. Is the Daily Wire actually, I've seen like rumors, are they actually like fucked or whatever? Also, are they buying Turning Point USA?
And so the center basically has to be exploded. And so that explains the sort of bizarre example that we've seen of Queers for Palestine. And so why Queers for Palestine? The answer is not because lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender identifying people are going to be treated particularly well in a future Hamas-ridden Gaza Strip. I think the idea is that the same civilization that is marginalizing you is marginalizing these people, and therefore you have to get together in a coalitional fashion in order to take down that civilization.
I mean, you've been talking about the omnicause on the left, but there are parts of your scavenger chapters where the people you're naming are on the right. Tucker Carlson, Andrew Tate, and there are streams of the right that are grievance-oriented, streams of the right that I think offer a vision, at least of masculinity specifically, that differs quite a bit.
That is destructive and tears things down, yes. I mean,
Talk me through that.
I mean, I think that the idea, again, is that this crosses party lines. I would say that the ideology of sort of resentment-driven politics, particularly in the economic sphere, tends to be more left-leaning than right-leaning. But when you're talking about the right, I do not mean this to be a pure right-left division. And when I criticize the sort of great conspiracy theory, as Karl Popper talked about, yes, there are people on the right who obviously are doing that. I mean, Tucker is name-checked in the book for this reason.
The question that all this bears on, the purpose of this interview, the purpose of all questions that I've ever raised with Epstein, go back to one central question, which is who runs the world? Yeah. Who's making the decisions and on whose behalf?
I think that Tucker engages in an extraordinary amount of conspiracy theorizing these days because he has a belief that the United States has been fundamentally corrupted in some way. And
what about Candace Owens? What about former employee Candace Owens? Okay.
That the only way to explain that fundamental corruption is...
It is funny. I don't know how much I've seen him talk about Candace Owens with regards to, because Ben Shapiro, for all of his flaws, has some amount of good faith criticism left for people on the right, like Tucker Carlson, like he's doing now. I don't know if I've seen him say similar things about Candace Owens. I've really only seen him basically decline to comment on her when people ask, like, why she was fired, essentially, or if he did fire her, if it was mutual or whatever, because I don't think we technically know, right? But
is because there are shadowy forces outside of his control.
Also, oh my god, sorry, the Candace Owens posting on her Instagram story, the Charlie Kirk shit. Oh my god, that was so. It was very funny that the memes that came out of that were very funny. Okay, I'll say that.
Who are not only manipulating you, but they are engaging in
out to bed. Night defense, not on defense. Well, thanks for stopping by, Michael. I appreciate you stopping by. Appreciate you being here. It was kind of cute, not gonna lie. Well, exactly. It was the funny thing is it was cuter than what his wife posted. But yeah, appreciate stopping by, Michael. Appreciate the super chat. See you hopefully tomorrow. My sleep schedule is a little fucked right now, so some of my viewers are gonna not be here. You won't say anything good about people who are anti-Israel. Yeah, kind of, yeah.
A sort of tacit brainwashing, right? A sort of.
Also, I tweeted this, but everyone was memeing about, how upset his wife must have been that he had a better relationship with Candace Owens. Okay, that was where the true love was. All right, people are forgetting. Nick Fuentes is upset too. Okay, Nick Fuentes thought he had Candace Owens in the bag. Okay, turns out Candace Owens was in love with Charlie Kirk the whole time.
Mental manipulation. I mean, the book is largely written against reasons politics. This idea that you see a system, you don't like the system, it must be that the system is to fault. I think that is a rather cowardly way of addressing issues.
So name some scavengers with power for me.
Well, I mean, I think that by political, I mean, I would say that Joe Biden's willingness to open the border is an element of scavengerism. The idea that
this is so I can't believe
America somehow bears some sort of bizarre blood guilt that requires us to keep ours.
I can't believe this is his example. I cannot believe Donald Trump is in office right now. Doge is like I mentioned earlier. Doge is literally the people who are tearing down the fence without understanding it at all. Okay, the destruction of USAID was based on emails from fucking Big Balls, and even in those emails, fucking Big Balls was saying, I don't know if these numbers are right. And that's going to result in the deaths of probably millions of people. But our issue is Joe Biden and the border? What the fuck are we smoking? Really? I know Ben Shapiro has goodness within him, okay? What are we doing?
Our southern border open to just allow in millions and millions of people. I think that's driven by.
You think it for Joe Biden was driven by?
I think Matt Iglesias has a few articles about this or whatever. I think maybe the best I think maybe you could kind of make the criticism that Biden was kind of in a and I think Ezra Klein partially mentions it was kind of in a coalition with people who somewhat approach what Ben is saying with regards to wanting to sort of have immigration as kind of a reparations for America's actions on the world stage or whatever. But truthfully, I just think Joe Biden's fundamentally decent. Okay, it's and fundamental decency, okay, has its strength with regards to, we're going to you don't have to give him credit, right? You're right, Melody. I shouldn't. Okay, but kill me. And that has its benefits with regards to if you're fundamentally decent, you aren't gonna do any of the shit Trump is doing with regards to being held in contempt of court and deporting people and all that bullshit. Also, might have a drawback with regards to maybe if you're just empathetic to immigrants, and Ezra Klein's gonna mention this. Like I said, I pre-watched maybe half of this chapter here. You might act a little too slowly to fix the asylum thing when it became more of a crisis. But oh my god, dog, what the fuck are we smoking, Ben? What the fuck are we doing? It's funny because Ezra Klein also asked about political power, and Joe Biden does not have political power anymore. Even if you said Bernie Sanders, it would have been a little bit better because Bernie Sanders is at least still in office. I still think he's wrong, and eventually they get to that. But
blood guilt? I think that for a lot of the left, that was, I don't know who was president during the Biden presidency. A lot of the left.
Name your person.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I don't mean it like that. I mean, I know the Biden administration pretty well. And
what do you think? I'll ask you, what do you think was the ideological drive for leaving the border open for that long?
I think that they believe that we have an asylum process, that people were fleeing genuine poverty, persecution. I think that they were in coalition and were appalled by the first Trump administration on immigration. And I think that they did not act fast enough when it became a crisis. But I don't think, having talked to many of them about it, that they understood this as a kind of reparations.
So I do think that there is a part of the left that articulates this as a kind of reparations. I think it's fair to say that that wasn't Joe Biden specifically, but I think there's a part of the left that sees it as kind of reparation. In terms of economics, Bernie Sanders definitely falls in this category. He believes that America is guilty globally. He believes that the great suffering of the earth can be laid at the feet of American style.
I don't even think, Bernie Sanders might believe this, or might have believed this when he was, in his 30s and it was doing more whatever Marxist shit or whatever, but certainly Bernie Sanders no longer really messages like this at the very least.
Capitalism, that America is somehow a terrible and horrifying sight of untold human suffering because of capitalism. He has never created a damn thing in his entire life that is worthwhile.
A pretty big political movement.
I said that is worthwhile.
I guess this is a place, when we're doing the Lions part of the book, a lot feels to me like a pretty straightforward case for a traditional and positive masculinity. Be bold, be risk-taking, take care of your family, innovate, see purpose in life. There's a lot there that, if I imagine this like a male self-help book, well, what would it fit, right? Mm-hmm. And I'd want my kids to read it, right? I would not argue with it. When you get to the scavengers, the way you write about them, the scavenger's a looter, greedy, jealous, and violent. You say the scavenger's a lecher, rebellious, perverse, and leering. The scavenger's a barbarian,
just
jealous, enraged, and violent. Scavengers do not wish for a better world, or at least a better world for everyone. They'd rather be equal in misery than unequal in prosperity. I guess let's talk about Bernie for a second. You call him a putrescent Marxist pimple on the posterior of the body politic. This is a person who, from my perspective...
You didn't try the alliteration there? Come on.
This is a person who, as I see him, has really devoted his life to trying to make the situation of people in the working class or in poverty better, right? He believes that the billionaires and the millionaires have too much. And
well, now only billionaires, right? Once he became a millionaire, that disappeared, but well, sure.
And the people should have health care. That should be a right. The kids shouldn't be.
By the way, I don't know. There's a meme. Like, that's a conservative meme. I have no clue if that's true or not.
In poverty, that we can redistribute more. I can understand why you disagree with him. You're a more free market guy than Bernie is. But the cut you're making here is very, very deep, right? Just people who are extractive and want to destroy, want us all to live in hell. And it's like, well, yeah, this longtime Democratic senator and former mayor who's pretty good at running, like, I guess defend that for me.
Okay, so, I mean, Bernie Sanders has met very few dictators who are socialist in bent that he has not offered a defense of. Bernie Sanders has never produced anything outside of a grievance-based political movement that suggests that...
Stay where I am on what Bernie wants, right? Because,
by the way, maybe he would say Trump has at least accomplished some things, but I understand for all the criticism, okay, like Vince Shapiro, okay, at least he's willing to say he's in a big tent with a bunch of clowns, all right, but holy shit, dude. What, like, Donald Trump is like the most grievance-driven person ever, okay? Like, what are we talking about, bro? And I don't think it's true of Bernie either. Like, I think Ezra Klein meant, like, he did create like a big political movement, like he...
So, I mean, Bernie Sanders has met very few dictators.
It's grievance-driven in the sense that I think all populism is kind of grievance-driven in the sense that, like, a lot of populism is driven by us versus them rhetoric or whatever. But grievance might be, I don't know if grievance is the proper word for that, even. Creating movement seems like a big deal. Yeah, obviously. The dude's 80, who cares if he's a millionaire? 80-something, yeah. And, like, he's way better at, like, I'm sure Bernie Sanders is, like, he has, you know, 2 homes or whatever. Like, I'm sure he's a relatively well-off dude. Some of that is, like, semi-self-earned wealth through, like, you know, writing books or whatever, right? Like, that's not a... You know, that's the thing a lot of politicians do, and that's just like his form of income that is not like corrupt or whatever necessarily. But like, if you want to complain about Bernie Sanders being a millionaire or whatever, like, you know, he's not the one. Like, he's not a millionaire. The fact that he's a millionaire isn't really evidence of the type of concerns that we have with other senators, because Bernie Sanders doesn't even take like corporate PAC money, right? Like, Bernie Sanders, when it comes to campaign finance, is like one of the better ones, right? Like, that's my understanding. I'm pretty sure he took a pledge to not take any corporate PAC money. And like, I'm pretty sure he's kind of one of the original ones. What's the pledge called or whatever? I'm trying to get rich quick too. So what's this point? Well, I mean, I guess he would probably say Bernie's hypocritical, and because Bernie isn't a public sector, like, it's worse, like he's corrupt or whatever, but like, I don't know if is this, I don't know, is this like all time? Because I think he took whatever Justice Democrats pledged to not take like corporate PAC money. I don't think that was like all time. You guys see an Instagram account that like ranks corporate finance, or that ranks senators based on their finance? Let me see if I can find that account real quick. I like that dude, even though I don't think money in politics is as big a deal as he thinks it is. But
who are socialist in bent that he has not offered a defense of. Bernie Sanders has never produced anything outside of a grievance-based political movement that suggests that...
Stay where I am on what Bernie wants, right? Because what you're describing in terms of he's never produced anything outside of politics, well, okay, politicians produce politics. That's their job, right? Many politicians on the right have not started large businesses.
What is this stream time? My sleep schedule's fucked up north, all right? Don't worry about it.
So
you're up too, motherfucker.
That doesn't cut enough.
He has not produced job growth. He has not produced a more productive base of citizenry. He has not produced public policy that has resulted in anything of measure. He has not been a co-sponsor on a major bill his entire career. He has sat outside the political system.
This is like, maybe, again, I'm like a major Bernie fan, so like, I might agree with like 30% of this, but it just seems so, like, this is the big example, the scavenger on the left or whatever, when we were Trump in office right now. Like, I went to sleep at 8 p.m. and woke up at 10:30 p.m. Pays. Yesterday I went to bed at like 3 p.m. basically. Well, I went to bed at like 1 p.m. and then I got up at 3 p.m. and then went back to bed, and then I woke up at like 9 p.m. tonight. I hate Ben. faced so much. Incredible. I mean, the frustrating thing about Ben, and I bet this is probably similar to your frustration, is that, like, he's good faith enough to...
Is your member of Congress?
Oh, what the fuck? Have better criticisms and to, like, be smart enough that he should be willing to condemn Trump way more than he is. And, like, yeah.
Is your senator
yeah,
a
this
piece
is...
of shit? Let's find out.
These are the reels I get, okay. This is the highest quality evidence here. What the fuck schedule are you on? This new sleep schedule's new, okay? Okay, so essentially what happened, all right, I was editing videos, like, all day yesterday, and, like, I essentially stayed up until, like, ordinarily I would go to bed at, like, 4 a.m. to 6 a.m., but I stayed up until, like, 12 p.m., like, editing videos, basically, and then, essentially, I hate YouTube so much. I was the way I edit videos, like I upload them and I have to wait for them to upload, and then I have to wait for the transcript to process. That way I can upload the transcript to ChatGPT and tell it to make a description and chapters and all that jazz. And I was like, it was miserable. I was like laying in bed, like half asleep, like checking every like 30 minutes to see if the transcript was fucking done. And it just did not finish until, I don't know when it finished, because I just ended up giving up, and I was like, okay, I'm going to go to bed, and I'll, if I can do it when I get up. So I got up at like 9 p.m. today, and it finished making that video. He's not a useful idiot. He's an intelligent grifter. Real truth nuke. I hate him because he actually has the intelligence to understand, yeah, the bold Republican Party does, but he still covers them, exactly. Yeah, if I remember correctly, Ben has been doing politics since he was a teen. Yeah. I already mentioned earlier, like, you know, he was writing when he was 17 or whatever. Like, he's been doing this forever. Like he said, he's had the same beliefs over time. It is funny. Was it him or Matt Walsh? If it was Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro certainly says similar things. Where it's like, they wrote a column that was like, I will never vote for Trump. Which, in fairness, I don't believe he voted for Trump in 2016. I don't know if he did in 2020, but he did in 2024. Because apparently Kamala Harris is such an evil Marxist. I will never, ever, ever vote for Trump. Yeah, 9 years ago. It was like phrased so harshly too. Ben calls with another Trump. Oh no! Oh, why are you like this? We called out J6, yeah. I will never vote for Donald Trump, ever. I will never vote for Donald Trump because I stand with certain principles. I stand with small government and free markets and religious freedom and personal responsibility. Donald Trump stands against all of these things. Exactly. I wonder, is Adam still here? I'm going to steal Adam's video. I really like Adam is my goat, dude. I love Adam. I really like what Adam had to say when I talked to him and when he talked about it on his own YouTube channel.
If you click this video, I'm guessing you already know what Jubilee surrounding description below.
And I like my own question that I asked, okay? Welcome. Because I love tooting my own horn.
First, we have Ben Shapiro, and my goal here was stay focused, because his #1 weapon is that he going to try to change the topic. Not entirely. He's going to tangentially stay related to what you're talking about, but he's going to pivot to whataboutisms, what about all these Democrats that did X, Y, and Z, and then he's going to bring up examples that obfuscate the main point and try to derail what you're trying to get across to him. I know this because I'd already spoken to him when he came and gave a speech on my college campus. I think you said that Trump he would destroy the social fabric or something along those lines in 2016. You said in 2020 the damage had already been done, so you were okay supporting him, and then after that he's obviously done a lot more damage to the social fabric. So where are you saying on that?
What the right will do very often is they'll say, I don't understand why let's make a big deal out of election now. You guys were calling Stacey Abrams the governor of Georgia for years on end. Right? We did 4 years that Donald Trump was elected in 2016 because of Russian collusion that never materialized. Right? Like, so this game can be played on all sides.
So staying focused and staying on point and dragging him back to the main topic repeatedly was my mindset here, and it ended up being the right mindset to have. Although in hindsight, the thing that I left out is be more aggressive. Don't be so charitable and don't be so nice. There are a few things I took away from my conversation with him. Watching it back, it's so clear to me that he was debating me in bad faith, and I think this was specifically the case with the topic we were discussing.
I want to lay out a case for you and why I think that Schedule F, which is what Trump implemented towards the end of his first term, could be used to, what you were saying, erode our institutions in this country.
It's also just so Schedule F is not even the worst. It's not even the worst anymore.
These conservative commentators are really ever allowed to say about Trump is like, yeah, that wasn't really the best thing he did. He was kind of rude there. I would have done it differently. But they're never allowed to say that Trump crossed a red line. They're never allowed to say that he's actually dangerous in some way. It's important to know. Ben Shapiro went to law school, but if you watch our conversation, you would not be mistaken to think that he has no understanding of even the most basic civics.
And then when the Supreme Court actually said you're not allowed to do that, he said, I found a way to go around that and try to do that again. You know, there's a clever, I would say that, let's put it this way. I think that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are much cleverer about the ways they expand executive power than Donald Trump.
Yeah, no. And also the guardrails held meme as well.
It was a blunderbuss when it comes to his attempts to expand
when you
executive
talk
power.
about the student loan thing, again, this is an example of Biden trying to do something, the court saying you can't do it, him saying, okay, I won't do it that way, I'll do it a different way. And if that way was found to be unconstitutional, the Supreme Court would strike that down as well.
And it's frustrating to watch back because in the moment, I'm explaining to a Harvard graduate what judicial review is and that, hey, if Biden does something and the court says no, he can use different legal avenues to effectuate the same outcome. That's not defying a court order. You should know this. And he did know that. He knew everything I was saying and he still pretended not to, which is why out of all the people on this list, I think Ben Shapiro is the most bad faith actor because although he was very, very nice to us off camera, probably the nicest person out of all these political commentators, he seems like a good dad, seems like a good husband. He has no integrity. He might criticize Trump a little bit here and there, but he will never call Trump an authoritarian. He told me that, well, okay, JD Vance might have said that he wants Trump to defy the courts. But don't you know that Democrats want to change the number of Supreme Court justices by going through the Congress, which is actually all 3 branches of government working together to do something, which is like not at all what I'm talking about.
And then he's trying to actually, get rid of the filibuster and then add justices to the Supreme Court in response.
And I shouldn't have to spell this out in this video. I should not have had to spell it out to his face because Ben Shapiro.
Like, yeah. And I asked him, I like talking to him. He's my goat, like I said. And
yeah. For arguments there, but that's been my general experience with meeting these people in real life.
Yeah. I think you also did really well. I think you also did like really well against Ben Shapiro, especially in hindsight. Like, you talking to Ben Shapiro about him being Trump being like a threat to American institutions and being a threat to the civil service and our independent agencies. Just a scale of 1 to 10. How vindicated are you feeling right now with what we've seen from?
Unfortunately, like 11. But I wish I wasn't vindicated. Like I always used to say during the 2024 campaign, like when Mac.
It's like it's so bad. It's so evil. What is wrong with my party? Listen, North, I like the...
Is your senator...
I like the North tweets that are just like, we need regular Republicans back, okay? Okay.
Piece of shit.
Hey, listen, there's a world out there, okay? Extremely unlikely we'll get to this world, all right? Extremely, extremely unlikely. Jubilee Liberal is one hell of a brand. I just... you have to add Jubilee for the clickbait, all right? If you go to all the fucking videos of my channel, because I've been talking to so many Jubilee people recently, it's all like Jubilee socialist, Jubilee this, Jubilee that. There's like Jubilee in every fucking other thumbnail, like MAGA. This guy is actually from Jubilee too, but I didn't put Jubilee in this thumbnail. But Jubilee, like there's a coalition being built now on. Okay, yeah. So there's a world out there, okay? We're not going to get there, okay? I bet $100 we're never going to get here. There's a world out there where the Democratic Party becomes only Bernie Sanders, okay? And there's no more regular... I consider Bernie Sanders pretty regular in comparison to the MAGA people or whatever, but no more fucking Joe Biden's left out there, all right? And the Republican Party somehow is only you and Connor, the counterpoints guy, okay? And then maybe
find out.
And then maybe in that world we get non-fun voting Republicans.
Is your senator a piece of
shit? Drink real quick. I'm gonna play this though because it's relevant and yeah.
Let's find out. Welcome to Senator Sunday. Today we're going to be grading the financial integrity of Bernie Sanders from Vermont. All right, so he's been in office since 2007. Since 2019, he's raised $36 million, with only 0.25% of those funds coming from PACs, 64% of those funds coming from small individual donations, and 29% of those funds coming from large individual donations. The other 7% comes mostly from a transfer of funds from his 2020 presidential campaign committee. He does not hold or trade any individual stocks, Instead, his estimated net worth of just under $1 million is held in bank accounts and mutual funds. He hasn't accepted any corporate PAC money in his time in office, with the totality of the $94,000 of PAC money he has accepted since 2019 coming from the PACs of labor unions. All right, so moving on to grading, with well over 90% of his funds coming from individual donors, no individual stocks being held, and no corporate funds being accepted, Bernie Sanders absolutely shatters the grading scale and gets an A+.
Well, okay, I'm back. A coalition of 5 people, this is true. Ages 70 plus, unfortunately.
And bitched about it for.
I mean, I've watched him add huge amounts of things to various bills. I mean, I covered the Affordable Care Act very closely.
Are we now going to pretend that Bernie Sanders is a wildly powerful legislator? Because
he was always for someone on the left.
He's not.
He was always somebody.
His entire
he was
career.
always somebody who was very good at working to get his amendments into bills. I don't want to try to convince you to like Bernie Sanders. What I'm trying to do is match up like the guy who got a bunch of funding for community health centers. Hold on a second. To this division you are creating in the people who just want to suck dry. Like you don't see anything of value.
Trump running against Pat Buchanan in 2000 is hilarious to watch now because he was calling Pat a Nazi. Pat ran on building a wall in Southern voter culture war against Democrats, etc. I know, it's great. I love the world we live in.
In the way he understands, people I think you would see sympathetically as suffering, as deserving a higher minimum wage, as deserving health care.
Who is the Gen Z lawyer dude?
When they can't afford it. To you, he is just an enemy of Western civilization.
Yes. And the reason I say that is because, again, I think that the easy part of all politics and all of human life is to find the places where you think that life has been unfair to people, because life is sometimes unfair to people. The question is how you direct that. Has he directed that toward actually building better systems? Or has he spent his entire career yelling at people who have become wealthy? Has he maligned them as morally inferior for having developed wealth? Has he
The issue, I mean, I think, and there's semi-reasonable criticism of Bernie here for this maybe, but like the issue is like it's way better messaging to just complain about this shit and do the populist rhetoric, the us versus them rhetoric, the complaining about people with wealth or whatever, than it is to like actually present like solutions to things, to like actually lay out like a fucking plan for healthcare reform. Okay, people don't like that shit. Okay, and that's why Donald Trump doesn't do this shit. Okay, that's why Donald Trump messages on the us versus them shit. Okay, that's why Donald Trump complains about immigrants. That's why Donald Trump complains about other countries ripping us off in trade. Okay, like that's obviously. Bad policy equilibrium timeline.
He decided that there is a class of people who are the great exploiters in his moral narrative and who must be torn to the ground. Billionaires shouldn't.
Didn't see Laura dude did the WIC panel with Destiny about the Charlie Kirk shooter? Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Exist.
I heard Trump 3 times out of 3. Yeah,
question: When you cross that $999,999 mark, is that when you become evil? Like when exactly is that barrier?
I think you cannot become evil. You could just have a high marginal tax rate.
Well, but that's not the case he makes. That's not the case he makes. He makes the case that you are a moral inferior if you're a billionaire.
Let me read you something J.D. Vance said to my colleague.
I think Bernie Sanders messages like that, and I don't actually that's just because he's right. I mean, it's a messaging thing. That's just unfortunately what messages well. And like I said, Donald Trump does the same thing with immigrants. He does the same thing with trade. He does the same thing with it. Those I'm an economics guy. Those are 2 things that come to mind. But there's obviously other things that Trump does it on too. But
colleague rushed out that in 2024.
Trans people to some extent.
He said, the people on the left, I would say, whose politics I'm open to, I'm here as J.D. Vance. It's the Bernie
running more. He isn't
relevant. Generally center-left liberals who are doing very well.
I do think he actually is. Certainly, I think, the Stop Oligarchy tour, right? Like, he's not going to be relevant for much longer. But I do actually think he's not entirely irrelevant right now. I wouldn't fault Ben Shapiro, just for using him as an example of a scavenger, on the left or whatever, that has some amount of political power.
Center-right conservatives who are doing very well. I think that's actually you and me.
Although implicitly, I mean, to be fair, Ben Shapiro said he hasn't built anything worthwhile. Although implicitly, obviously, if you acknowledge that, you should also be acknowledging that Bernie Sanders has kind of built up that movement. But
have an incredible blind spot about how much their success is built on a system that is not serving people who they should be serving. Is J.D. Vance, at least this part of J.D. Vance, a scavenger?
That ideology is a scavenger ideology. Yes, that is a grievance-based.
One of the things I learned with the Gen Z lawyer debate was to make these people draw a line of what would cause them not to vote for Trump first. Yeah,
politics that is not rooted in
issue or the issue like we're like. I feel like if you ask these people to draw a line before Trump's first term or whatever, they would have absolutely said things that he has already crossed. Like when he's already done insane shit, like they kind of just get the advantage of being able to draw the line at some like actual like they'll say, oh, the line is like literally not having another election, right? And it's like, okay, well that's obviously a little crazy. Like we're probably not gonna get there, buddy. Even liberals would say that much, but you know, should be a line way before that.
In reality, and it is directly at odds with the lion version of J.D. Vance, who wrote Hillbilly Elegy.
Oh, he's not been that guy for a long time.
I'm aware of that.
So J.D. Vance is a scavenger to you?
Well, I think
that's valuable for me to understand. Like
I think
J.D. Vance is obviously post 2022 maybe. I don't know when J.D. Vance went full on the Trump train. J.D. Vance is, you know, he's a full on scavenger.
Well, again, I think that his economic philosophy, as articulated there, and again, he's given a lot of different messages to a lot of different people about economics, right? Sometimes he's a Peter Thiel innovator, and sometimes and a crypto bro innovator, and sometimes J.D. Vance is we need to ensure that Elizabeth Warren's economic plans are implemented, but from the right. And so, you know, again, I'm not going to be inconsistent about
he's
this.
like totally, like, J.D. Vance's economics now are like totally scavenger-esque. They're totally zero-sum. They're totally like anti-immigration, anti-trade, like corporation and shit too. Like we just watched earlier, the same people who were complaining about or the same people like in West Virginia who voted for Trump because of illegal immigration or whatever are people who agree with Bernie Sanders about like all the corporate greed shit. Like,
if I'm condemning Bernie Sanders' economics, if it comes out of the mouth of J.D. Vance, then it's the same economics.
And like, oh my God, kill me. Like all of like the issue, like this shit just. I'm too much of a wonk, okay? This is not salient to people, okay? But like the fact that like we have our vice president like citing like Twitter memes about job growth for native-born Americans when like what's frustrating too is like there are very wonky reasons why this graph is stupid, okay? And you know, like I can explain like, oh, you know, basically this is using data from the current population survey, which does like a population adjustment at the beginning of January every year, and also because of the population controls are based on Census Bureau projections, the expected rise in population based on like projections, but the population controls for like foreign versus data board shares, they're based on like more high frequency survey data that we get every month or whatever. Like it's very prone to mistakes or whatever. It's just not good data to use for the success of native-born versus foreign-born workers. If you want this guy named Jed Kilo or not Kilo, Koklo or whatever, that can explain all this shit or whatever. And like, it's so frustrating to me that we have the vice president like tweeting out all these Twitter memes. He does it a lot with immigration, and he could just ask someone to explain this to him. Like, I don't fault the average voter for not understanding that. Brookings has a good article about this too, but the Jed Kolko guy, I think that's how you pronounce it. It's like he has a lot of posts about this. J.D. Vance could just ask them. J.D. Vance could just ask the BLS this stuff, right? But instead, they fire the head of the BLS for reporting the job numbers. Like, the censor, dude. I don't know why YouTube's censoring shit because I literally have it turned off. But that's why he's VV, because he would do that. He would do what Mike Pence wanted exactly.
So can an economic system?
By the way, I think I might make a like video essay about this. We'll see. I think it'd be cool.
Be unfair structurally?
Well, I mean, it depends, of course, but I don't know why that would be the case with a private property system in which people own the fruits of their labors.
There's all kinds of ways a private system can be unfair.
Well, I mean, sure.
And also markets are shaped. I mean, come on, we're not in crude econ 101 here. We create patent systems that create government enforcement monopolies. I mean, we have a structure.
Of course, but there's a difference between more and less fair, and it seems to me the least fair system is a centralized.
Also, Ben Shapiro, I don't know how far Ben Shapiro goes in this, but you know, for as much as I support markets or whatever, Like these people definition, like a lot of times libertarians like definition of fair is like literally just what is in accordance with my perception of property rights, right? Like it's like there essentially is no way for a system of property rights to create unfairness, basically because like property rights is what is fair, right? Like my entire foundation is like self-ownership and ownership of what you produce, right? And then the ability to obviously trade what you produce and own other things. Like you can't have any unfairness in a system if like your bottom like base morality is literally just the NAP and or dessert theory of property shit, like
governmental system in which you pick winners.
But I don't know how far Ben Shapiro goes on that.
And losers, and or nationalize the labor of others in order to achieve your specific goals.
Sure, you can.
Wait, sorry, what was the producer probably told Ezra to hold back?
Of course, but
he might have.
There's a difference between more and less.
No way, he's not triggered a yeah.
Fair.
He did
least
go.
fair system is a centralized.
He did. Ezra Klein did like fucking jump in that point.
Okay? Governmental system in which you pick winners and losers, and or nationalize the labor of others in order to achieve your specific goals.
It's funny that they have like the one-way mirror in the back. Like I'm assuming where the producers are.
Sure, you can be more or less unfair. But so your view is sort of basically any politician, left or right, who says to people,
Are
listen.
you going to participate in a WIC panel posted on the Roundtable server? No, I think I'm done. I don't. It's not the. These aren't the issues I like talking about in the first place, and I've already talked about them more than enough. I feel like on Prime's panel and on just in my own time, talking to my buddies in less formal ways in VC and reacting to stuff as well. So I don't think so.
You're suffering. You don't make enough. You're working 2 or 3 jobs to get by or not finding jobs. And the reason is that you got screwed. We shipped your job to China. The trade deals were unfair, or the billionaires took too much, and now you've got just-in-time scheduling in a community that doesn't have a paper mill anymore. That whenever you sort of activate that sense that it's not your fault, it's their fault. That's scavenger mentality to you.
I think, generally speaking, that is true, unless you can provide very, very good evidence that there is a cause and effect relationship between the thing that you are blaming and the thing that is happening to the person.
Like this, it's exactly my that was obviously my conception of what Ben Shapiro means by the scavenger stuff, and to my point, as I've said, like Donald Trump, especially with trade, especially with the job being shipped to China stuff, like that is exactly what Trump does all the time, which I guess Ben Shapiro has some criticism for at the very least. Okay, so there's that, but dear Lord.
I think most of the time it's misdirection. So I think that when people suggest, for example,
you think I could get on Jubilee's and never Trump or LMAO? I'm signed up to the casting thing. I don't know. It might be difficult. I know they don't. I've talked to a lot of Jubilee people, so I know a little bit about it. They don't pay for like travel or anything, and if you live somewhere far away, it might be annoying to get there. But certainly, I think if they had a thing that maybe I know they are casting for Gen Z conservatives right now, but I kind of think I am kind of guessing it's meant to be like a sort of like this is going to be like Dean or Parker or someone, like he's going to be a Gen Z like TikTok debater versus a bunch of hopefully MAGA people, I think is what they're probably going for with that. But hey, listen, man, shoot your shot. All right. Okay. But yeah, I'm signing up to the casting thing. So I get in, like, you can sign up for the casting email letter and get alerted whenever they do stuff.
For example, that manufacturing is going to come back to the Midwest if you just tariff China hard enough, and that's not going to victimize consumers on the other end who are going to be paying more, then yes, that is a grievance-based politics. That is an envy-based politics. And listen, envy can go really far in politics. Envy is a great way of doing politics. It really is. The hardest thing in politics is to say the thing that no one will say, which is, my job is to basically get the obstacles out of your way so that you can succeed or fail in your own merits. And if you fail, that ain't always everybody else's problem.
How do you understand the pitch Donald Trump, over the course of his career, his political career, I should say, made to his voters, right? Because I would say a real way that he differed from Mitt Romney was that he came and said, you got screwed.
Yes.
And so
I think he's wrong, but yes.
And so Trump is he...
I'm also considering to apply on Fuck America tour as a volunteer. I was considering applying, probably not for a volunteer, but probably just as a curator, but I don't know. I don't think I want to be tied to any orgs or anything, even though I think Fuck America is a pretty like chill chill place. Like, I don't think they have many requirements for what you do at all, even with regards to like how many events you go to or how many times you post or anything. But you know,
pulled the right
62 watching. Oh, I'm kind of guessing someone did like Food Shops raid or someone. Do it, bro. I might. Kind of guessing either Food Shops or Tomfoolery raid. Yeah. Well, thanks Food Shops for the raid. Hell fucking yeah. What's up, Food Shops viewers? Oh boy. What's up, everyone? Like the fucking stream. Glad you're all here. Shout out Food Shops. I appreciate the raid. Hell yeah. That's one benefit of the broken sleep schedule. Is that instead of raiding Food Shops, I get Food Shops raids. Okay, so let's go.
Into a scavenger mentality?
I think with regard to sort of a populist economics, yes, sure.
You seem pretty positive on him a lot to feel that way.
Well, I mean,
like you voted for him in 2020 and 2024.
Yes,
you campaigned for him in 2024.
Right, so
I thought he didn't even vote for him in 2020.
I'm happy to claim my evolution. I didn't vote for either candidate in 2016. I voted for him in 2020.
Yes.
I campaigned for him in 2024. Yes,
but
that doesn't mean I agree with him on everything.
It's so. I am not. I actually want to be super clear. I understand your evolution is interesting.
I can't believe the. I can't believe the fucking Joe Biden on the border. Okay, is more of a scavenger mentality than Donald Trump on trade. What are we talking like? Kill me.
And I don't want to do a interview with you. I'm actually tracking it because I think it is important to understand you to understand the right. The reason I'm actually surprised to hear you say some of this isn't that I couldn't map it onto the theory of the book, but that the way you write about scavengers in the book, it's so vicious, it's so subhuman, that to realize that actually politicians you somewhat like fit in that for you is genuinely surprising.
So again, I think that to suggest that adopting certain aspects of a scavenger mentality, that doesn't necessarily.
How is this adopting? It's not like Donald Trump is like fucking what's it, a lion, whatever bullshit in every other sense, and like just on like this one issue or whatever, he's a scavenger. Okay, he's driven by grievance. Donald Trump is the, like, I hesitate to say the most, but like probably the most grievance-driven politician in the last 50 years, maybe, I don't know, anything else. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Well, thanks for stopping by, North. I appreciate it. Oh my God. Obviously they just talked about trade a little bit. Like, Donald Trump is the most grievance-driven with regard to trade. Donald Trump fucking hates trade deficits, okay? Even though he doesn't understand them, okay, right, at all. Donald Trump, like, it gets upset when countries don't recommend him for the Nobel Peace Prize. Like, Donald Trump... What are we doing? Donald Trump sues the New York Times and ABC and was it CBS? Did he sue it as well for like reporting on him poorly? Like, what do we do? Like, oh my God, what the fuck are we talking about? Why doesn't Trump have the same vice president that he has now, or that he had in 2020? I think that was partly due to his grievances. I think it was partly due to the grievance. The fact that he wants he wants a bunch of fucking loyalists in his cabinet and threatens an individual reporter on White House line. Yeah, and kicked out. Bro, he revoked AP's, the Associated Press's, like, their White House backstage bullshit, whatever thing or whatever, for not calling it the Gulf of America. And he signed an executive order to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Like that on its own. It's like oh my God, dog.
Turn you totally. This is why I started with the point that every day you wake up and decide whether you wish to be a scavenger or a lion. So there are people who have aspects of scavengerdom, there are people who have aspects of liondom. I mean, I think that President Trump's
also it's obviously like, oh my, if what he said about Joe Biden too was that the open border, quote unquote, or whatever, was an element of like scavengery or what. Obviously, I don't know. Does he think the rest of Joe Biden was not liondom? Even if I would concede that one thing was the scavenger mindset, okay? Like, oh my God. You should rename the Gulf of Charlie Kirk. That's true. Thanks, Caleb, for the sub. I appreciate it. If you're new here, folks, and you like me crashing out so far, greatly appreciate the sub, okay? Stream almost every day, and I have basically had daily uploads on the YouTube channel for the past couple of days. Got a bunch of cool YouTube videos scheduled, all right? So make sure to subscribe if you like dense economic analysis, okay? And me crashing out some of this shit too, okay? So I appreciate everyone being here.
Economic agenda has aspects that are more lion-like. I think it has aspects that are more scavenger-like.
But when I read this book, I read...
Wait, sorry.
And decide whether you wish to be a scavenger or a lion. So there are people who have aspects of scavengerdom, there are people who have aspects of liondom. I mean, I think that President Trump's economic agenda has aspects that are more lion-like. I think it has aspects that are more scavenger-like.
But when I read...
What aspect of Trump's economic agenda is liondom-like? everything, bro. He fired the head of the commissioner of the BLS because of the jobs revision. He is actively pressuring the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates. He fired Lisa Cook to try to, like, he's actively to try to get a majority in his terms of his people on the FOMC. Maybe the big beautiful bill and like the tax plan is like a little bit not entirely grievance driven. But holy shit. Biggest FU would be to rename all MLK roads in DC to Charlie Kirk Avenue. This cycle, a complete brain rot and martyrdom comes full circle. Dude, that is absolutely something he would do too. Oh man.
This book, I read something that, yeah, it maps.
I just can't wait until all the FBI documents on Charlie Kirk are declassified and we get the info that he was actually cheating on his wife with Candace Owens, okay?
Very, very uneasily onto Trump. You do have a whole section about Trump as a lion and him taking the, I forget if it's the oath of office or which speech exactly it was, but when he won, it's like the lions are reawakening.
Well, but I do say in that section is I don't know whether that moment is going to be justified by subsequent action. I do say that. I wrote that like the day of the inauguration, and it felt like there was kind of a sense in America that we'd moved beyond some of the grievance politics that were so characterized inside the DEI basis of the Biden administration or the wealth is bad side of the Democratic Party. But I do say in that section, I don't know whether that's going to be justified by further policy. I feel like there's an upside.
Listen, okay, just like every conservative was saying, okay, Donald Trump is the actual wealth is bad president. Okay, he's the actual populist we needed. Okay, because he removed so much wealth from the top 1% when he announced 60% tariffs on every fucking country. Like, oh my god.
Surge in the American feeling in favor of things like personal responsibility and non-grievance-based politics, but whether politicians are going to channel that in a positive direction or whether they're going to re-channel away from that is a whole different question.
Let me, I want to do one more beat on the scavengers here, then we'll move on to sort of Trump and the president. Let me read a piece of the book for you. Aside from their base envy, how can we describe the scavengers? As we've discussed, lions are creative, determined, and audacious. They are steadfast, prudent, merciful, and strong.
Do you think there will be watch parties around the world when they announce the assassin is executed? I mean, presumably. Welcome to the show, or welcome to the stream, the American Joe Show. Swamp drained.
Scavengers are something else entirely. In his book, The True Believer, Eric Hoffer explains that those who tear down the societies in which they live are typically what he terms inferiors. The failures, misfits, outcasts, criminals, and all those who have lost their footing or never had one in the ranks of respectable humanity. They see their lives and the present as spoiled beyond remedy, and they're ready to waste and wreck both. Hence their recklessness and their will to chaos
lazy
and anarchy.
As fuck. What the hell?
It's pretty sweeping, right?
Well, if you wanted to ask me who's sort of like the apotheosis.
Yes, who's the apotheosis?
The campus protesters over the course of the last couple of years.
Although they're not inferior. I thought about this.
Yeah, he is going to talk about college.
A little note on that section. Like,
no, they are.
Because they are the kids at Ivy League colleges. They're doing just fine. They're not social inferiors by any measure.
No, I do talk.
No, but they hate Western civilization because they Gaza encampments.
In that exact section about the scavengers, about why scavengers tend to be drawn from the ranks of sort of the upper middle class and the overly educated who then produce less than they should. The sort of prototypical scavenger, and again, one of the points I make in the book, I'll say it over and over again, is that people are a mix of these things. And that you can sometimes be a scavenger, sometimes be a lion. There are ideologies that are a mix of both. When I'm talking about like the pure thoroughgoing scavengers, here you would be talking about Hamas, people who stand for Hamas, people who are out there protesting on behalf of the idea that the real problem in America is police, to the extent that they actually want to defund the police. Those are the people who want to tear down entire institutions.
A lot of people visiting videos, excited that he says it is executed. Should be fun to see people be very healing for a lot of people. I can't imagine it actually be healing.
Now, politics is a game.
Maybe for some people. But
where you can channel that, you can use it as jet fuel for your political movement. And the problem is that when you do feed that sort of envious mentality, what you end up doing is throwing more jet fuel on a raging fire that already exists in the human heart. And eventually that's going to take over your entire politics. And that's what I'm concerned about. And the reason that I'm sort of objecting to mapping that onto sort of prototypical politics is because I don't use Democrat and Republican as the model of this. I'm not saying that Democrat politician is the scavenger.
I want to say this clearly. You do not do that in the book. At the same time, there's very little, I would say, effort to cross the empathic chasm sometimes to the people you are describing as scavengers, how they would see the world that way, how, in fact, in seeing the world that way, there would be a boldness, there would be an effort to change things for the better, to protect their family, to protect their community, right? How protesters, even the ones you don't like, often understand themselves as standing up for someone who actually needs someone to stand up for them. AOC and Bernie Sanders really thinking, like getting up in the mornings, or on Mamdani.
Who's their POV? You got destroyed by PPG yet again. I have not talked to PPG in a little bit. I know that apparently there's some shit going on my server, by the way. There's like 5 people in the hangout section, and PPG was there for a little bit, but you know, I'm not involved in whatever drama is going on my own fucking server. Okay, I'm in my stream room VC. Okay, they're in the hangout VC. As far as I'm concerned, it's not even my server. All right, that's just people who don't even know me talking about whatever weird drama.
How I see them getting up in the morning and really
Exclamation point Discord in the chat for anyone who does want to get involved. All right, okay. Notice some new people here. You know, cool server I got going on. Okay. You know, fun time.
Feeling like there are people out here working their asses off, not able to make ends meet, and like they need people in power to stand up for them. And some of the, like, I actually thought the weirdest part of the book to me, the part that was the most striking when I got to it, was when you quote Nietzsche on Judaism, right? And you say this is an incorrect interpretation of Judaism, but you quote Nietzsche writing, it was the Jews who, with
pretty obvious who the scabs and lions are, not using left or right, doesn't change that the bad side generally applies to the other side. Yeah, I know, but you know, if we want to live with each other, just reduce the size of federal government, we can have nice red states and blue states, and the red states can get all the productive people. Listen, unfortunately, Tyrus, okay, for all the inefficient taxes, I'm fine to even concede that the left wing likes, all right? All the superstar cities, all right? They're in the blue states, all right, baby? Okay, they're still there, all right?
With awe-inspiring consistency.
Maybe if we elect one too many Zorhans, that'll change, but for the time being, all the human capital, the elite human capital, in the blue states.
Dared to invert the aristocratic value equation, good equals noble, equals powerful, equals beautiful, equals happy, equals beloved of God, and to hang on to the inversion with their teeth, saying the wretched alone are the good, the poor, impotent, lonely alone are the good, the suffering, deprived, sick, ugly alone are pious, alone are blessed by God. And now you disagree with Nietzsche that that's the right interpretation of Judaism and then ultimately of Christianity.
And I also think that it's an immoral view of the world.
Right. This is what I want to get at. That
I do not think that poverty somehow creates value in humans more than riches create value in humans. What you do in the world is what makes you a good or a bad person.
I agree with that, actually, right? I both understand that and agree with that.
And that's why I say that Nietzsche's wrong, by the way, because the Bible explicitly says you're not supposed to favor the rich or the poor, right?
There's quite a lot in the Bible also about understanding the difficulty of poverty, what you should give unto the poor, that is very easy for the rich and the powerful to
can, the Bible's brought enough shit in there to quote snipe it either way, but like to say my understanding, okay, is that it's way too narrow to say like the Bible says we should not care about rich and
somehow
poor.
Creates value in humans more.
Agree with that. About understanding,
because the Bible explicitly says you're not supposed to favor the rich or the poor, right?
There's quite a lot in the Bible also about understanding.
I'm sure, like, if you just look up Bible charity verses, I'm sure you can find a million different verses that justify giving charity to poor people. Like,
the difficulty.
I mean, every fucking socialist is like, don't you know Jesus was a socialist? Okay, look at the fucking, you know, there are plenty of, like, Christian socialists out there. Like, not that I think their interpretation is like 100% correct or whatever. I'm not a Christian. I have not read the full Bible or anything, but way too narrow what Ben Shapiro's saying.
Of poverty, what you should give unto the poor, that is very easy.
Wait, is an Orthodox Jew? What is the Bible to him? Well, I mean, presumably he would care about the Old Testament. And I think Ben Shapiro is going to do like the whole, obviously, like Western civilization is based on sort of Christian Judeo principles in general. So, you know, I thought Charlie Kirk was ordinary conservative, but leftist Twitterers may be aware that he had many based opinions, like repealing Title 7 of the Civil Rights Act. And the progressive taxes are committing the sin of envy. Is that actually something Charlie Kirk said? Oh my God. I know he doesn't like the Civil Rights Act in general. That New Testament shit isn't canon for his beliefs, LMAO. Well, yeah, exactly. But, I mean, he would still, like I said, care about the Old Testament, and he would still care just generally because he thinks Western civilization is based on sort of Christian Judeo values. So, and that's the thing that he's interested in defending, and that's the thing that he thinks is good, and that's the thing he thinks the scavengers stand against.
Easy for the rich and the powerful to tumble into immorality.
So,
tax equals theft. Oh no. What's up, Rosh? Welcome. At this very late time.
All right, we're going to keep going. Yes.
Hi, Mr. Kirk. Thank you for coming to UW. I'm the vice president of the College Democrat.
Candace and Tucker Carlson basically came out and accused Israel of killing Charlie. Does not surprise me in the slightest, but I have not seen that.
Democrats of Washington, but I love having debates with and learning from folks with whom I disagree. My question is about the corporate tax rate, and specifically the top marginal corporate tax rate.
Chad has arrived with a mega cringe. You're talking about Tyrus?
Why do you believe that increasing the top marginal corporate tax rate would stifle innovation?
Corporate taxes. Oh no, dude. Charlie Kirk's not even gonna have a good response. Oh, I hate the world I live in. Oh my God. Oh, on progressive tax. This is what you. Okay.
Because
you don't seem to be for raising taxes on billionaires.
Of course. Why? The black guy debates Charlie Kirk and taxes. What is crazy is those two have the potential to tip the scale in Israel.
It's not. Why would I?
So if you want to legislate
morale, they're like it's the anti-establishment bullshit that both sides have. Like
abortion. I want to curb the sin of greed.
But so you want to curb the sin of greed by taking other people's stuff? That's pretty greedy of you.
No, it is not. It is not.
Just to be clear,
the data shows that in the past 40 years, the wealth in this country, the wealth inequality has increased, which is the top 1% that grab the wealth of the glory bottom.
There are reasons.
Charlie Kirk doesn't even. He's not even Austin Splinter pilled. Charlie Kirk doesn't even mention that once you include Social Security and wealth inequality hasn't even gone up.
Why that's happened, but just so we are clear,
why is that happening?
I'm happy to explain that. Just so we are clear, saying we're going to just raise tax on the billionaires, that statement, you just violated 2 out of the 10 commandments.
Top marginal corporate tax rate, but brought a flat tax. I thought don't we have progressive corporate income tax in the U.S.? Am I mistaken in that?
That's not true.
Thou shalt not steal, and thou shalt not covet.
We do have like a minimum that Biden passed. They have big following in the conservative youth. If they convince them to turn to Israel, it'll be over for Israel in 20 years. I mean, I don't think it'll be over for Israel. But I get your point.
People's money.
How is that stealing?
Because it's their money.
We live in a society that is run by taxes. How is that stealing?
Well, taxations are a form of theft, definitionally, because it's not the government's money. It is private property that you earn when the government extracts it by force.
You earned. Yes, I have a very good understanding of economic rent and of the joint production problem. Oh my God.
You call the police. When you have a fire, you call the fireman. When you want to drive, you drive on roads. When you want to mail, you use the U.S. Post Office. These are all taxes. We all contribute as a society. Of course. This is elementary stuff. It's not theft. How do you run a society without taxes?
What happens if you don't pay your taxes?
I mean, you get the law handed to you, but...
Oh, okay, so therefore, so you pay taxes at gunpoint.
If you break the law, you should pay the fine.
No, exactly. That's the point. Is that taxes are not voluntary. Nor do I think they should be voluntary. You just have to be honest and say, yes, at some form, the government has to forcibly take some of your money away. I agree with that.
Wow.
And harm our economy.
Well,
hold on, just real quick. I'm pretty sure isn't corporate income tax ladder U.S. I thought we did have a progressive system, but I could be wrong. Oh, it's flat since 2018. The nominal corporate income tax rate is a flat 21%, following the TCJA. Taxable income may differ, blah, blah, blah. It's not corporate, not taxable. I thought we had a minimum because of Biden, but I thought still had a ladder on it. Okay. Wow, incredible. BBB like, I will extend the war so I don't have to go on T. Real. I'm assuming he meant trial? Is that what the last word was gonna be?
I mean, by definition, first of all, the government is already way too big and we shouldn't raise taxes as it is. I mean, we have a $6 trillion federal budget right now. But it depends on what you mean by a corporation. Do you mean Apple or
I thought he was going to complain about the deficit. Okay, he just said budget. Okay, I thought he was okay.
You mean your local laundromat?
Oh, well, the top marginal corporate tax rate, so let's just say for large cap companies over $10 billion.
Fair enough, yeah. Because the way that the tax code is written is that you could form an S corp or a C corp or an LLC and they get treated very similarly. But I mean, what is your question? Why do I think it will stifle innovation? Well, the more the government takes, then the less money the companies will have to actually invest in products or research and development. And I'm not a defender of corporations. In fact, I think corporations are doing a lot of damage to this country right now. So.
Yeah, but I would personally advocate for increasing it.
Hi, Charlie's a scavenger too.
Perhaps the double.
Yeah, don't have to go on trial for corruption.
It is right now at 21%.
Of course, you're a Democrat. You want more money that isn't
yours.
No,
because when you say that like increasing this tax rate will stifle innovation, the entrepreneurs themselves disagree with you. Bill Gates himself called this idea quote unquote nonsense.
Yeah, it's easy for Bill Gates. He's worth $120 billion, so he can jet around the world complaining about climate change and trying to get people to take vaccines they don't need. It doesn't affect him, right? Microsoft is worth $3 trillion. They're too big to fail. This is very simple. All taxes ultimately do this. They forcibly take money away from an efficient part of our country and they transfer it to an inefficient, bloated, corrupt part of our country. The government.
Wow, yes, I have a very good understanding of the public sector and a very good understanding of economic rents. Yes, thank you. Yes.
That's simple. So it's not that we should have zero taxes. It's that you're calling for doubling, which is to take more money from a efficient part of the economy towards a bloated federal government that is already spending $6 trillion a year, the biggest the government has ever been.
I mean, I would push back on the idea that
weird how Israelites during their time in Judea still had taxes, even though they made the Ten Commandments.
It's an efficient part of the economy. Look at, for example, Microsoft and Apple. Both of these companies have over $150 billion in cash on hand.
Really, this is oh my God. Just just please mention any tax on rent. Oh my God.
Cash that is just sitting in bank accounts. And I would like to point out that these two companies, the two most valuable companies in the world, were founded while the corporate tax rates were significantly higher than they are right now. So of course,
my God. Now we're citing nominal tax rates.
Now, like they're massive behemoths, it doesn't affect them. But when these companies were getting started, like the corporate tax rates were incredibly high.
Because it didn't impact them, because they were getting started. It didn't impact them. They were getting started, like you said.
No, but even when they after they got started, and
but hold on, let's play this out. Because they weren't turning a profit for the first 30 years. Like, learn something about Microsoft's history.
No,
hold on a second. They didn't pay any taxes for 20 years.
I mean, even then, first of all, the expectation should, by the way, like all else equal, if you reduce the after-tax income on investment, even if that's sort of not realized for, 30 years until you become a profitable company, like you would still expect less companies to be started or whatever. But
no corporation worth any salt or an accountant that knows what they're doing is not going to pay any taxes for 20 years. Why? You're going to intentionally show losses to not pay taxes. Taxes by definition are only going to be on profits. So Apple and Microsoft, being very nifty, they said we're just going to keep on showing deficits and showing losses, therefore evading all corporate taxes for 20 years. And where do they get their money? By boosting the stock price, by going through an IPO, an initial public offering, and then eventually going on the public market and boosting their valuation by showing losses, but their valuation is actually much greater than the quote-unquote profit. Does that make sense? The profit margin. So the argument doesn't.
No, but when you look at the profit margins,
I'm gonna game it myself. You can just read what a DBCFT is. Both of you need to read.
Microsoft
what a
is an incredibly profitable company, even within 15 years.
They are now, obviously.
No, even at the beginning, software was the biggest money printer in the history of the world.
They weren't profitable. That's the point. Is that they spent more than they brought in. They had good revenue. You know the difference in revenue and profit, obviously. But these companies intentionally did not turn a profit for the first couple decades. They'd be silly to do that.
No, they were profitable. That's my point. They had a price-to-earnings ratio. Microsoft in the 80s and the 90s was a profitable company.
No, I understand, but the point being is that these startup companies.
Okay, I'm gaming to myself. Okay, it's over.
Yeah, I think that, Ezra, you focus a lot on, obviously, listened to the show a lot and heard conversations that you've had with a number of figures in your discussions about Zoran Mamdani, for example. And empathy and grievance are not mutually exclusive. In fact, empathy and grievance can go very easily hand in hand. And I do not actually think that once you translate empathy into grievance, I think that you've actually...
crazy opinions to stock them. Stock buybacks aren't bad. Base. Yeah, there's no good evidence stock buybacks are bad. Yeah.
fundamentally undermined what is good about the empathy.
So what you mean, what is the moment when empathy becomes grievance?
Okay, so I feel so bad for you that I'm going to get in your shoes and I can see why you would believe that the systems are screwing you, therefore the systems are screwing you, therefore we should tear down the systems. The transition from I can see why you believe the systems are screwing you to the systems are screwing you, that exact transition is where empathy becomes grievance. And there's good social science.
Weren't they basically complaining about Obama doing this with regard to the, I forget, the bitter grievance, whatever fucking phone call thing?
To suggest that actually empathy makes for some ugly politics if in fact you spend all of your days on empathy because you end up empathizing with one group at the expense of another group. There's a difference between sympathy and empathy. I would hope that everybody in politics has empathy, but I think it's perfectly empathic to say, yes, you feel that something bad has happened to you, your life is not what you want it to be, and now you need to realize that the only person who can get you out of the situation is you, and you need to start making really good, solid decisions with your life. And in fact, that message is much more likely to lead to success than the message that I alone can save, which is something President Trump said, or any other politician who says, I'm going to come in, I'm going to clean up the entire system for you, and now the system will be oriented toward you personally, and magically, your job is going to come back, or magically, you're going to be more prosperous, or magically, somebody's going to take care of your healthcare in a way that they didn't before. Like that is a cheap political tactic that is rarely fulfilled in real life.
It's interesting. I understand you much more as a man without a party than I did coming into this. Because I think if you look across politics right now, there is not a political party. There is...
Okay. I understand Mr. Booth's point, but it does seem relevant that
empathic to
Obama
say,
did something...
Yes, you feel that...
kind of pretty close to that in that call they were talking about. Now, in fairness, Obama's message at the end of the day wasn't just like, we need to, or you need to be in it, start making better decisions for your life. But like,
so it's not surprising then that they get bitter and they cling to guns or religion or antipathy towards people who aren't like them, or anti-immigrant sentiment, or
comment, right?
I mean, principal criticism was that was divisive rhetoric or whatever.
There's not a forceful political movement that at its core isn't saying the system is screwing you. Trump is saying the system is screwing you. The left is saying the system is screwing you. The liberals are saying the system is screwing you. The right is, I mean, we're not in the era of Mitt Romney anymore. And like, you are really allergic to that view.
Yes. I mean, and again, one of the things that I believe is that the biblical worldview, right? This does go to sort of religious beliefs to me. The biblical worldview is rooted in a fundamental distinction that the Bible makes. And as an Orthodox Jew, obviously, this is something I try to live by. The kind of ethical basis of ethical monotheism is the idea that you have things to do in the world and that free choice is up to you, right? When I define sort of what a philosophy line would be, the basic idea that is revelatory about the Bible is this idea that it's not, your life is not a series of random coincidences and pagan gods fighting in the heavens and lightning randomly striking you. Right?
People actually took that as divisive. That's what I would say. Yeah, you weren't here earlier, Rosh. It was crazy to me that I'm a Zoomer, so I think my brain's broken because I've only like seen politics about like this current moment or whatever. Since I've only seen post-Trump politics, but I was watching Obama like make comments about like systemic racism in the police or whatever. That was like, and I was like, people like really took this shit as divisive, and it was just like Obama saying
and
like
free choice is up to you.
Like every African American has dealt with being followed in the grocery store, and it's like this is what we're.
Another way of saying that is, in this country, who haven't had the experience of being followed when they were shopping in a department store. That includes me.
I understand that as also an expression of pain, right? An effort to try to like
apparently these are the big issues back then, I guess, or big divisive things.
Quote Lear, where Gloucester talks about,
like Ben Shapiro said, apparently that's also responsible for making people view everything through a racial lens.
As flies to the gods are we, right?
And his ideas can't take it when it's anyone who doesn't align with the policy. Yeah, exactly. Obviously, like you tolerate infinitely this scavenger attitude of Donald Trump. He doesn't care at all.
Like that's not the mentality of the Bible. The mentality of the Bible is something that is radically different, which is basically you choose life, right? Like the choice is in front of you. Do the right thing and good things will happen. Now, again, that raises all sorts of theodicy questions. Is that really true? Do bad things happen to good people? Of course, these are not new problems in religion. But the basic concept, which is if you act responsibly in the world, you are significantly more likely to have a better life and to make the world around you better. That's the thing that I try to live by and to teach my kids. And when you teach my kids the opposite, when you teach them that no matter what they do, they're screwed by the system. And actually the systems that have brought them unnamed prosperity, the greatest prosperity in the history of the world, the most freedom of any human beings who have ever walked this earth, that system is to blame, not them. I am allergic to that. I think that it makes people worse. I think it makes society worse. I think it makes cultures worse. And I think it empties out your civilization of meaning, purpose, and prosperity.
It's interesting. I've noticed that there is a real collision of interpretation of the Bible that I feel has become more central in the past decade or 2 decades than at least I perceived it as being before. So on the one hand, I see the author of Dominion, Tom Holland, on a lot of writing podcasts. I read Dominion. I think it's a really fascinating and beautiful book, right? And putting forward the argument that a lot of what we revere in modernity, this belief of like the dignity of the individual, that they have rights, they have a soul, that they're not just pawns on a chessboard, right? That they should not just be subject to the whims of power, that is an inheritance of Christianity specifically. And that there is no liberalism without Christianity, there is no. That all these things that the left has sort of rejected as retrograde, it's actually where they come from. And in rejecting it, they've lost something very, very fundamental to what made their entire worldview possible. And then there's this sort of other interpretation emerging of the Bible, which is much more this sort of, I wouldn't call it personal responsibility in the way you're talking about it, but something that is much more about the world is ordered and it depends on your actions. You have been given a guide to how to act within it. And if you want to succeed in this world, you must follow this guide. And it's not that these two things cannot cohere.
I think one's kind of an outside view and one's an inside view, right?
I just think it's interesting, right? This sort of what I would call like the Bible of the meek and the oppressed, and the Bible that is often used by or thought through by those in more power who believe the system has certainly been fair to them. And if others would follow in their footsteps, they would find it as fair.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, I think that actually the better distinction there would be between the people who are religiously observant, meaning who actually try to bring the Bible into many, many aspects of their life, and who tend to line up, again, more along the lines of what I'm talking about. And the people...
Although when I saw the debate with Hunter, I'm so happy that debate went so well. Yeah, I really liked the conversation with Hunter. I imagine I'll talk to Hunter again in the future.
Who read the Bible as sort of an informative document, a book of wisdom, or people who try to trace the outlines of Western history from the outside, which is what Tom Holland is trying to do.
I don't think I buy that. I think that when I look at the politics of the modern Christian right, of evangelical Christianity, I do not question people's faith. I don't question how much they try to bring the Bible into their life, but I don't think their politics reflect what you are describing. I think it's become a very grievance-based politics.
Well, so actually, if you look at sort of the more grievance-based politics on the right, it tends to be among more irreligious members of the right. Again, not to get back into my own personal evolution on President Trump, but that's certainly a thing that happened. Right, and vote for him in 2016. And a lot of evangelicals did not vote for him in 2016.
I don't know if that's... I mean, maybe Benjamin has data to back that up. I don't know if that's true. I feel like some of the most hardcore Trump supporters are the ones who, like, believe he's, like, fucking appointed by God. Like, The Economist has that article where they interview some of those people. And, like, they are not, like, people who don't have, like, grievances or whatever. Not for like 2 minutes when he mentioned telling a Yahtzee account for being a threat to the theory of natural selection, unfathomably based. Incredible. Like these are... maybe it's hard to say some things from religion are like grievance driven, maybe, because I mean, like you have like this foundational text for, believing what you believe supposedly, but
16 because they were uncomfortable with how this sat with certain
Certainly.
values, and then people sort of came around and said, okay, well, I guess this is the choice that I have now.
like when so many like religious evangelical people are like calling Democrats demons, or calling trans people demons, or calling gay people demons, and voting for Republicans because of that, because of those sort of culture war issues. Is that not grievance based at all?
Let's talk a bit about Trump. This is something that you sort of gestured at.
New problems in religion. What government issues does the Bible solve for real? There's really an interesting part about slavery being a big problem that his religion wasn't going to solve 2,000 plus years later. Real dude. I like the Ben Shapiro Alex O'Connor debate, by the way. That reminded me of that, where they talk about the slavery issue and things.
But why don't we do it as a way to set up this part of the conversation? You were very, very post-Trump 2016, wrote a piece about how you would never support him. Over time, shifted. You've talked about this.
There's national do rights, which did earn my support at the same time, but yes, and he had many of those things, to be fair. But
yeah,
yes.
so talk me through it. Talk me through your evolution on Trump.
Sure. So when he came along, I made several critiques of Trump. Some were character-based, some were sort of personality-based. Some were critiques of people he was letting into the movement. I thought that the expansion of the Overton window for the right, I think somewhat necessary. I think that it was overexpanded, and I think that there, as I said at the beginning, some clowns in the tent. But when it comes to his actual policy, I assumed that he would be as heterodox in his politics as he had been in his campaign, which is to say he was on every side of every issue, and you kind of saw in him what you wanted to see. Was he going to be conservative on social policy, or was he going to carry around a gay pride flag? Was he going to be a person who was staunchly pro-life, or was he going to be a sort of New York pro-choicer? Was he going to be somebody who was in favor of strong Second Amendment rights, or was he going to be, maybe do some gun control? Was he an industrial policy guy, or was he free markets guy? Like, you could legitimately take any or all of those sundry positions. Were the judges that he appointed going to be along the lines of Clarence Thomas and Antonin Scalia, or was it going to be his relatives? And so my assumption was that he was going to essentially govern almost from the center left, and that many of his policies were not.
Grievance might be appropriately expressed as fear for those types not fun. Well, that's fine too. Although I don't think that would I still think Ben Shapiro would say that falls under this sort of scavenger mentality, but
to align with the things that I wanted. So I wouldn't get what I wanted policy-wise. I thought that he was going to have a dire effect on the kind of political nature of the country. And I had objections to his character. Well, I mean, the extent of the rhetoric that he used in 2015, 2016, I think was quite unpleasant and wrong and bad, and I still have objections to. And so, as I said, when I endorsed him in 2020, my character critiques of President Trump didn't change. And many of the things that I thought that were bad, that he might bring about, more polarization in politics, for example, that did happen, but I got much better governance than I thought I would, and meanwhile the left went insane. And so that was sort of why I moved in 2020, was the bad things are pretty much baked into the cake. We know what we've got. He gave me more than I thought he would when he gave me several justices on the Supreme Court, who I actually quite liked, when he decided that he was going to push sort of a traditional Republican economic policy with regard to deregulation and tax cuts. He pushed a foreign policy that I thought actually was quite excellent. That was the best part of his administration in term one. And so I got more than I thought I was going to get. So I changed my opinion because the facts had changed. And then in 2024, again, it came down to a binary choice. In the primaries, I supported Ron DeSantis. When it came down to a binary choice, when it was basically over after Iowa, and now it's a choice between.
I didn't even remember that. He supported Ron DeSantis in the primary. I thought even Ron DeSantis is pretty crazy, but okay.
Trump and Biden.
I don't know how much. Maybe Robert DeSantis is less grievance driven, but certainly it still seems like. Did I say Ron DeSantis was still had a lot of the same criticisms that you can make of Trump, especially on any of the culture war shit. Although Ben Shapiro probably mostly agrees with Trump on the culture war shit, but.
Kamala Harris, then that was a clear enough choice where it's like, okay, I'm going to go campaign for the guy because I do not want to see a second Biden presidency or a Kamala Harris presidency. But I think that many of my underlying objections didn't particularly change.
Where are you now? We're 7 months in. What have you liked? What have you not liked?
So I think that his attempts to move more toward meritocracy and away from DEI in sort of federal policy and procedure is good. I think that what he has been doing on foreign policy.
All this shit is crazy because like all the DEI purges, in my view, like all that shit was almost all just an excuse for him to increase the power of the executive branch to get closer to unitary executive theory. Like if it's like any of the good things that Trump does or whatever are also like coincidentally like, oh, I can fucking fire any civil servant I want now, okay? Like, I can shut down any agency I want now, okay? Because of the DEI in them. Okay, it's like, oh my god. We should make a headset with a built-in yarmulke. That's true.
Is shockingly better than I thought that it was going to be. I was one of the few people on the right who consistently took the position that we ought to continue supporting Ukraine, for example. And he came around to that position, that maintaining support for Ukraine is a good thing. Obviously.
When did he come around to that position? It seems like he essentially tried to negotiate with Putin, probably weaken Ukraine's position because there were times where he delayed aid to Ukraine. He does come across as weak when you try to go negotiate with Putin, don't get anything meaningful done. And then, like, if you don't get anything good done in negotiations, then you're probably going to continue with the status quo, but you come out in a worse position.
I'm very pro-Israel. I like his Israel policy quite a lot. I think that when it comes to his tariff policy, I've been openly and vocally anti. When it comes to things like industrial policy, in which we're taking stakes in Intel, not a fan. When it comes to his social policy, there hasn't been a lot to say on social policy, frankly, because after Roe versus Wade was rejected, it basically kind of got kicked down to the local level. So you're not seeing a lot there. But I would say that overall more good than bad, but it's a mixed bag. And one of the arguments that the right is constantly having with itself is, do you grade him versus what you would have gotten with Kamala Harris, or do you grade him versus what you want from him as the president? And I always tend to do the latter. I tend to say, here's what I want, here's where I wish he would do better, as opposed to, because all day long you can say, okay, well, it'd been worse with Kamala. I agree, that's why I voted for him, so I campaigned for him.
It's interesting. There's an almost parallel argument on the left, which is, do you talk about Trump as a normal Republican, right? He's a guy who's cutting Medicaid to fund tax cuts, or do you talk about Trump as something abnormal, something authoritarian, somebody sort of taking new powers? This is something that at other times you've been very, very alert on. You read about Barack Obama, that he's a man who embodies all the personal characteristics of a fascist leader. You said about Biden that he is an aspiring tyrant held back only by the strength of our constitutional structure. I would say on both those counts, who has the personal characteristics of a fascist leader, but also who is sort of pushing at the boundaries of constitutional structure, using the power of the government to harass enemies, to create incentives, to punish those who have wronged him, to force.
Oh no, I mean, it's just gonna be, but the guardrails they're gonna hold, and Joe Biden OSHA mandate COVID.
Institutions to fold. Trump has been, sort of whatever you think of him, much more creative and aggressive than any president of my lifetime.
I'm not sure he's been much more creative and aggressive than any president in my lifetime. It depends on the sector. I mean, I'm old enough to remember in 2009 when Barack Obama called bankers on the carpet and said, I'm standing between you and the pitchforks.
On the left, that was widely understood as him saying, listen, you guys should support reasonable financial regulation because I am trying to keep these people from coming for you. And that was actually true.
Well, I mean, the other way to read that is as a tacit threat, which is how you would read it if it came from Donald Trump's mouth. If Donald Trump said to a corporation, I'm standing between you and the pitchforks, sign on the dotted line, you would read that in the way that I'm reading Barack Obama.
I think rather than, I'm more interested in the things he's actually doing, right? There's
I was gonna, Ezra Klein's bringing it back a little bit. Okay, I was like, we gotta get something solid from Ben here. The grievance is his excuse to not emphasize that it's immoral. Grievance to him is blaming others. Meanwhile, he blames Obama for all their rights grievances and him unwillingly simping for Trump. True.
I said before, the guardrails will hold, right? And they have.
Yes, we got the meme. Let's go.
The analogy that I've used about President Trump before and his sort of tendency toward executive power, which has been, to be fair, a growing tendency across administrations of both parties over the course of the last 20 years minimum. The radical devolution of the authority of Congress and turning it into a vestigial organ of government with which
none of this is. It's like I don't know what I don't know what makes people think this way, where they view just sort of the expansion of the administrative state as so much of a bigger threat than anything Trump is doing. Oh my god, bro! Oh my god, bro! Dog! It's oh, well, the executive branch handles more things now, and they have more rulemaking power. And this is the same as Trump deporting people without due process and saying that the Supreme Court can't even check if you can't have judicial review on if the Alien Enemies Act is unconstitutional. And by the way, we might have deported people after the courts told us not to. And also, by the way, I'm defunding USAID unilaterally. And oh my god.
Greatly disagree and think it's a massive, humongous problem. When you look at what President Trump
also, what's up, Jared Cola? Hi from Turkey.
Has done, what the argument that I will make is that he's been more sophisticated in the second term. This is true about trying to avoid some of those constitutional guardrails. However, he is, in fact, abiding by court orders. When a court orders him to do something, then he actually is doing that thing. He's not doing the Andrew Jackson, let them enforce I
agree. He's mostly, there are sometimes we sort of know that Emil Bove and others have been a little bit on the edge of that, but I think in general, they're abiding by court orders. And the Supreme Court is, we just did a show on this, I think giving Trump a lot of the power he has sought, which in the way the system works, he's got the power. I am a little bit surprised, though, to hear you say that this is all, equivalent to the way, say, Obama used the executive branch. I mean,
the pen and the phone.
It's not just a pen on the phone. It's you look at the way he's gone after individuals who offended him from his first term. John Bolton, Adam Kinzinger, Liz Cheney.
Removing the security team from Mike Pompeo.
Removing the security team from Mike Pompeo, or for that matter, from Anthony Fauci, right? Using deportation as a tool around speech, not just as a tool around immigration.
Well, I think all these are different policies and lumping them all together.
They are different policies, but what I understand them all as being is a singular approach to power.
Well, I will wildly disagree on the second part, and I will agree on the first part.
Let's start with the first part, then we can do the second part.
Sounds good. So when you're talking about going after political opponents and the like, yes, I agree that is a misuse of executive authority. Absolutely. 100%.
So that's a unique misuse of executive authority that presidents haven't done historically. It's not, at least not nearly to the extent that Trump has. And that's obviously probably more of a threat than any, whatever issues you take with the administrative state.
And I think that,
oh my God.
I've seen it
Bro, I'm going to become the biggest deep state defender. I downloaded this book once, and I was up north, and maybe I'll get around to reading it one day. It's called the Mechanics of the State or something. This is the deep state defense book. Okay, well, I guess actually I'm not gonna be able to find it. Why does state? Right, none of this shit even has a state in it. Okay, kill me. Well,
I don't mean to do a both sidesism because I'm condemning both sides for the thing. So both sidesism is typically where you say it's not that
I'm
bad
gonna play legalism
because my side is doing it because the other side also did it. I'm saying it's bad when both sides do it, and so I try to hold steady to the
the
idea
league part is not based. Okay, that's the least based game you could be playing.
that when the IRS cracks down on conservative nonprofits under Barack Obama, and I know that happened to people, I know people to whom it happened, that is a major problem, and it is a major problem when the president of the United States unleashes law enforcement on his political opponents. Again, I think that you can make the case from the right, and the right has very assiduously made this case that law enforcement has been used on both state and federal levels in ways with President Trump that were at the best creative. But yes, it is a problem when Donald Trump does it as well. When it comes to the deportation policies, there I will strenuously disagree, and I wish that we had these deportation policies all along. I do not think that we have a duty to import people to the United States who do not like our civilization, support terrorist groups, do not have any real kinship with our values, and have come here to lead protests. There, I will strenuously disagree, and I wish that we had these deportation policies all along. I do not think that we have a duty to import people to the United States who do not like our civilization.
I'm so, like, again, and they talked about it earlier. It's like, oh my god, like the framing is just so fucking cringe, and then like to try to use that to justify the deportations Trump is doing now, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. Because like the deportations themselves like are a scavenger fucking grievance driven thing, okay, and they're all authoritarian. Okay, they're all done like invoking the alien. Like just suppose they're all legal, and I think many of them have probably been illegal. Like even so, invoking the Alien Enemies Act to deport people is fucking crazy.
Support terrorist groups, do not have any real kinship with our values, and have come here to lead protests at Columbia University.
You think we should deport people for speech?
I do not think that you have the same free speech rights as a person who is seeking to immigrate to the country that you
deflect. Yes.
If you are born
answer,
in this country. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't think that the president of the United States believes that he can deport Ilhan Omar, who's a citizen of the United States, and saying the exact same things as Mahmoud Khalil, who is not a citizen of the United States.
Well, how do green card? You're not supposed to deport people for speech.
Yes, but there's a difference even between green card holding and actual citizenship.
Also, it doesn't even... Okay, the legal thing, first of all, I don't think... I'm no lawyer. From what I've read, though, and I'm not a law guy, so I don't read... I've read a little bit on deportation stuff. I've not read that much on the free speech, on the deportation of people with regards to their speech on Israel. It's probably not legal, from my understanding. But even if it was, isn't it just kind of fucked up that, like, we're creating this sort of chilling effect there to begin with? Like, isn't that a concern we should have regardless of the legality? Or is like Israel just such an important thing to defend that we don't care about that?
That can be fought out in the courts, but the basic idea that we should...
The reason I argue with this, that we're seeing a unified use of power, right? A unified theory of power, is that, from 2020 to 2024, there's a big argument that emerges around free speech. And I don't think that argument, by the way, is crazy, right? I think that there's a lot that sort of liberals and liberalism has to rethink that it did in that period. The thing where Grant Linehan, the comedian, who said a bunch of shitty tweets, but then got met at Heathrow by police, that's a problem, right? That's not how that should work. And I think that, it is something that sort of we on the left have to answer for.
What it's called the machinery government, okay? This is the ultimate deep state defense book or whatever. I think this book is just about like, essentially over time, a lot of democracies are going to kind of tend to give civil servants more and more power, and there are kind of trade-offs associated with it, but it still typically is like not really that negative. I think this is what I have. Like, I think this is where I found it from. It's what made me want to read it. It's just someone's review of it. What's this? TikTok, which your government moved to ban last year for allowing criticism of Israel to go viral. I don't think that was the justification for banning it, but okay. Is reportedly now in final talks to be bought by a small group of Zionist billionaires. Okay. Good to know, buddy. Offering accountant makes a host of provocative claims. One, the increasing complexity of our society requires us to grant greater power and discretion to a class of expert administrators. Two, the basic principle governing liberal society, principle justifies the power and discretion of technocrats, is that of political neutrality, understood as the commitment to liberty, equality, and especially efficiency. Three, much of the welfare state, insofar as it implements a social insurance scheme that benefits all ex ante, is justified on the basis of efficiency. Four, as a potential for self-harm. and our understanding of individual failures of rationality have both increased. The principle of liberty has become increasingly loose and amenable to exceptions. 5. Administrative law. Even more importantly, informal workplace culture of the civil service have emerged to address potential issues resulting from the massive increase in administrative power and autonomy.
For having...
Well, the book discusses and defends several theses. The central argument can be succinctly summarized. The power and discretion of the administrative state are necessary for efficient governance, and because efficiency is politically neutral principle, this power and discretion are compatible with liberalism. Okay, this is the ultimate deep state defense book, and one day I'll get around to reading it.
In some cases been enthusiastic about things like that, but in other cases just decided to avert our eyes, right? If a bad thing was happening to a person we thought was bad, we just didn't talk about it, right? But there's a very principled defense of free speech, including speech you hated, right, on the right. And what I see happening with Trump is anything, people, institutions, that he perceives as threatening him. And in many cases, just speaking out against him or having investigated him or, participated in his impeachment proceedings, without a shift or something else.
Like Smithsonian, right? Didn't he make them take down his impeachments?
Is using what powers he has to go after them, alleging mortgage fraud or cracking down in a million different ways on universities. The thing with the law firms, I think, was an example of that. I mean, when I see
law firms is better.
Are you a fan of The Far Side, the comic strip? Oh, I've heard that name before. It's not, I don't remember what that is, honestly. I feel like I'll recognize it if I look it up. Like, yeah, Smithsonian removes a Trump impeachment reference from an exhibit, but says it's temporary.
Better example than the universities.
We will probably sort of differ on what is motivating different examples, but what I see is a unified effort, right? Again, which goes back to counter-revolutionary tactics, right? This is, I think, in some ways the difference between being conservative and being counter-revolutionary. To say, this has gotten out of hand, this whole society, this whole place.
I recognize this. I don't know. I don't remember any specific things though, so I'm not gonna say if I'm a fan or not. I don't know.
And
I've seen these on Twitter before. I think that's about it.
Need to do is use the power of the state to change it, right? When Trump is up there saying that ABC and CBS should maybe have their broadcast licenses revoked, he sees Chris Christie on TV criticizing him. He says he's going to open an investigation into the bridge. It's different powers in different cases, right? They're being very, I think, creative. But it is, to me, extremely unified approach to how do you use the federal government to chill what people are willing to do. And by the way, as a reporter, right, we now have the experience, and many, many people in the profession have talked about this, of sources who are doing nothing wrong, who are just, they're just experts on a thing. I don't want to get quoted anymore. I don't want them to come after me, right? The chilling effect is there. It's happening.
So I think that again, it turns in both sides really quickly here, because it really does. But I lived through the Obama administration, and there was significant concern about the possibility of getting an IRS audit.
The YouTube chat does not like links in general.
Argument, I think, fairly coherently.
You can send. I have a just stream chat thing in my Discord server, or Twitch chat likes links as well.
That the mechanisms of law enforcement, particularly in the state of New York, were used against Donald Trump directly.
I think in the state of New York, that was actually true, right? The thing, I said this at the time, I didn't think that was a good case.
Against Donald Trump directly.
I think in the state of
argument, I think fairly coherently, that the mechanisms of law enforcement, particularly in the state of New York, were used against Donald Trump directly.
I think Adam warned about this, and I don't know, Benjamin's claim it's not particularly super strong or whatever. Oh, incredible. Let's go. Patel claims no credible information that Epstein trafficked minors to others. Let's go. This is funny. Yeah, I've seen some of this stuff, yeah. But you shouldn't I think it I would say I think for the New York case it's likely that Donald Trump would not have been charged if his name wasn't Donald Trump, right? But I think the other cases are much stronger, and I was warned by Adam. Apparently Edward Klein says he's so on the other
state of
federal
New York
cases.
That was actually true, right? The thing, I said this at the time, I didn't think that was a good case. I thought the case in Georgia was a good case. I thought the state of New York case.
The DC case was not a good case brought by Jack Smith. That indictment was deeply flawed. But it's
I could go either way. The DC one, but I.
What was flawed about the GC indictment? Also, there were two, right? Or the Jack Smith one was the January 6th one, I guess. I don't know. I have no clue what in here he thinks was flawed. I wish they would get into it.
So, again, I think that when we talk about, and I've said it multiple times now, when we talk about the grand centralization of power in the executive.
This is not the indictment or whatever. This is the. I think your mic audio is out of whack with the desktop audio. What do you mean? Is the video way louder than me? Am I way louder than it or something? Jack Smith said that he expected he could have actually, like, Trump would have been found guilty by a jury. Like, not that I guess you can't find someone guilty in a flawed indictment, but if only good, he wouldn't have been convicted by a jury unless Ezra thinks it was rigged. I mean, yeah, like, the video is way louder than you, not like deafening, but it's hard to understand when you talk on a play. Okay, so I can turn the video down. I don't think I can really turn. I wish I could. I guess I can turn myself up a little bit as well, but not that much without peaking.
Executive branch. I think that the idea from some parts of the right is turnabout is fair play, and I tend not to agree with that. But I also think that if there is a gun in the room and you forswear the use of the gun and you know the other guy's going to use it, then you look like a fool. And so what we really need to do is have an agreement to go weapons down. And instead, what's happened is that it's basically
Ben Shapiro literally pulling a Destiny there. What the hell?
Politics is blood sport. And I think that you're now getting this on pretty much all sides. And there's sort of a pendulum movement to politics that is incredibly dangerous. I mean, I think that, oddly enough, we could be living in an era where we see Donald Trump as holding back the thing that comes next. Meaning, I think things could get a lot worse. I think there are a lot of people on the left who are like, things can't get worse. Well, you know, they say it always goes darkest just before it goes pitch black. So
my grandfather had a joke, and I've checked it in my family, that I remember, right? It's the only joke I remember. It's a very Jewish joke, where he said, a guy goes to the doctor, and says, "Doctor, I don't know what to do. I'm sick. My wife left me. I lost my job. Like, help." Doctor says, smile. These things can't get worse. So the guy smiled, and then they got worse.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a scary thing for me to hear you say that you think Donald Trump could be holding back the thing that comes before. I will probably disagree with you, right? I don't think we're going to bridge this chasm on some of the individual things. Like, I looked into, at that time, the question of the IRS and the Tea Party nonprofits, and my read of reading Inspector General's reports and other things was that there wasn't much there. But I think there is something different happening here. There is something to structures that operate through a system, can be challenged. There's an Inspector General.
Yeah, but because being bad is usually meaning that the charges won't stick and the conviction will be difficult, if not impossible to write, unless he means bad. Okay, well, he didn't specify what he means by bad. Truly, I don't know what he means by bad. Maybe he made a video about it at the time or whatever. But I mean, yeah, I agree. Like, presumably, I bet Ben Shapiro would say, like, the DC jury is going to be, like, biased or whatever, though. So I bet he would say essentially Trump's not going to be able to get a fair trial. But so even if the indictment's flawed, they're going to find him guilty. But I really don't know. Especially, by the way, also because the second indictment, I don't know how you can say it's flawed, because he had to exclude a bunch of shit from evidence after the criminal immunity ruling. How are we, like, what does flawed mean after the criminal immunity ruling, especially? Like, you couldn't mention, you couldn't use any core constitutional actions even as evidence in the case. You couldn't even submit that as evidence. That's why he couldn't submit Trump's Trump's order for the head of the DOJ to send out the letter claiming that they had found election fraud when they didn't, because that's a core constitutional act, and that's something that you can't be not only not charged for, can't be illegal, absolutely immune for, but something that can't even be submitted as evidence.
On what's actually happening to the IRS from somebody independent versus getting rid of the inspectors generals, getting rid of the JAGs, getting rid or pushing the career prosecutors who are taking down Eric Adams to resign because you want Eric Adams in your pocket as opposed to facing court challenges. I think we're crossing lines we're going to really wish we hadn't crossed, like masked men in the streets. You need ICE, right? ICE has a role in the system. But it shouldn't be masked men who refuse to identify themselves or authority, etc. I guess the question I have for you, because I reckon, like, I'm not trying to get you to hold my position, but what
just don't get why post hoc after the conviction saying it was bad. Case is a weird way to concede. LOL. Why he was convicted. Your opinion on it becomes good or bad based on trial's outcome. Sorry, see to grab it. No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
What's a red line here? When would you say to me, you know what, we entered something different?
Well, I mean, I think we already entered something different. The analogy that I've used for President Trump is that I think that the right has a very different view from the left, because the left sees Donald Trump standing over the body politic, prone in the street with a knife in his back, and they say, well, Donald Trump is the murderer. He killed politics. Everything was basically more confined. Donald Trump came along, and he's the guy. You can see he's standing right over the body. There's a knife right in the back. And the right says, no, he's the coroner. And he came over here. He noticed the body was dead, and there was a knife in it. And he noted that the body was dead. Now, I think that he doesn't get credit for fixing it. I don't think the president has relegated power back to its proper channels of authority. But I think that
no one wants to.
Yes, I don't think that he desperately wants to go back to Congress for things. But again, I think that we have been in a different era of politics.
It's like Donald Trump is like, it's not that Donald Trump is the unitary executive guy. Like, what are we doing here, dog?
here. And I think that the pretending that the thing that's happening is only happening right now and it's brand new.
I get that.
I think that's not true.
I wrote a book about polarization. I was on your show for a book about polarization that I published in early 2020. Easy to remember because the report got bisected by COVID. But look, like you got Lisa Murkowski, Republican senator, saying
we're in a time and a place where I don't know. I certainly have not been here before. And I'll tell you, I'm oftentimes very anxious myself about using my voice because retaliation is real.
I guess, again, the question I'm asking is, at some point, I'm not telling you that there was not escalation over time. There has been, right? And there was, liberals saw this George W. Bush this way. I understand, and I'm not trying to get everybody to tell the same story about politics. It's actually sort of core to my politics that they're just going to be different stories. But you can escalate to a point where something tips. So, and that's sort of what I see happening here. And I guess I'm asking you, if you don't see it as having happened yet, when would be the thing where, like, instead of the book being, well, there are lions and scavengers, and my hope is Donald Trump is
He's
like getting
say,
lines out.
I bet he's literally going to say, if we just didn't have an election.
Well, what is your oh shit moment?
I mean, again, I think the book is largely a recognition that we're in the oh shit moment. We've been in the oh shit moment for quite a time. I mean, I think that the aggregation of power to a centralized authority is
oh my God.
an outgrowth of a grievance-based politics that has been growing inside the United States and the West for decades. I do not think that these two things are disconnected. I mean, all centralized politics of the 30s, if we're going to do that analogy, is rooted in grievance-based politics. That's what it was. Nazism was grievance-based politics. Mussolini fascism was grievance-based politics. Japanese fascism was grievance-based politics. And that politics goes awry very, very easily, and it typically results in people who believe that if you give enough power to one mode of the government, it will do your bidding for you. And that's a very, very scary thing. And I think the only way to fix that is to do a few things on a personal level to actually stop
treating it as why they will leave Trump first. Yeah.
As empathetic or virtuous. To tell people that their grievances are because of the system that must be completely wrecked. I think that's a huge mistake. And then on a political level, I think that we ought to discuss how exactly the sides go weapons down. So a proposal that was made by my friend Jeremy Boring that I think is actually quite smart. I happen to be a fan of the filibuster. Now, I know Democrats right now are a fan of the filibuster because it's useful to them, and presumably if they win the Senate back, they will no longer be fans of the filibuster.
I'm a long time not a fan of the filibuster.
Right, so I'm a fan of the filibuster because if you actually wish for there to be any form of slowing in the system or gridlock in the system, which I'm a fan of gridlock in the system. I think gridlock is actually quite a good thing. I think that the American people should be told no an awful lot. And that's why the Constitution is very complex and designed specifically in order to create federal gridlock. So if you're a fan of the filibuster, I understand you're not. I am.
But the most Ben Shapiro is willing to say is that he doesn't think Donald Trump is desperate to hand over authority back to Congress. Like there's a reason Trump does every fucking thing through executive action.
The Senate should say
even though he has a majority in both houses, obviously the filibuster can stop him in some cases, but Lord.
Amendment to enshrine the filibuster. I think that the attempt to do a convention of states in order to enshrine the principle that Congress is responsible for significantly more of our policy than the president. That would be a very good thing. I think the thing that the founders didn't game for, they figured ambition would check ambition. They didn't figure that electoral ambition would check actual power ambition.
So let's talk about the founders didn't, because I think this is actually an interesting place to explore. I'm not a fan of the filibuster, but one of the reasons I think is sort of not dissimilar from why you are a fan of it, which is I wrote this piece in Newsweek, many owners of Newsweek ago. And the argument I made was that gridlock is actually a better metaphor for what happens in Congress than people think. Because in gridlock, things don't just stop moving. Everybody starts to take side streets. And what the filibuster does is it often takes Congress out of the game. But the pressure in the party, whatever the governing party is, pushes towards the executive branch, right? So to do this on the Democratic side, right, you get 59 votes, but not 60 for Dreamers. Well, maybe we'll just have Barack Obama do it by executive order, right? Or on the Republican side, there's a delight, a genuine delight in the amount of executive authority Donald Trump has taken on. I think I have the number here, but in the first, Obama issued 276 executive orders in his 2 terms. Trump did 220 in his first term, and his second term is already at 198. Right. So as Congress gets more gridlocked, what we see is an expansion of executive power, which I actually think is dangerous. One of the reasons I would like to be easier to pass things in Congress is I think it would push things away from the executive. So I'm not a fan of your filibuster thing because I don't think the filibuster works the way people think it does.
Well, the reason I like the filibuster is because I think it ought to require large-scale consensus to make large-scale change in the country. And I don't know that 51 votes in the Senate and 218 votes in the Congress and the presidency is enough of a consensus in America to do large-scale change. And you will end up with policies.
I understand, but I guess the counter argument I make on this is that when the country feels the problems are not getting solved, it creates pressure for somebody who will solve them one way or the other, right? And so you got to make sure when you said.
Ezra Klein just mentioned, obviously, like you just said, that pushes the president to do things via executive action. Trump is doing pretty large-scale changes through executive action.
You pull no all the time?
Pretty what do tariffs pull at? Tariffs probably pull at negative 20% support, right? It's probably like 80% disapprove or something. And that's something Trump is doing through unilateral action.
I'm not sure the politics you get after a long period of that is actually a healthy one. But let me give a different one of this, right, that I think about a lot. I think the stakes on the Supreme Court have gotten way too high. And I think it's weird that you have lifetime appointments, so you don't have a predictable pace of retirements.
So 61%, 38% approve.
And you have people staying, trying to hold on when they're, on death's door for years so they can get a congenial replacement from a president of their own party. There have been proposals that you want to create a balance court. And this goes to, I think, a pretty deep idea about what it would mean to not disarm, but try to fix one of the deformities of the system, which is The framers didn't expect highly nationalized political parties. They didn't expect political parties at all. So our system doesn't do anything to deal with political parties operating cooperatively across branches, breaking the interbranch competition that was supposed to have ambition check ambition. So you could do something like say the Supreme Court was going to have 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans on it at all times. We have commissions like that, and as such, then you don't have this problem that it becomes like the most valuable thing in the world, worthy of all political warfare to stack it.
Although the legal realist argument will be that you'll end up with preference-based politics anyway. And so even if you have 5 Democrats, 5 Republicans, Republicans tend to be worse at nominating justices than Democrats do. And so, 1/3 of the justices that they've appointed over the course of the last few decades have ended up voting with the liberal camp in the court. And so that doesn't solve your problem if you're a Republican, for example. I mean, the real thing that the founders did not aim for. I mean, put aside everything else. The biggest thing they did not aim for.
Do you care that both Republicans and Democrats are voting to prevent the release of the Epstein client? No, I don't give a fuck about the Epstein. Like, I think the Epstein shit is funny to meme about because it's a thing dividing their MAGA base right now. But no one should no one should actually care that much about the Epstein files. The only reason they got popular in the first place is because of the sort of conspiratorial movement that Trump himself created. And it's very funny that that's coming back to bite him, and he can't control his own base anymore. That's what's funny, and that's what's memey about, and that's the fell for it again shit. Truthfully, no one should care that much about it.
Was the insane growth of the centralized government. If the founders looked at the size and scope of the federal government today, they would be absolutely shocked and appalled. I mean, appalled. The federal government was tiny when it was created. The only question was it going to be tiny or even tinier when it was created? You could literally walk to the White House and just get an appointment with the President of the United States. And so the thing they didn't game for was that all this power would accrete to the federal government, and then from there accreted in the executive branch. And so, that obviously has been a mistake. And the proposal that I've made to my Democrat friends is, you don't like when Donald Trump is president because you believe that he's exerting authority in ways that you don't like and it's affecting your life. I don't like when Joe Biden's president because I believe the exact same thing about Joe Biden. You know, it'd be awesome if I lived in Florida and you lived in New York and we got to elect these things called governors. And you could even live in a local area that better reflected your politics. And we could do fewer things at the national level. Like the Constitution originally intended. And then you could do your politics at the local level. It would be amazing. Right? This whole subsidiarity thing, genius idea. It turns out that Montesquieu.
I don't care. Government isn't prosecuting criminals that participated in trafficking minors. Any of the people who actually did shit on Epstein's Island probably are being prosecuted. To the extent that they aren't, it's probably because they're getting sweetheart deals from the current Trump administration. You said it okay.
Totally got it right. And that when
publicly releasing the client list is not going to lead to any prosecutions necessarily.
You try to take a country of 340 million people and create a unified, the people demand policy. What you end up with is essentially a blood sport.
Also, Democrats did vote to release it at least once, right? In Congress or whatever, so Republicans who blocked it. They might have since voted to not release it, but
in which whoever controls the government gets to point the gun at everybody else, and then people get mad. Then the next guy comes in and does the exact same thing, and that's a very, very dangerous politics.
I guess there's an interesting way that's very, very pessimistic because I'd say 2 things. One is that
that's what the founders. That's literally the founders were pessimistic. I mean,
they were at times, right? There's a lot the founders didn't see, and people say, well, if you plot the founders here now, they would have absolutely this opinion. I'm always very skeptical. Who knows what Alexander Hamilton would do?
Alexander Hamilton would certainly not be in favor of the executive branch of the federal government issuing thousands of pages of regulation every single year. That would be shocking.
We would have to see Alexander Hamilton raised in this time. But going away from sort of ventriloquizing the founders, I think there's a good argument for more localism and more federalism. At the same time, I don't notice that people are much, much happier, right? People don't. Right now, the Trump administration is saying they might declare a national housing emergency in the fall, which I think is a very funny line, right? It's a huge emergency in the fall.
I'm not a fan of emergency declarations.
But it's because
people talking about local politics when Trump is threatening to liberate Cali. Yeah.
Markets, which are heavily locally controlled, become very
obviously
right. So you in a country of 300
and I'm not convinced of the local politics thing. I don't know, I don't know. I think there are just gains from scale a lot of times, but.
Listen, I wrote a whole book about fixing it.
I know,
but like I am actually on one level here where you are, which is
Ghislaine is already being offered lighter sentences as long as the trial doesn't happen. Yeah. Because the trial means everything has to be shown in discovery and eventually the public later, the public after. Yeah,
going to have to find some pathway forward to de-escalation, right? I think if the lesson the left takes from these years is we'll see how hard they went. We have to go 30% harder. It's going to be a mistake. I think we are seeing. My view is we are seeing the way this whole thing can break. The whole experiment can break. We're getting too close to genuine violence in the streets for my liking. But I think it's going to be very, very, very
filmed right before the assassination of Charlie.
Hard without trying to figure out some way to say, okay, we have these political parties competing. We have to create spaces where people feel represented, even when they're out of power. And I think the problem with saying, well, it'll just be that Florida is its complete own polity and California is its complete own polity. So there are a lot of Republicans in California, man. You were one of them.
And then I left.
There are a lot
and then I left.
I don't think that's why we want to live in community with each other. Just get the hell out.
I mean, I'm not so sure that's true. I mean, truthfully, I'm not sure that's true. I mean, again, I think that people...
Not a national divorce, but national separation.
I mean, localism is what we used to call it. I mean, again, treating it as though the
idea of localism was that you move away from everybody you disagree with.
I mean, it kind of was. That's how the United States began. That's literally the
That's not what we want.
States.
I mean, I've read the Founders too, man. That's not what we wanted for ourselves. We thought we were going to live in a community that had a deep set of virtues exhibited by the citizens in order to live together in something that would be diverse and complex.
Yes, but the point is that it was state and locality-based identity before national identity. I mean, that was very clear.
Yes, that is true.
And so, I guess the case
that is ideological.
But localists would love this. Is localist still here?
That has to be an ideological thing. I mean, I think that one of the big problems is that when you critique political parties are like John Dillinger. Right? They rob the banks, that's where the money is. Okay, and so if you're a political party and you want to control the federal government, you need to unify your own party. And so what we've seen over the course of the last 5 decades particularly is the radical homogeneity of the political parties emerge. And so my proposal is, what if we throw the ring into the fire? Right? Instead of trying to figure out better ways to control the handling of the ring, what if we just take it and we toss it into the fire, and then we actually just go back home to the fire? Like, how about that?
Yeah, I think the part of the place where I go off of that is that, unfortunately, I don't believe there's a fire, right? That my sense is people want action, and they often want national action. I mean, so there isn't a way to bind that as effectively as you want.
That's incredibly dangerous, and I think that's exactly what the founders...
You don't care about wealth inequality. I don't think wealth inequality has gone up meaningfully in the U.S., if that's what you mean by don't care. And I think I have presented much better statistics than that than you have. Any statistic that you have ever... By the way, Bernie, if you want to join VC at some point and talk about wealth inequality, we can. You won't, because you know you'll be destroyed, because you don't understand any of the stats that you cite. They're all dog shit populist slop. Genocide. I obviously care about genocide. I don't think I think, like, debating whether or not Israel is committing genocide, I don't think is any meaningful... like that leads to any meaningful improvement for Palestinians or whatever. I don't like what Israel is even doing. What's crazy is you're not even rich. Yeah, I know. Yeah, because the only reason I would defend billionaires, okay, is because I'm temporarily embarrassed millionaire. Okay, that's the reason. That's the only reason. You're fighting against your own interest. Yeah, I know. Yep, I know. I'm such a bootlicker. I know. I only support capitalism because I'm a bootlicker, right? Yeah, obviously. Sex trafficking kids. Believe it or not, I do care about sex trafficking kids. Okay, I just don't think publicly releasing the Epstein client list is going to do much to even affect that, but okay.
We're attempting to avoid. So, I can stop citing the founders. That's what I would attempt to avoid.
There you go.
Okay, I like the founders. I'm happy with citing the founders, but again, I think that the growth of the federal government, every time Donald Trump becomes president, he's done it twice now. Every time he becomes president, I hear from my liberal friends that they are terrified by the prospect of unified national power in the executive branch. And every time a Democrat becomes president, I hear that they are very excited that the president of the United States is going to unilaterally relieve student loans and use OSHA to press a vax mandate that I have to sue the federal government to stop.
Yeah, so, like, we got the OSHA mandate. Let's go.
Then it only gets worse from here.
In today's super competitive business environment,
another ad.
Security.
And I think there are two streams of the Trump administration's immigration policy, right? One, you can sort of imagine of
a very wealthy family and fight for workers. We have a factual disagreement on what's best for workers. I think capitalism is best for workers. Believe it or not, I do care about workers. I care about the aggregate well-being of people, okay?
Any Republican administration right now, which is...
Besides giving money, I'd fold so fast, space.
There was a huge amount of migration during Biden. There was a quite uncontrolled border, and you're cracking down on that. You're trying to reverse some of that. You're going after criminals. And
I'm fighting for you. We have we have a factual disagreement. If you want to hop into VC, talk about the factual disagreement, we can, but you won't do it because you'll be destroyed because you don't understand anything.
I would call it an exulting in cruelty. There's been sending people to El Salvadoran prisons and Kristi Noem posing in front of a bunch of human beings in a cage. There's been the tweets and memes of a student giveify.
I'm very curious how Ben Shapiro is going to defend this.
As she's deported by presumably border agents, the masked ICE agents thing, and the sort of the ruthlessness of it has been very telling. I understand that you want tighter immigration enforcement, but how do you take the rest of this?
So I think that a lot of our politics is reactionary triumphalism, and I think that is exacerbated by the onlines. And so, the way that you gain credibility with a very online base is to do some of those sorts of, some of these things you're talking about are memes, right? And are basically designed for online memory. As far as the actual immigration policy, which again, I think is a different thing, I think that a lot of immigration policies are quite popular with the American people. But if the idea is that you're trying to detect in sort of policy the animus, as opposed to saying that there are particular political figures who...
I don't actually know if Trump is... holistically, if you poll Trump on immigration, I bet he's still positive. But if you ask about the deportations, I bet it's negative.
You're trying to make political hay by sort of posing in sort of kayfabe fashion. I think that's an overread.
It's funny. I take these things as much more connected. I mean, I understand that this is part of the policy, right? If I were to try to defend the Trump administration on this, and I am not a fan of the Trump administration on this, I would say that, to take the line from Adam Silver, the cruelty is the point, that it's a signal being sent.
Obviously, and that when you have people like J.D. Vance does this shit all the time, when you have people like Stephen Myron in the administration, and you see them posting deportation ASMR memes, and you see them deporting people, Supreme Court has already ruled, without a proper level of due process, okay? When you're invoking the Alien Enemies Act and you're going to courthouses to round people up, okay? You're going to immigrants who showed up to their asylum hearing and trying to deport them. What are we, obviously this, the cruelty is the point. What are we doing?
That the signals leave. The signal is don't come. The signal is we can do terrible things to you. But that the
sending people to Saqqat,
the cruelty of it. I mean, I do think there's a tremendous amount of, this word gets overused, but dehumanization and all this. Well, and I think that public leaders, I mean, you say it's like playing to the base, but public leaders are responsible for what they play into or don't play into.
I agree.
Right? And by playing into very, 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 even if you believe it's fake on their point, in a way, I would think it's much worse if it was fake on their part.
I don't think it'd be worse if it were fake on their part. If there's a naturalistic outgrowth of policy, then I think that's actually worse. But I will say that if you were going to try to steel man some of this, and again, I'm not actually a fan of studio shibling, people crying, I just don't think it's good policy. But if the goal is to send out the signal to the rest of the world, don't come because you're not welcome here, then that's succeeding. I mean, the levels of immigration generally have dropped to the country. Now, again, when it comes to legal immigration, I'm actually quite a fan of certain types of legal immigration, not all legal immigration. But there are open debates on the right about immigration policy in the legal sphere, and you do see some of this kayfabe.
Trump doesn't even like most legal immigration. Like
one of the things I'm getting at here, I think,
like we're repealing student visas for like Chinese students. Like, dog, like what are we doing? He doesn't like H-1B visas either. Like,
is that I actually find the cruelty as a policy in the Trump administration to be part of what the whole policy is, part of how it is reshaping the right, part of how it is changing the incentives for the people who will come after him. It's one of the parts of what is happening in politics that I genuinely do find frightening. Like, I understand that people on the right see the left differently than I do, right? I understand they understand Obama differently than I do. They understand Biden differently than I do. But I think that
remember, it's not just wrong to do those things. It's just bad policy. Yeah, it's like
Trump broke something fairly fundamental in politics.
It should be like a, a fundamental, like Shapiro should view it as a fundamental violation of these people's rights. I don't know why we're like downplaying this. Like, we're gonna say like all the taxation shit like Kamala wants to do is so evil or whatever, but then like this is just like suboptimal policy. Like, really?
There were some expectations of a certain decorum that all sides, not in every moment, but broadly tried to hold to. Part of Trump's entire appeal is transgression.
What happened in Bible, man? I know.
And it's like the people running the social media accounts, the people coming up behind them, the people trying to appeal to the base, they just keep escalating transgression.
I think it's a mistake. I think it's a political mistake. I also don't think that it's a good thing to do. I mean,
but I think it becomes, like, I don't think it stays in this cordon off place of I'm just running some politics here. I think it becomes you, right? I think in the same way that, kids become edgelord neo-Nazis online, and then one day they actually don't like Jews. I think participating in this kind of politics is genuinely dangerous. If only because you have to defend that you did it, and it's easier to defend if you did it, if you begin to start really.
I use the word ugly and immoral rather than dangerous, just because I try to reserve dangerous for like actual dangers. But if you're saying that it could lead to something worse, sort of in the way that you're talking about, then sure, I'm not a fan. I do not like that. I think that it is a problem, and I think that it is infectious, meaning that because it's transgressive and because it's fun, it has made its way over to all sides of the aisle. I don't think it's unique to the right. I mean, I think that you see it on the left as well. And failure to recognize that it's a problem across the board means that there's not really a way to stop it. So yes, I would prefer that stop. I do not think that it is good for the soul. I don't think it's good for the body politic. I think that a politics that says that when we have to do hard things, that we should at the very least treat them as hard things. Yes, we're determined to do them. Yes, it's important that we get this done. Yes, it's important to take criminally illegal aliens and deport them. Does that mean it's important to have a picture in Studio Jubilee of the person crying? Probably not. Unless
Ezra's point is exactly, they're not treating it as an important thing to do. They're not treating it as I think Ezra Klein, like, he gave a speech about this one, he called it like, they're not treating it as a like Samba responsibility or whatever, right? The cruelty is the point. They're doing it because it's cruel, because of they get to post these videos, like.
Show me that there's a calibrated reason for doing it. I tend to agree.
When you said there's a world that you worry about, where actually Donald Trump is the guy holding back the next thing, right? That one day, Bill Clinton, Republicans are not a fan of Bill Clinton.
Yes, but now we look back at him.
Now you look back at him with quite a lot of fondness.
Yeah, well, at least the second term, right? Well, for reform, good.
What is the world you're imagining there? What is the world? Like, paint the nightmare here for the liberals, where Trump is actually the thing holding back the thing that really going to come to.
Well, I can paint you for the liberals and then for the conservatives. Okay. So I'll do the conservatives first because I have a home rooting interest. So the nightmare for conservatives is the economy goes south. An AOC Montani style candidate runs on the basis of oligarchy, says that the Trump administration has enriched itself, says that billionaires.
Correct. A lot of crypto money flowing into that administration right now.
I made that case on my program.
Which is literally true, okay? Which would be AOC saying a true thing.
That the
government is being ran by 4chan memes. Yeah, exactly. Dude, I totally forgot the tweet, the fucking HH tweet, the 14 words HH tweet, with the Manifest Destiny shit. Oh my god. It is literally a Groyper-occupied government, okay?
We need to elect somebody who's going to break the systems even further and then going to reunify them in a very, very centralized way. And so what you end up with is an extraordinarily far-left president with all the executive power that President Trump has exhibited, by expanding it even further than that with solidified control of Congress behind them. And so that's a nightmare scenario for conservatives, is President AOC with a unified
Democratic. What do you imagine that president doing?
I think.
What do you fear that president doing?
I absolutely cannot imagine Democrats getting majority in both houses. Maybe if we're lucky, we get the House, but I cannot imagine getting the Senate. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Cruelty is a feature in itself, exactly.
Yeah, I could see a world on the foreign policy front where a far-left president decides to basically surrender not only to a multipolar world, but to an America-last world in which the United States takes not only a non-muscular role in the world, but a sort of repentant role in the world, which I think would be wildly dangerous, not only in terms of security, but in terms of global commerce. An unwillingness, I think, increasingly to listen to the Supreme Court. I do think that the breaking point, the one breaking point that everybody has stopped short of, including the Trump administration, as we've discussed, is just saying to the Supreme Court, we're doing what we want, right? I do think that we are on the verge of somebody trying to challenge that, right? And I think that when that happens, that's like all hell breaks loose. If Supreme Court orders do not hold, then you could see the kinds of crackdowns on free speech that you see in Great Britain or that you see in Canada. You could see a restoration of particularistic regulations designed to benefit
like the AOC would do that.
Right, all of this, I think, would be really quite terrible. Yeah, right now, people on the left are worried that Trump doesn't get what Chicago wants, but this is one of the reasons why I'm not actually in favor of the president violating the Posse Comitatus Act. It's one thing to back up ICE in pursuing some legitimate federal interest. It's another thing to police crime in Chicago, even if you don't like crime in Chicago, which nobody likes crime in Chicago. So that's sort of the nightmare scenario from the right. The nightmare scenario from the left, it depends on where you are on the left, because again, there's a horseshoe theory where some of the left agrees with some of the right. So I'm kind of giving you the nightmare scenario from my perspective.
For a mainstream Democrat.
For a mainstream Democrat.
Where Donald Trump turns out to not be the worst thing behind the door.
Right. I think that, you could probably describe this better than I would. Think of a Donald Trump unbound by the Supreme Court. Think of a Donald Trump-like character, because again, I agree with much of his agenda, but imagine the agenda that you hate most, but being effectuated by the executive branch completely without any sort of checks and balances. What would that look like to you? I can tell you that as a traditional...
Oh my god, we're like 80% there, bro. Like, what are we?
Foreign policy. Many of the worries that I have about the left apply also to the right. Right? I think that there's a world where the next thing that arises on the right is a sort of conspiratorial, grievance-based politics.
I was going to say that if I were going to do it, I would say that Donald Trump, whatever his views, whatever moment he thinks America was great in, the thing that has emerged behind him, you would know what it's like to be young on the right now better than I would. But when I talk to a lot of people I've known on the right for a long time, they seem pretty concerned, even the populists, about what it's like being a 23-year-old rightist in the YouTube comments. Right, there's a real sort of rise of the Groypers, of Nick Fuentes, of that we've moved from a decade ago we might have talked about Yuval Levin, it's like a central intellectual right figure, and we've moved to Bronze Age pervert, and that Trump is not. He does not come out of an ideological hothouse.
No, he's not.
He has his own intuitions.
This is right.
I mean, people coming behind him do.
I totally agree. This I actually very much agree with. So I think that the president, what's unique about Trump, and this is why whenever people are talking about him as sort of like the crisis level figure, oh my God, he's going to be. Donald Trump is non-ideological. He is effectively a pragmatist. The way that I have described him before is that he is heterodox but reactive to circumstances. So for example, as I said earlier, I've been a supporter of continuing to fund Ukraine. That was not a traditional kind of Trumpist position during the election cycle, and President Trump put his hand in the Putin fire. It got burned, and he continued to support Ukraine. Right?
Well, I mean, yeah. Hold on. I mean, that's kind of different than how he framed it earlier. He said eventually he came around to supporting Ukraine. I don't think that's really. I don't think Trump had like a change of heart. I think he just tried to negotiate with Putin, essentially failed to get anything meaningful done, and then continue the status quo.
And so that is him trying a thing and not working and him backing off the thing. Right? The way that the left characterizes Trump with regard to tariffs, right? The sort of taco thing where Trump always chickens out. Another way to describe it is he tries a thing, if it doesn't work out, then he stops trying the thing. Right? And so this sort of idea that
he doesn't like what he's not popular. Like, and he just listens to what his last advisor told him because he's a retard. Like, the reason he chickened out of the Liberation Day tariffs is because Peter Navarro, the big tariff guy in his administration, went on like a foreign trip, and there were two other advisors who took advantage of his absence to try to pressure Trump into doing the 90-day pause.
Donald Trump is this ideological monster dedicated to wrecking all of the things. Like that's not right. Donald Trump tries things, and if it doesn't work, he kind of untries things, and then he sticks his hand in the fire, and then he takes his hand out of the fire. You can create algorithms to trade based on this sort of stuff, right? And so
like, why do we, like, if this is what we want out of a president, like, or like this is something that's acceptable with a president, is like them like touching hot stoves and then taking their hand off and being like, yeah, I want to touch another hot stove. Like, what are we?
The thing that both you and I are saying, which is the centralization of power in the executive branch, if in the hands of a true ideologue, could be a dangerous thing. Right? Like, I think that's right. I mean, one of the things to remember about the 1930s, and again, people keep citing the 1930s, is that the mechanisms of power pre-existed the people who then misused the power. I mean, that's like a real thing. The forcible use of the centralized government in Germany happened under Brüning in 1930. It was Franz von Papen who was getting rid of the powers of the various principalities in Germany before the actual centralization under Hitler in the final enabling act in 1933. The sort of bizarre misunderstanding of history in which, like, there's one bad guy and nothing led up to the bad guy is not right. And I fear that we're coming to a point where the dominance of a grievance-based politics, and this is why, as you say, I'm assiduously avoiding right and left in this book, because of this, a grievance-based politics that says in America, at a fundamental level, the things that have made America awesome and prosperous and a good force in the world, that those things are actually bad, and that those things need to be torn away. That American history has to be seen as a series of actual bizarre conspiracies, complete with brainwashing of the American population. We didn't actually win World War II. We didn't actually land on the moon. Was America actually founded on slavery and not on the basis of the Declaration of Independence? Like, that's all of a piece. And when that becomes the dominant ideology of the American people, that our problem is the system, then the next thing that happens is not something that anybody of traditional bent is going to like. And the internet makes all of this so much worse. It's so much worse because it used to be that we used to interact with human beings. Right? As I've said many times on the show, like, we all need to go out and touch grass, or like go and talk to another human being. And it turns out that most human beings are actually not in the mold of the comment section on YouTube, either left.
Why is that the behavior of the leader of a country? Just randomly try shit in and see if it sticks. That's moronic. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I said. Yeah, exactly. It's like,
right.
We should not.
That politicians particularly
should have a little bit of higher standards, buddy. Please
use the comments on YouTube as a proxy for what public opinion says. They use retweets as a proxy for what public opinion says. And
Twitter is not real life, but they sure confuse it with such. In some ways, I feel like the thing you are saying behind a bunch of this is that the thing you fear behind the door. That's Tucker Carlson's right.
The thing about Trump, and the reason why he could be the end of something, and what could come next could be completely different, is any attempt, and the left has been trying to do this, some parts of the right too, to philosophize Trump. It's a fool's errand. You cannot philosophize Trump. There is no Trumpism. There is just Trump. Right? There is no Dana Olney's rule. And so what you've seen is an attempt to turn Trumpism into a theory of economic disempowerment, right? Which I think is actually quite wrong, because Donald Trump quite likes hanging out with, as it turns out, people in Silicon Valley and crypto bros and people he thinks of as innovators. But at the same time, he'll yell at China about how our manufacturing base is being emptied out. He, as you say, contains multitudes, but I think that whatever comes next is not going to.
I think it's a good place to end. Always a final question. What are 3 books you recommend to the audience?
So, Marion Tupy has a great book called Superabundance. It's not like Overcome Your Abundance.
Oh,
It was
that's actually a decent book. I haven't read it, but this is a decent book.
In which he discusses
I've seen a little bit of stuff or I think I've like cited stuff from it before. I believe I have it downloaded even. Maybe I don't have it downloaded. But yeah, this is like a Cato Institute, like libertarian book, whatever.
The progress of economics over time. And I think it's a really important book because I think it's important that we're grateful for our civilization, and I think that we'd be accurate about the great positive movement in economics that has actually happened over the course of the last 40 years. And one of the great kind of grievance-based culture points and economics points is the idea that you're worse off than your parents were, your grandparents were, and it's just not.
I agree with Ben Shapiro on one thing. Let's go. I don't know why he didn't bring up QAnon conspiracy. He mentioned crazy conspiracies. Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't even think of that, but yeah.
Since it's not true. So Superabundance by Marion Tupy is I think.
Actually, wait, do I have it in? I gotta rack my brain. I downloaded this book, like, I know I downloaded this book. But, like, over a year ago at this point, probably.
Really informative and useful read. Yeah, again, all the classical.
Yeah, here it is. It's in this. It's in Calibre, which I haven't used in a while. Superabundance.
I think that Democracy in America by Tocqueville is still the best description of what America is and in many ways ought to be. The Mansfield translation is the best version of it. It's really terrific. And maybe I'll go with the Constitution of Liberty by F.A. Hayek, which is not a complete statement of kind of where I am politically, but I think that it is a good statement of the evolutionary basis of liberty and why checks and balances are necessary in order to preserve that liberty.
Ben Shapiro, thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Wow. 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 Kill me. There's a dude in my waiting room who wanted to chat to me, but he's gone by now because we spent forever in a video. Oh my god, kill me. Oh my god, kill me. Hate this country. I'm moving to Amsterdam. All right. Good lord. But yeah, I've seen stuff in this. Like, I've used stuff in this book before. This is a decent book. No, stay in the USA. We need you. Thanos. I like the sentiment, North, but you know, I do like Amsterdam's so nice though. Like, it's so, like, look at the fucking walkable shit, the canals. It's just like so. It's like so nice. Oh, the Simon Abundance Index. I like the Simon Abundance Index. Gini coefficient. Just look at, it's like so nice. Like, imagine me going on like 3 a.m. walks. Like, oh my god, it's just so wonderful. It's just so wonderful. Or bike rides, because, you know, they have nice bike lanes there. Okay. Oh, it's so nice. They're like all of the same fucking canal. Bro, please. Bro. I yearn for the trams. League game not going well. Hell. I would be winning if I was playing it. I played a single game of League my entire life. It was a 1v1 against my friend Isaac for some gaming challenge we did, and I lost immediately. Because I'm goated. Oh my god. Or do we want to... This video kind of has an insane premise. Teammate is flaming because I'm feeding. I'm flaming him based because I'm feeding. I don't know if it's unhoused versus millionaires. I don't know. Are these like literally full on legitimately unhoused / like homeless people? If so, that's like kind of fucking crazy. But I don't know if they just mean like housing insecure or whatever. But you know, we've been on the Jubilee neolib pilling people arc from the anti-capitalist episode, so maybe we'll reach out to some of the people on here too if they have super cringe takes and try to talk to them as well. But or van life law, that's true. But I feel bad if they are like literally full on fucking homeless. So, you know, we'll see. Also, hopefully we don't get copy striked. I don't think we will, but we'll see.
Is a choice. Third world country. Being poor is a choice. Step forward.
Is the video quiet for you guys? The video is quiet for me, but I don't know. But I feel like if I turn it up, it's going to be quieter than my microphone again.
What if you agree with the prompt?
Or louder than my microphone.
Well, currently I'm poor, very, very, very poor. And it might not always be their choice, but I do believe it's a choice. Absolutely.
What do you mean by that? That's not their choice. Elaborate.
Some people wind up in certain situations illegally in certain ways, you know, or some parents don't do certain things that they should, whatever. But I believe it is essentially, if you're not gonna get out and get it, then you're choosing not to.
Valid.
I have a follow-up question.
Real.
Why do you think they choose to be poor?
Because it's hard to build. It's hard to build something, and it's scary to build something. And there's more excuses. There's more excuses than there are solutions.
A lot of times the reason someone
Did all four of the millionaires went up? Oh no.
is because of they lose here before they lose anywhere else. Because we all have the same amount of time in a day. I know it sounds cliche, but it's how you're using
They probably didn't make up an order for a certain guest. Oh yeah.
time. So 100%, if you're spending your day and you're not choosing to be productive in any way, it could even be as simple as getting a job or working, saving some money. I think that's how you stay poor. So especially in the 21st century, when there's thousands of ways to get out.
Yeah.
You can get where they are.
I mean, I would say if you're under the age of 18, you're a child, you know, but after the age of 18, everything beyond that point is just it's your choice.
I believe that if you have a mental disability or a physical disability, that obviously you're not in the same playing field. More likely you are going to.
Which is like 30% of the people in poverty, by the way. Actually, I don't remember if it's 30%, but it's a decent number of people of poverty are people that are mentally and/or physically disabled.
who don't have any kind of disability, then there really kind of is
Like that's the people consuming like all the fucking welfare benefits that maybe these millionaires will complain about later. We'll see are mostly like disabled people or whatever. But
for me, I feel like if you work hard, go to school, put yourself out there, commit, I feel like you should be successful.
I think ultimately being poor is a choice, but there's a ton of nuances. If you look at Mexico, for example, it's like 130 million people. It was like 55 million of them can't find like adequate housing. That's not their fault. So I'd say there are cases where people have no choice in them being poor. 80% of the people that are unhoused is due to trauma. Think of you as, you know, you're doing whatever you're doing in your life. You got a job, you're a plumber, an electrician, whatever, you're making a decent wage. And your wife and kids, they're coming home from a soccer game, semi-truck T-bones them, they die. That would be such significant trauma that could really easily lead to not wanting to work for a little bit. 80% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. So if you can't go back to work, or you don't have a community.
Oh no. Bro, the millionaire said it. The millionaire did the paycheck to paycheck beam. Oh no. Oh no.
Support system a little bit. 80% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck.
And he said 80%, 80%, 80%. Bro. You guys don't know. Like the paycheck to paycheck memes are all based on like surveys of like a few thousand people. And like, you know, paycheck to paycheck is not like a well-defined, like meaningful economic term. If you look into any of these surveys, it's why people who make like over $200,000 a year, like over 30% of them will say that they're living paycheck to paycheck, right? Like it's just based on the participants like feelings of what paycheck to paycheck is. We just look at like actual data that a Federal Reserve has. That shows a much better view of Americans' finances. And it's like 54% of adults have enough money for 3 months of expenses. Like the median net worth is $192K, okay? And the median American is $8,000 in transaction accounts, like their checkings or savings account that can, you know, that can be essentially immediately accessible. Like, yeah, I mean, the 80% number is crazy because people usually cite about like 60% from the Lending Club surveys and or the payroll.org surveys. But 80% is wild. That doesn't even make intuitive sense. Like, really, 4 out of every 5 people you know are living paycheck to paycheck. Really, like, dog. What are we saying here?
So if you can't go back to work, or you don't have a community and a support system in place that can help you get through that and the capital to get through that, it's a pretty fast domino effect from you're missing work, you're missing rent, you're in a shelter, you're on the street, and if it's that type of trauma, the fastest way to get out of it is going to be a substance. The lack of trauma being addressed is the biggest contributor to the unhoused crisis that you guys have.
I kind of disagree with that because I know you said trauma causes it, but I think trauma is also subjective, right? Like there's like the parable about the 2 brothers where their dad was an alcoholic and then one grows up to be an alcoholic and he blames his dad. And there was the other brother who he grew up, became successful, didn't touch alcohol. They asked him why, and it's the same reason. The same trauma, but it just affected each one differently. So trauma or things that are out of our control may contribute, but I still don't think it changes the fact that being poor is a choice.
I come from Russia, so in Russia, it's a very tough mentality. I grew up in like a small village, and a lot of people.
This just happened to me. No hate to August. It's just amusing. Oh, what the AI like enhancement for the thumbnails. Listen, you gotta do what you gotta do as a YouTuber. I respect it, okay? I mean, I like Mr. Beastify people's faces to some extent. I've not used AI thumbnails, but thought true banks would go out of business with the lack of savings account. Yeah, they spend that money so you can have money immediately in your checking account. Like, yeah, like it's silly. It's silly.
Could have like a victim mentality, but they don't. They toughen it out.
Also, like this is Jubilee, so they're gonna be like all the prompts are silly and stupid and dumb ways to frame. Like, is being poor a choice? Like, that's such a dumb. Like, that shit. Like, whether or not being poor is a choice should not even have that much of an implication on many of your policy prescriptions. Because like, if a bunch of people are choosing to be in poverty, I guess like maybe you can just say like, well, fuck you, it's your choice. I'm not doing shit. Or you could say, well, you know, what is the policy prescription that could actually address that issue? And that policy prescription, even if it is a choice or whatever, likely would be similar to the same type of policy you would do if it wasn't a choice. Like, I don't know. It seems very like silly or whatever. And it's not a.
And you just keep going no matter what. So when I came to America, I noticed it's super different than it is in
None of
Europe
that
and
stuff is
Eastern Europe,
useful
especially
to debate, in
because
my opinion,
people
that
just here
much.
have a lot of like this victim mentality, and a lot of times it's like it's crazy. But people in Russia don't even talk about mental health, which I don't think is right either. But in Russia, it's like you don't get depressed, you don't have bad days. You're not allowed to have bad days. So I feel like in the United States, we almost over talk about it, almost baby them. You know, sometimes I'm like, you need to be tougher in life.
I first want to say that seeing people come up here and say that poverty is a choice is very highly offensive, and I want to let you know that all four of y'all being millionaires, I find that deeply insulting for you to say that it was a choice for me to be poor. Now, when you brought up the myth that if you go to school and work hard, then you just be successful. I graduated from UCLA despite getting my GED in prison. When I went to LSU to study for my MFA, I went there as a single parent with my daughter to Baton Rouge, and we were homeless there. And working at LSU as a graduate teaching assistant, I was still in poverty. My daughter couldn't access good schools because of racism. She was in a segregated school where she didn't get the same services as the white kids. And it's funny for you to say that you come from Russia, and so we have a victim mentality here. But you can come from Russia to the United States of America and have white privilege that I can't access. I've been arrested for walking through Los Feliz just for the color of my skin. Is that a victim mentality, or am I being victimized? There's a big difference there. So I want to say that all of you should check your privilege at the door. I never chose to be poor. No one from my background has ever chosen to be poor. Neither do any demographic that is living in poverty in this nation. We face discrimination on a daily basis, and we're doing everything in our power to lift ourselves up by our bootstraps, as you tell us to. But continually, you guys get all the benefits, all the resources. We don't have any type of homeless PACs that can go lobby on our behalf. We don't have any representation, and we don't have any real opportunities.
So you don't have any opportunities?
Do I have the same opportunities as you? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Your words mine. We don't have.
We don't have representation. We don't have the same opportunities.
Your words was we don't have the same opportunities as you.
We don't have the same opportunities.
So we're changing the wording, which is fine. And I can't even possibly disagree. I'm not in your shoes. I'm walking in your shoes.
I'll say this. I grew up poor. My mom immigrated from another country. I'm brown. I'm almost as dark as you. You know, I understand where you're coming from, because I do agree that it is harder as a black man to have opportunities. But at the same time, explain all of the black millionaires I know. They're close friends of mine that feel the exact same way. And I wish one of them were here, because then he could speak to you.
God, both of these things are so fucking cringe. Oh my God, they're both just relying on anecdotes, and it's like, oh my God, kill me. Oh my God, kill me. Oh my God, kill me. Like I don't like. There's no like.
White people. I'm the brownest one, so I feel like I have to speak on their behalf. But we came here. I had a single mom. Dad left when I was like 2 years old. So I understand how it feels to have nothing, but also at the same time, you don't feel like you have any opportunity?
Because you bring up exceptionalism and you try to use yourself and really insulted me by talking about the color of my skin. You're almost a dark.
What? Is it an insult?
Me, because you try to bring up there's other black millionaires. See, what you're doing right now is you're trying to talk about anomalies for my community. There's a racial wealth gap that you can't address. You're not an African American, and you bringing up a couple millionaires here and there doesn't change the fact that the majority of all the wealth in this nation is in the hands of white people.
Okay, that's a decent. Okay,
African Americans here have not.
Okay, that's
gotten
not
any
a.
reparations.
I don't know how. I don't know if the obviously the majority
has not been passed.
It's probably going to be in the white population, because white people make up a majority of the American population, but. Certainly there is a racial wealth gap. Okay, and that's like a statistic that can be used to mitigate the antidote.
It's down for generations. We had to deal with redlining. We had to deal with Jim Crow. We had to deal. We still to this day. I was the first one in my family to be born with civil rights. My dad was born before the passage of the Civil Rights Act. I don't have civil rights. I've been wrongfully convicted, wrongfully arrested. I started getting arrested at 11 years old. I'm not brown. I'm a black man in America, and I don't relate to your experience or what you're bringing up, because in my communities that I've lived in the poverty I've lived at the Union Rescue Mission in Skid Row. I've lived in South LA in the ghettos where I've lived at. There are no millionaires. The only millionaires are the real estate owners, the slumlords, who are exploiting us. Show us where in our community are these opportunities. Where's the investment?
I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree that it's going to be harder. I'm not saying it's not as easy as it would be for anyone else. I'm not saying that. But you just said that I chose anomalies, people that are exceptional. Exceptionalism. Do you believe you can be exceptional?
I'm not here to represent myself and my exceptionalism. I'm here to represent the unhoused.
I understand.
And when I go to Skid Row, the data shows and my life experience shows that most of them did not get to go to UCLA.
The data, bro. Do you feel like you can be exceptional? It's a yes or no question.
And I'm not answering your question. I represent the unhoused. I'm not here to be an anomaly. I'm here to represent the people.
Okay. I was just, here's one thing. I was gonna say, you brought up the race inequality. I would also like to address the gender inequality. I'm a female. Do you know how it's crazy for me as a female to even have a job in my country? So coming to America, I was at a disadvantage too.
Is that true for Russia? Really? Maybe I'm just stupid. But like, what is the? If I look up the like female labor force participation rate in Russia, I feel like I'm going to see a number over 60%. But maybe I'm wrong.
No, I didn't speak any English. Zero. I had zero connections, no friends, nothing. So of course I could have played the whole I'm an immigrant, I don't speak English, I'm a female card, but I didn't. You know. So I think you can really get out of it. And it is tough for everyone, but you know, you can't be stuck in this mindset.
So for you to say poverty,
54.63%. Globaleconomy.com, which I don't know if that's necessarily accurate data, but
you just insulted all the women that are on Skid Row. All the women like my mother who went missing in 2011, chronically homeless. These are some of the women who are assaulted, some of the most vulnerable women in the city. And you
was you probably talking about being a business leader in Russia? That can be fair. Sure. If she's, yeah, did she say her job or a job? If she said her job, that's totally fine. And yeah, being a business leader, yeah, sure. I bet that's rare. But
you said that their poverty is a choice. They're choosing to be intense, being assaulted.
But a lot of them do drugs too. Like a lot of them do drugs. So.
What do you mean by like the drug part though?
Because I know a lot of people that are on the streets like do drugs, and I've like luckily thank God I've never touched a single drug because even if there's 1% chance to get addicted, I just don't want to take that chance because I see how those people live, and I would never want to end up like that.
But that gets to my point. I think about is poverty a choice because the drug abuse, the drug addiction is a big part of that. About 6 years ago, I met this guy and. I was already not doing very well, and he pulled out 2 needles, and my life was changed forever, and I was on the streets. And I think that I get that I made a bad decision by starting drugs in the first place. I'm not denying that. But at the same time, the people I've met on the streets, they're not. You say like we're playing victim. I think that these are some of the toughest people I've ever met, and we're struggling from a significant illness that is beyond our mental control. It's hurtful to hear that poverty is a choice when there's people battling with drug addiction, and that's a significant thing. And drug addiction is not a choice. I think that some people are.
Dude, I don't even disagree. I don't even like disagree with them that much, but it is very annoying that they are like, it's harmful to hear this. Like, I'm offended and like, oh my God, like, bro, oh my God, kill me. I don't even like, and this is kind of what I mentioned about earlier, by the way, like, regardless of whether or not like you sort of view drug addiction as a choice, like if you truly have like a good, informed, truly free choice or whatever to do drugs in the first place, like, it's like, your policy prescription should not actually be changed that much because presumably it would still be good to have some type of policy that mitigates the harm when people do make that choice and or stop that choice from happening in the first place, right? So like, I don't even think your policy should be changed that much either way, but that's why people dislike leftist less progressive. Yeah, I know. It's like, it's annoying.
Born with drug addiction, that's
dude, also the fact, oh my God, the unhoused in the title too and not homeless, like
genuinely what I believe.
We're not doing them any favors here.
I was able to get clean. I have about 4 months sober, and but that doesn't make me any better than people who were still using. I got clean because I was able to get housing temporarily. I was able to get a clear head, and I think people are telling people on the streets, if you want housing, you need to get clean. You need to go to rehab. That's the only way you can get off the streets. But people aren't going to get clean if they can't get housing.
So what's stopping other, I guess, homeless people from doing what you did?
Because they don't have the same opportunities I did. I knew somebody very high up in the Midnight Mission, and she was able to get me into the cafeteria to just spend the night, and I was able to get a clear head. Not everybody has that opportunity.
I was actually going to touch on something that Kate said. Kate, you agreed that being poor is a choice, but then you also brought up like disability, kind of putting on a different playing field. For me personally, I have autism, and it's made it difficult for me to maintain employment, kind of like because social.
I had hope. Okay, I thought we were gonna bring up statistics of people in poverty and stuff, but it's over. We're so screwed. It's so over. Yeah, but it's like, do you want the rich people to spend all their income on drug addiction treatment? Okay, they spend all that money and a relapse. Are they supposed to support them forever? This is a conversation for your local reps, real.
Differences and like sensory difficulties and like with time management, like throughout my whole life. I actually dropped out of high school 3 different times. I didn't end up graduating, but those same challenges that affected me in childhood.
I have ADHD, guys, and I really struggle with time management, and that's why my sleep schedule is so fucked up all the time, and it makes me hard for me to get a job. So !TTS in the chat, send some. Let's get some donations in here. Let's get some likes. Let's get some subs. Okay, this is the only job that I can actually do as a neurodivergent individual. Okay.
Like I'm an adult now, but you don't grow out of that, and I get by mostly with like gig work and like odd jobs. But at the end of the day, maintaining stable employment is something that I want to do. And actually, studies show generally like 40 to 50% of homeless people actually are employed. So I think there's this big misconception that they're all like, on the streets, like just doing drugs. They don't want to get better.
I don't know if that's it's gonna depend on all your definitions of homeless and shit. I don't think most of the people who actually like are homeless in a sense that they spend nights out on the street are employed, but the sort of like underhoused population and stuff, or in housing insecure population, I bet it wouldn't surprise me if the majority of them were technically employed.
And even the ones who aren't or can't still, I feel like, deserve compassion because sometimes there's a lot of nuance to it.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Congratulations on that graduation.
Oh, thank you. It was so hard.
So proud of you for keep going. Like that's amazing. Exactly. Like you have like.
And also,
like,
technically, like even if you have a job or whatever, doesn't mean you're making good decisions with the money. So it could still be a quote unquote choice or whatever. But not that I necessarily agree with that. I don't know how irresponsible they are with their money, but that was so nice. Real.
Like a mental disability, which does set you back. It is so much harder for you, than an average person with a clear head. It is, but I'm so proud of that you keep going, that you're not giving up. You're amazing. Just.
I guess this is sheltered, unsheltered.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So do you guys think it's a choice for us to be poor?
Well, it depends. Do you guys have a mental disability or a physical disability? Like I feel like.
Yes. No hard feelings.
Yeah, I think with the exception maybe, I'm not well versed on that, so I don't want to speak on your position specifically, but for everyone else, I would say yes.
So
I mean, as respectfully as possible.
So working full time, going to school, being a single parent with sole custody and placement on my daughter, doing everything right that I'm supposed to do. I'm choosing to be poor by working full time, by going to school, by taking care of my child.
That's a big thing.
You have a daughter.
So Kevin's in a poor as well.
That was your choice, was it not?
Yeah, I can be employed with a home and in massive debt and in danger of losing it all.
I didn't ask you about.
Did you ejaculate inside your girlfriend?
You
having a daughter?
What? Bro, they're the like left wing, not rhetoric may be the right term. The left wing framing and like rhetoric and is like so bad. Why you're on such a high ground here, and we throw it away with did you ejaculate in your girlfriend? Let me guess. Yes, poverty is a choice when economic growth is at its highest. For me, I don't think I think I said this earlier. I don't know if I guess you just weren't here. I think the entire question is stupid. Should not even have that much implication on sort of your stance on anti-poverty programs, and like it certainly I don't think poverty for probably most people in poverty today in the U.S. is really a meaningful choice. Not to say that like any individual could be making better choices. That's true of everyone, and it probably is also true that the individuals in poverty are on average making worse choices than individuals not in poverty. But it doesn't mean that like holistically it is a choice to be in poverty for most people in poverty. Like that's my broad position, but it's not a super relevant or interesting question to me in the first place. What gave him sole custody of a child as a homeless person? I'm assuming he they're defining it as like housing insecure or something. Yeah.
Don't speak to my daughter, bro.
I'm asking you a question. Is having a daughter a choice?
Yes or no?
I don't think anyone here agrees with the people on the panel, but it doesn't mean that people in poverty are inherently correct. Yeah.
You want me to answer a yes or no question, but you want to answer a yes or no question?
Is working full time choosing to be poor?
Is having a child a choice?
Is working full time choosing to be poor? Why you can't answer the question?
Yes.
First of all,
yes. Here's why.
I love that you work full time.
I think right now you're trading your time for too little money. You gotta find a skill that will allow you to trade your time for more money. Because you're working full time, you're grinding it out because you gotta make ends meet, right? Regardless. I know you seem like that type of person. I can hear the passion in your voice. You need to find a way to trade your time for more money, so that when you work full time, it gives you more leeway, more freedom, better life.
I agree.
So you see it as choosing to be poor?
For you, 100%. Yes. For her, no. I don't know if maybe you've battled with drugs. Maybe it's given you like a mental, maybe some kind of mental setback too. Because I know how hard it is to be sober. So
I just if you think drug addiction, if you look at anybody on the streets right now, like screaming, talking to themselves, that was me. And it's just beyond me thinking that you believe, or some people believe, that they're choosing that.
Capitalism creates homelessness.
Oh no. Oh really? Only him?
Yeah, so my perspective is.
Okay, we got two. Okay, wow. I think that was also a stupid question. It's way too. It's Jubilee. I shouldn't expect any better. Way too, in my opinion, broad, stupid. It shouldn't even. Depending on what you define as capitalism, you shouldn't even necessarily get that many policy implications from it as well, because you could and I would hold that a purely capitalist system in that literally no government intervention at all essentially is that's going to end up with some people probably being unhoused. But you could still have a holistically capitalist system and just have some minimum level of government redistribution and or public housing to avoid that issue.
Whether you're looking at laissez-faire capitalism and you're looking at the industrialists and those who were, ultra rich, that created a system where the majority of the people are living in poverty, and many of those people do not have homes. It's an exploitative system. And those who have access to the capital
when
usually
are we
passed down
talking
as
about
wealth
here?
generations, wealth transfers from grandfathers, fathers to grandchildren, children, and those of us who are locked out of that capital are the exploited labor pool. So being homeless, they subsidize your labor in Los Angeles. They'll even go to a point where you will get a subsidized job where the employer gets to use your labor for free. They don't have to pay you a penny. I've worked many subsidized jobs. Capitalism is the system that does this. Socialism, systems where we all work together.
How is that even capitalism?
Communism, systems where we
When you said subsidized job,
out of that capital are the exploited labor pool. So being homeless, they subsidize your labor in Los Angeles. They'll even go to the point where you will get a subsidized job where the
who is they? Is they the government? That's not even capitalism at that point. That's like literally a government mandate or government subsidy. You would say recently hit all-time record for homelessness. Yeah, I know.
Employer gets to use your labor for free. They don't have to pay you a penny. I've worked many subsidized jobs. Capitalism is the system that does this. Socialism, systems where we all work together. Communism.
Lazy. For me, I don't know why you're incapable of listening to anything I ever say, but okay.
Systems where we all get an opportunity. We're working together, egalitarian, or those who have are actually helping to take care of those who don't. They don't create homelessness. They actually make sure to prevent homelessness. So capitalism is an insidious system that keeps many of us locked out of wealth, that keeps many of us in homeless shelters and dying on the streets homeless.
You're really well educated on all this stuff. The way I see it, I guess, in the capitalist system, there's not really much of an incentive to help unhoused people. In fact, I feel like there's an incentive to kind of push the unhoused people down, push them away. And as someone on the streets or who was recently on the streets, I could feel that pressure. Like I felt it whenever I walked into a store and then I felt like I wasn't wanted. Security would meet me, people would go away, or people moved.
He's kind of it's like, I think broadly there's very good reasons to believe that capitalism generally would lead to sort of an efficient number of homes being built. I don't totally disagree that like there's not a strictly super strong incentive for like basically outright charity under capitalism, right? I mean, I guess you can give tax deductions. At that point, it's not like strictly, that's not like the libertarian, totally laissez-faire capitalist, I guess. But like presumably, you know, capitalism is going to essentially, in competitive markets, price is going to be driven down to marginal cost, right? If the price of homes is super high and that's sort of having a negative effect on the homeless population, you would expect businesses to enter the market and build more homes, and that would push the price of homes down close to marginal cost. But I think a big reason you don't see that now is because the government essentially restricts the supply of homes via zoning regulations. Although, like I said, to be fair, like I do think like you still probably see in a purely laissez-faire system or whatever, unhoused population or whatever.
Away from me at the bus or seeing a bus stop, you know how there's that rod in the middle of the bus stop? And you know that the city deliberately put that little rod there to prevent somebody from being able to lay down because they don't want us there. And I think a capitalist system does incentivize that. And I don't know the solution. I'm not gonna, I don't know much about socialism versus capitalism and all that, but I just know our current economic system is devaluing the interconnectedness of humanity.
Exactly. And economists and others can speak of capitalism as if these systems are in a vacuum, but in reality, these systems are tied into our reality as lived human beings. So we have to deal with white supremacy in our capitalist system. 40% of the
economy, I mean, there are certain cases where economists might like speak of models in a vacuum, right? And say like all else equal or whatever. But like certainly like economists take even issues of potential like racial inequality into account. Like economists are the ones writing about racial inequality a lot of times. Like, okay.
The homeless here in Los Angeles are African American, and there are historical causes and reasons for that. So while someone who was white or who was brown, who was a newly arrived immigrant can show up and say, hey, those black people, they just don't want to work hard enough, they're lazy, it's their culture, all of these excuses and myths that they want to make up, there's actually historical reasons for why our communities were destroyed, like in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street, for why highways were built through our communities, for why you have Nuri Martinez and others on the hot mic in the city council saying that they don't like the blacks, redlining, and all the exploitation that we experience, all of what we still deal with on a daily basis. This is all part of capitalism, and they're mistreating us. Like you said, they won't even let us lay on a bus stop. They don't even look at us as human beings. That is an insidious system.
I was gonna say, Russia actually also had slavery. Did you know that? They enslaved their own people too, and they killed millions of their own. But no one ever, talks about that. They worked on the fields, 16-hour days. It was the same thing. But again, that happened like 100 years ago. Slavery in the United States, of course, it's a huge part, but that happened like 300 years ago. That was their life. You know what I mean? Like you didn't have to do that. I didn't use that to come in here and say, I have a tough life too. It's a man's world out here. I just should give up.
No,
oh, it's gonna be horrible.
My situation is nothing like yours. I don't know what you're talking about. You were able to come over here, like you said, as an immigrant and access white privilege that was put into place for you to access. Meanwhile, like I said, my father was born before the passage of the Civil Rights Act, born without civil rights, drank from segregated drinking fountains. My grandmother was born a sharecropper and escaped out of that situation. And the ending of slavery is not suddenly a glorious moment for African Americans like you're trying to paint it to be. It ended 100 years ago. No, we still deal with the issues today.
I don't understand how a socialist system would make it so individuals treat the homeless less. I'm assuming you mean fair or with less fear. Yeah, no, I don't think it would achieve that, but I do think like, I mean, he even said, "Oh, I don't even know." The one dude said, "I don't even know much of capitalism or socialism. I just think we need to have an economic system that accounts for our humanity and blah 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 blah." Like, you know, they're not even making strong prescriptions and stuff, and it's painful.
I'm in my own life. I walk down those fleas, I get arrested for the color of my skin, stopped, detained, questioned, profiled, even held in jail without being convicted of a crime. I have no clue what you're talking about. Okay. You speaking on Africans and African Americans.
I mean, everyone is held in jail without being convicted of a crime. That's what jail is for. You're held there. I think you could be held for a few days or whatever before they charge you, and then once you're charged, you have like an arraignment or whatever, and they set bond. If you can't pay your bond, then you have to sit in jail until your trial. If you can pay your bond, then you can not be in jail until your trial. That's what jail is for. And I can see an incentive for uplifting homeless into productive citizens, able to produce and make an income in an area. Social system would probably see the ones who can't work as well as bad. Google Waymo going to make so much money with robotaxi. So what if the transportation workers all become homeless as long as not? Yeah, Vermeer, you have a very good understanding of trade-offs and spillover benefits. And thank you. Yes, thank you, modern Luddite. Okay, what will we do when we automate away the farm work? Okay, oh no, guys, we're gonna automate. Guys, the internet is gonna automate away everything. Everyone's gonna be in poverty, guys. Oh my God, no, we're gonna automate away manufacturing jobs. Everyone will be, yeah, but no, believe it or not, probably gonna create jobs in other sectors, just like everything does. And people are going to save money on transportation, and people are like, you should not employ workers in a inefficient industry. Like, you should not, like, that's straight up dead weight loss. We should not be building dams, or we should not be building canals with spoons instead of shovels to create more jobs. No, you should be building them with machinery. You should be building them with the most efficient tools we have possible, so that workers can be reallocated to more efficient sectors where their labor is more valued. Okay.
Our experience and trying to compare it to Russians, I have no idea what you're talking about.
So I'm also black. I've gone through the same type of racism, the same N-words, the same small hick towns, all this stuff the same. And I never look at it. I never think about it like that. It's like, why does everyone have to bring up something that held someone else back? It's always, oh man, they did this to the blacks, or the black did this, or the Mexicans did this, or the,
oh, no.
What about the good things? What about
we have a left-wing civil war.
Did you see that garb?
Yeah, I mean, I hear a lot of negativity around capitalism all the time, and I totally understand it. And if you look at the system that we have in place right now, and you blame, government bureaucrats for being in bed with...
Hello, you are very naive. The corporations are publicly saying they can replace all their workers with robots. If you followed market... I don't know. Do you think I deny that automation destroys jobs in some sectors? I don't know how you got that from... or how you think I deny that from anything I just said. I recognize that if you dig a canal with a bulldozer instead of spoons, you employ less people, but that lets labor be reallocated to other sectors where consumers are spending presumably the money that they save on the cheaper product that they buy, because obviously if a cost for a company goes down, prices also go down, and consumers have more money to spend on other sectors. What workers? Real. I mean, he's talking about the transportation workers or Uber drivers and cab companies or whatever in Los Angeles, I guess. But
the billionaires and the business owners and all that kind of stuff, you think, oh, that's a big problem, which I hear a lot from people. That's not capitalism. That's cronyism. That's where...
How do they have the worst capitalists too? What do you mean?
Business interest and government interest are inextricably linked. Capitalism just means private ownership over the means of production. As we were saying...
Oh, wait, maybe I don't entirely disagree with the point.
The system that we have in place right now, and you blame negativity around capitalism all the time, and I totally understand it. And if you look at the system that we have in place right now, and you blame, government bureaucrats for being in bed with the billionaires and the business owners and all that kind of stuff, you think, oh, that's a big problem, which I hear a lot
from... Okay, no. Okay. That point is actually fine. The point that, there's issues with billionaires, like rent-seeking, and it's an issue of, cronyism, whatever, that is fine. Although, their point is just going to be every business owner is sort of incentivized to do that. But yeah, obviously, that isn't really capitalism or whatever. That's rent-seeking behavior by businesses, and that's enabled by kind of by the scope of government, essentially, right? That's the whole point of sort of, regulatory capture. You introduce government intervention or regulation into some market, and now businesses sort of have an incentive, because there's government intervention in that market, to sort of manipulate whatever intervention there is in their favor, right? That is a issue that to some extent you can mitigate by less government intervention. But
from people, that's not capitalism. That's cronyism. That's where business interest and government interest are inextricably linked. Capitalism just means private ownership over the means of production. As we were standing back there, you're talking about socialism and communism. I mean, that's a slippery slope to go down. You would know.
Yeah.
I come from a country that's more socialist leaning. We do pay a bit higher taxes, but we have universal health care, right? And you look at the happiness index of Denmark. You look at Norway. You look at Finland. These are places that have a mix of capitalism and socialism. I'm not saying pro-socialism in any way, shape, or form. That said, it does have its benefits. The blame that so many people put toward capitalism, I think, is misplaced. Capitalism, I personally think, is an absolutely beautiful, amazing, incredible system, and it's not even close to perfect because it's a system. Socialism is a system. Communism is a system, albeit a horrible one. And human beings, and human behavior, and human nature is very rarely factored into these systems. That's what drives these systems. Would you agree?
Yeah. I would agree. If we had a system of capitalism and white supremacy wasn't involved because it wasn't imposed upon us, maybe we would have a different history. But the reality isn't like that. The reality is that this system of capitalism that we're under, it was involved in slavery. So like you said, it is about the human interest, and that comes into play, not just what's on paper. Like you said, when we're out here in LA and we're homeless, we have nowhere to go, we can't even lay on a bus stop. Where are we supposed to go? It's a crime for us to even exist in society. So where are we supposed to exist at? I'm not understanding. Where does the system want us to go? The Olympics are coming up.
I think the only thing you're not understanding is the prompt, which was about...
I feel like it's pointless listening to economists who are poor. If they know what they're talking about, they wouldn't be poor. Is that a dumb take? That is a unbelievably retarded take. Yes. An economist is not someone who studies like personal finance and like how to make the most money and how to see the highest returns on a stock market. No, that's not what economics is. Economics is a much more broad, general, like study of scarcity, right? Study of resource allocation, study of the allocation of scarce resources. And that in no way grants you the ability to foresee what markets are going to succeed and what markets aren't going to succeed. And a fundamental economist versus financial advisor, yeah, and even financial advisors, one of the kind of not fundamental tenets of economists, but one of the kind of fundamental tenets in markets. So it doesn't help at all with markets. It'll help you understand markets, help you understand why markets are good in most cases, but it doesn't necessarily help you foresee the future. One of the benefits of market systems, by the way, is that no one, with certainty can foresee the future, but individuals have their own sort of localized information, right? They have their own beliefs. They have their own, information, about how, what they are doing, there's a term I'm looking for. I'm not going to be able to think of it. Their preferences, obviously. And that in the market system sort of lets, that be aggregated, right? Every individual who participates in a market system can communicate via a price system, without having to know, without having to know the conditions of other people and everything. That's something a central authority can't recreate. And there are good reasons to believe why that sort of market system, the fact that it is unpredictable to some extent, is actually one of the benefits to having markets, because you let individuals use all the information they have to participate in the market system and communicate very efficiently via price mechanism, which is something that a central authority couldn't recreate. And also because you have so many different individuals placing different bets on different things, even if individuals make random decisions or irrational decisions, markets can still achieve close to efficient outcomes because of the sheer number of bets and decisions that are being made. Someone is very likely to make the sort of optimal decision. And, that's a feature of markets that you might not necessarily see under a centrally planned system.
Capitalism.
Right, that's capitalism.
I think if the prompt was pink puppy dogs, we'd end up at race within 1 second.
So you can take race out of it because you don't deal with the negative aspects of race. You're not oppressed through the color of your skin.
Oh my
You can take
God.
race out of capitalism. It's a part of capitalism. Who started capitalism? Who started the system?
Well, I'll say this.
I can tell you, it wasn't a black man in Africa.
The United States is not the only country that has capitalism.
Right, I said who started capitalism. Do you know? Was it a black man in Africa?
It went from feudalism to mercantilism to capitalism. It was like
capitalism is kind of a we've always had some amount of market-based systems, and there's always been countries throughout history with some amount of private ownership of things, but
actually evolving.
Obviously, kind of modern capitalism started. Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, Britain, America, blah blah blah.
Did it naturally evolve in Africa?
It's a flawed system. No system is perfect. I agree. It may create some homelessness. It might make some people's lives harder. But I think it promotes being great. It promotes you to be good. America is the wealthiest country in the world because of capitalism. The most capitalistic country, wealthiest country in the world. In fact, capitalism has driven prices of food so low. More people die of obesity here than starvation. Right? There are 1,600 new millionaires created every single day. Me personally, I employ 20 people. They take care of their families. They live good lives. Right? So imagine, I'm not even that rich. Imagine a billionaire. They're hiring tens of thousands, 20,000 of people. So the more businesses you have, the more people that are taking advantage of capitalism. It's not just taking care of them. I'm paid well, but also there's people that...
Capitalism was started by John Capitalism in 1642 when she decided to buy your mom. This is true.
For me, that also have good lives because of it. So I think capitalism creates growth and it creates prosperity across the board. And it's not perfect, but it's the best we got.
Homeless encampments can be dangerous and should be cleared.
Oh no.
So I do security and live in Skid Row. So not only do I usually put someone in a headlock, I usually see them later on that day.
I don't even care about this prompt. Do I want to watch? I don't give a fuck. Skip.
The system is rigged to keep the rich rich and the poor poor.
Oh no. Oh, we got 1 millionaire agreeing.
I believe it is. And I believe it's because that's what you do when you're winning. You make sure you stay winning. And that's it. That's it.
It is rigged in a way. A good example, 2008. Do you guys remember what happened in 2008? Global
Oh no. Oh no. I might not disagree with the fundamental point he's going to make, which I think is going to be, again, to the extent that there is sort of rent seeking because billionaires and millionaires and these individuals interact with the government and try to, rig the system to keep it in their favor. That's a failing, that is rigging it, obviously, but that's a failing of not just capitalism, but also the government, right? But no, we're about to mention some of the, about to go on this stupid 2008 train with bailouts and stuff. Let's go. Okay, let's hear it.
Oh, yeah, okay. Shit hit the fan. Banks were failing, but not all the banks failed. The big banks didn't fail. Why did they not fail? Who bailed them out?
JP Morgan.
You did, you did, I did. We bailed them out. The taxpayer bailed them out. This is cronyism. I believe in free market capitalism. I believe those banks should have crumbled, failed, and we should have innovated on top. We should have created something way better. So in that way...
Okay, it wasn't as bad as I thought.
It is rigged, but it's not rigged enough to keep everybody down. I don't believe that for a second. I believe capitalism provides amazing...
I think the 2008 very complicated. I'm going to do more reading on it one day. I do think, though, there was, with where we were, there's probably no better option than bailing the banks out to some extent, at least. I don't think we should have bailed out, the automotive industry the way we did, but, I think bank bailouts were basically the best thing we could have done. Although I think I don't have strong positions on how we could have sort of avoided the situation where we had to bail them out in the first place. I don't know exactly how. I only have positions with regards to that, with regards to how we maybe could have better handled monetary policy, not with regards to any of the other stuff, essentially.
Amazing opportunity for people. Whoever creates the most value for the market reaps the most value from the market. I 100% believe that literally all four of you could be extraordinarily wealthy while the system is rigged in the rich's favor at the same time.
Yeah, so Donald Trump's big ugly bill just passed. And within his bill, they're estimated that millions of Americans are going to die because of lack of access to healthcare in the future. And for some reason,
I don't know if it was millions are going to die. It was maybe 8 million are going to lose Medicaid or whatever. And then maybe 300 or so rural hospitals are going to shut down. I don't think that was projected to lead to millions of deaths, but all right.
The billionaires get tax cuts, the millionaires get all these benefits, and those of us in poverty, we get the shaft, as always. Different programs like AmeriCorps, Job Corps, all these programs are disappearing because now it's an attack on DEI. Now they don't want to see anyone who's getting these opportunities continue to get these opportunities. So yeah, the system is definitely rigged to continue to see us failing, to keep us as a permanent underclass, serving the needs and the wants of those in power, and those in power to continue getting richer while we continue to die on the wayside.
I think it boils down to the definition, because he was saying rigged, right? Rigged would imply that you can't win. The shell game? They go on the streets, they go like this, they put a little nut in the thing, they move it. That's rigged, because you can't win no matter what, they're gonna take your money. As a black male, it might be harder to get rich. As a woman, it's harder to get rich, right? As a white man, it might be easier, but it doesn't mean that a black male or a woman can't get rich.
I was gonna actually mention, I studied sociology in school, so it was actually really depressing when we got to the topic of wealth inequality, because they said statistically, whatever class you're born in.
Oh no. Oh no, the millionaires are going to be, they're not going to be Austin Splinterfield, oh no.
End up if not even go lower, which is crazy because coming out of college I was so optimistic and I was thinking, oh, I'm going to become so wealthy. A lot of times the idea of American dream is dead, but I was going to say, well, a lot of it I think comes down to
oh no.
personal choices. And I noticed you mentioned a lot of times, oh, but the circle that we have a big advantage. Again, I came here from a country that I didn't even speak the language. I came here when I moved here from Florida, I didn't know a single person. So a lot of it really boils down to my personality. I have to present myself in a way that people wouldn't want to hire me. It has nothing to do, for me, I didn't know you were African American. I don't care. I thought you were Indian, honestly. And I don't care if you're Indian, I don't care if you're black, I don't care if you're Mexican. To me, it's if you're a good person, if you're a fun person, hey, let's hang out, hey, let's start a business together. It never boils down to a race to me, Your energy has so much to do with it, your vibration. I think you just gotta.
Once again, I think you're speaking from a position of privilege. So the statistics show that an African American male with a college degree, with no felony record whatsoever, has the same chance of getting a call back, the same chance of getting an interview from a white man who has a felony record. What are we talking about here? We're not going off of people are just treating us the same based on our energy and our vibe and what I'm giving off of. People are treating us different based upon our race, whether you like it or not.
Took the race out of this whole segment.
Well, then we're talking about a system that's rigged. This system is rigged in your favor, not in my favor.
I'm a female. Statistically, you should be my boss. If you were born in this country, you have such a big advantage over me.
Who benefited the most from DEI programs?
What DEI programs?
DEI programs in America. The majority of all DEI programs in America.
No.
Who benefited from those programs?
That's not true. That's another progressive meme. That's not true. That's not what the good research show. That's just a progressive meme. I think this is a good study that shows basically the opposite. Has affirmative action played in the growth of minority and female employment in U.S. firms? The paper analyzes this issue by comparing the employment of minorities and women at firms holding federal contracts and therefore mandated to implement affirmative action, and non-contracting firms over the course of 3 decades, spanning 1973 to 2003. It constitutes the first study to comprehensively document the long-term impacts of affirmative action and federal contracting on the U.S. employment landscape. The study uses blah, 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 blah. Analysis of the dynamics of workforce composition around the time contracting reveals a large part of the effect of affirmative action on increasing projected group shares occurred within the first 4 years of getting a contract, and these increased shares persisted even after a firm was no longer a federal contractor. Hold on, where's the demographics or whatever? Oh, the primary beneficiaries of affirmative action in federal contracting over 1973 were Black and Native American women and men. Analysis of the dynamic, yeah, it doesn't seem to be the case that it was primarily women. Yeah, this BS. They're not doing background checks on callbacks. Callback isn't even hired. It's like another job interview loan. They're only gonna waste resources doing background check as part of the hiring process. Real. I don't know. I think there's some. I'm not super well educated on it, so like I don't feel that comfortable talking about it. I can say like that thing you just said was a progressive meme. That's not really true, but like there probably is some evidence that like if you have like a name that is more that sounds like a black name or whatever, like you're probably less likely to get a call back. But
But which minority got to get those benefits? White women. You don't know the history of the country that you're living in?
No. Because, okay, when was this DEI program?
These are programs that have existed in the United States
But
of America
when was it created?
Donald Trump's administration is trying to get rid of them because the Americans have perceived that these programs actually benefited me, black men. If they knew that those programs mostly helped white women, you think they would have got rid of those programs? Can we be honest and have a real discussion? Or are we just going to have a privileged discussion where it's just vibes, girl, and when I go out there, everything is cool. If he could just vibe better with us, he would have a good time too.
It's definitely true. Those biases are just pervasive, yeah.
I don't care if it's black. I really don't care. I'm not a cop.
Right, so the system is rigged. We're not saying you're rigged. We're not saying that befriending you is rigged based on all these things. The system is rigged to keep the rich rich and the poor poor. That's a reality. I was born into poverty. I lived my entire life in poverty, and I know that I've been busting my ass since day one. I've been busting my it was a real victim mentality to bust my ass since day one, and they stopped busting my ass. And as a matter of fact, while I'm working full time, I'm still volunteering. I take my time out of my schedule to volunteer even when I'm homeless. I can be in a homeless shelter. It's such a victim mentality to help others that don't have what I have, to make sure that I even help those who have more than me. It's such a victim mentality.
I hear a lot of people point out that I think you maybe exchange your time for a little bit too little money, because that is a choice that you make, I think you could get a better job than whatever you're getting paid, I think you should be able to afford rent, because you're a smart guy. I work a lot of hours. Sometimes I work like 16, 18 hours a day. I think you could work that too, and I think if you work that just as much, you could make amazing money. You could move up in the world.
Right. Sole placement and sole custody of a child. I'm gonna work 16 to 18 hours a day. Where's my child gonna be at for those 16 to 18 hours?
Well, again, you're having a child. That was your choice. That was not.
But you just created a false hypothetical situation where I'm gonna do something that's not going to. I'm not living in an imaginary world. I'm living in a real world. I'm a single father. I'm an African American dad. I live in Los Angeles, California. I live in the United States of America. This system here is rigged to keep the rich rich and the poor poor.
It's too expensive in LA. Live somewhere else.
And I've lived all over the United States of America. And the reality is that someone like me, the data is showing, is not getting paid a fair wage.
That's already starting. I think all this racism dying off. If anything, white people are afraid to be white now. So all this is dying off, and nobody owns slaves.
Why are we back to this again?
You're saying that racism is dying off and all this type of stuff. The reality is, right now, we're dealing with a situation where far-right extremism is more of a danger today than it's ever been. Where the president is inciting fascism and inciting racism in his speeches, in his policies, in the fact that he's against our own Constitution. How is the system not rigged in favor of the rich when we have a billionaire president with an administration full of billionaires? The Department of Education head right now is Linda McMahon. The only reason these people are getting into positions is not based on their qualifications, not based on what their education is based on the fact of how much money they have. The entire system is fully rigged in favor of those who are ultra rich.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's based on your loyalty, but
as far as is the system rigged or not?
I mean, it does seem like a perpetual victim, like the guy who complains at his job all day at work and wonders why he's not getting promoted. Yeah, I mean, it's the whole, like I said, I think the entire framing of these prompts are like all fucking stupid, but isn't Trump the first billionaire president? Well, I would imagine.
Argue to the end, back and forth, whether it is or it isn't. At the same time, I just want to say, who cares? Like, who cares? It doesn't matter. It's rigged. Okay, you have it harder. Okay. My dad told me this when I was younger. He's like, you're gonna have it harder, and who gives a shit? He's like, you gotta work hard anyways. At the end of the day, it doesn't change the solution, which
We're not completely wrong in a prompt stock too, exactly.
the activity and your habits that take you to become successful or keep you out of poverty, it's gonna be the same. And it's crazy, bro, because you're so educated on a lot of these topics. And it's like, man, if I could take my philosophies and just put it in your body, I'd be a millionaire in a year. So it really comes down to that. You have so much energy, so much intelligence, and it's like, man, it's like if I can just channel that energy into this different direction, bite some different philosophies, and just be willing to say, yeah, you know what, maybe I am wrong. Maybe the way I've been living, there's gotta be something wrong because look at where I'm at now, I'm not happy with. And if that's the answer that I'm not happy, then change must happen. You know, and you gotta be open to change.
Yeah, I'm humble, I'm open-minded. I'll say this, everyone on this side wants to be where y'all at right now, and no one on y'all side wants to be where we're at right now, and that's just the reality.
Wow.
People have a duty to fix homelessness.
I like this.
Okay.
I think the more money you make, the more responsibility you bear. Right? The more responsibility you have, the more you want to help other people, bring them up, educate them, help monetarily. Whether you fix it through money, or whether you fix it through education, whether you fix it through reform, there's a lot of things you can do once you start making money because you can start making impact. Especially hearing your guys' stories, it makes me feel bad because I feel like I could do more. I can't, obviously. But I think the wealthier you get, the more responsibility you have for that stuff.
I think every person has.
Listen, I mean, I think wealthy people have a duty to donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project, baby. I mean, I'm just saying. Insofar as you got a duty to do charity, are we gonna give it to people in the first world in the U.S. who already live good lives, or are we gonna give it to people in Africa for malaria nets, baby? Give it to the people in Africa for malaria nets. Come fucking on, okay? And if you care about animal suffering, the fucking Shrimp Welfare Project, baby. Exclamation point shrimp in the chat. Donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project. Highly effective animal charity that reduces the suffering of shrimp before they die. Okay.
As a duty to help their fellow human being. And homelessness is an initiative that it's been near and dear to my heart for a long time. It's not just lip service. I mean, I've helped people fundraise for through my company and build 150 homes for people that didn't have homes in Mexico. And I've been involved in charitable stuff for the last 25 years.
You want to drag one side down to your level, well, the other side would have no issues. If all of them won the lottery tomorrow, real, I guess, but yeah.
It's one of the most gratifying things.
Well, I mean, drag down to their level, I think, is a little harsh, but I understand your point.
I do. I think it's actually more of a selfish thing to do, to be honest with you, because it's like it feels amazing doing it. I feel like I'm actually fulfilling my calling, and I think anybody has a duty to help their fellow human. It's just part of being a decent person.
I feel really glad hearing y'all's perspectives on like individually feeling kind of like compassion to put yourself in others' shoes. And a lot of the times, just everyday life is just so stressful when you're poor. It's like you can't think about the greater good for society. It's every day, it's just survival. I stepped forward because I was thinking kind of like in terms of taxing the rich a little bit. Taxes, go to public services like libraries and roads, and I feel like those things are important more on a systemic level. And then you guys made a good point about like how you individually feel.
Give the taxes to the Shrimp Welfare Project.
Me too. It was, and I think just this discussion is part of helping, you know what I mean? I do think the rich have a duty to help the unhoused. And there's just this one thing, I always thought it was weird. I'm not saying that when I was unhoused, people were needed to give me money, but I would panhandle a lot, you know what I mean? And whenever I was in like really wealthy areas like Calabasas, I wouldn't get any money from anybody. But if I went to like a lower income neighborhood, like if I went to East LA, I'd get a lot of money.
If you're rich, you have a duty to donate to me and hit that. And if you're broke, you have a duty to hit that like and sub button and follow on Twitch and Kick and Twitter and Instagram and Rumble. And where else do I stream? DLive, TikTok. I'm not really on TikTok that much. But yeah.
Money. And it just made me like wonder like why the upper class is more hesitant to directly help the unhoused. And I'm thinking maybe because they don't want us like staying in their neighborhoods and stuff.
I think it's because they can't relate.
Yeah.
The reason this is I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but I thought about this beforehand. I actually got everyone freaking little things so you guys get a stay at a hotel for however long. So all you guys got one. It's $250 on this.
Whoa.
For any hotel you want.
Thank you.
Make sure you guys are good. I love this prompt, so I don't know if I'm allowed to do this. If I'm breaking the rules, it's for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. But I think part of that is because people can't relate. Because I remember there was at some point my dad, there was an ugly little like divorce battle where he tried to sell the house and me and my mom were almost homeless. So it's like when I hear this stuff, it makes me sad. It sucks and I feel like really grateful to have money now. So I wanted to make sure that you guys. I can't do like it's not much, but also just on the top, I have goosebumps. It's crazy.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, you guys, everybody deserves it.
And I would say, since you have that heart and that mind to do that, I would say get involved with organizations that are in Skid Row, that are right now fighting this battle. We don't have people to make sure that Gavin Newsom can hear our stories. We don't have people to make sure that Karen Bass can hear our stories. Being millionaires, I'll be honest, y'all can get to these leaders quicker and better than we can. I've been down to City Hall and tried to talk to them. They quick to throw us out of there. Let you guys go down there.
Can you do my bathroom as a turtle fan? It's a Shrimp Welfare Project for real. Shrimp aren't sentient, right? No, there's good, Kara. There is actually decent evidence that shrimp are sentient. Hold on, real quick before I get to the. I have a pet turtle too, North. I saw that you were a turtle sitting on Twitter. That's cool. But the Shrimp Welfare Project is for real. Okay, shrimp typically die very painful deaths. Okay, they're buried alive in ice unless they suffocate. and freeze to death over the course of about 20 minutes, okay? And there is, yes, good evidence that shrimp are likely sentient, okay? We observed that, for instance, they tend to their wounds when they are hurt, and when we give them painkillers, they like tend to their wounds less often. When they're hurt, they like delay eating. We see that shrimp are able to make trade-offs between essentially how much pain they're willing to go through to get a reward. We see that shrimp even have different sort of individual preferences when it comes to the sort of the trade-off, the level of trade-offs that they're willing to make. Yeah, there's even evidence that the shrimp are sentient. Even the Shrimp Leopard Project actually has a thing on a website for the Are Shrimp Sentient? And they go over some, you know, research here, but also there's a report from Rethink Priorities, which they do a lot of research on this stuff, and they look at a bunch of different evidence, include that yeah, shrimp are likely sentient and probably have can suffer about 3.1% as intensely as humans can. That's the median estimate. The mean estimate is they can suffer about 19% as intensely like humans can. Now, don't take those estimates as like a super like concrete thing or whatever. They should be like taken as sort of like very like rough ballparks, like because it's very hard to really truly guess those things or whatever. But yes, there's decent evidence that shrimp are in fact sentient. Any amount is enough? Real. This level of autism, I accept to only see on DeviantArt. It's 100% to the shrimp based. But yeah, I think this is a Rethink Priorities report about the likelihood of sentience. And, you know, this is a kind of hard graph to read, but you can see there's a bunch of different behaviors here that we would accept, that we would find likely that animals that are sentient would observe, would showcase, and shrimp, you know, exhibit a decent amount of them. I think shrimp are, you know, this one, you know, there are a lot of things that exhibit. So like number one, what is number one? Taste aversion behavior. There's a good post by Benson's Bulldog. You've not seen my autism about yapping. You asked me to yap about something as a piece of a right. I will yap for you for free based. There's a good post by Benson's Bulldog. He goes over pain in a bunch of different animals, including in shrimp. So obviously, shrimp and like, you know, most things in general. Can you show a turtle on the stream? Not really. He lives outside now, actually. We bring him inside for the winter, but he has a little outdoor pond that he's in. I can find a picture of him. But you know, obviously shrimp have all these 7 criteria, which we just generally associate with pain. I should have highlights, but they're not showing up. Shrimp are injured, they rub the wounded area in ways other animals do in the pain. Other crustaceans behave like we do when we're in pain, being likelier to abandon a shell when they're given more intense electric shocks. Crustaceans, which include shrimp, score highly in every criteria. This is like, you know, central nervous system trade-offs that they make. Yeah, I think he cites a study from the London School of Economics that looks at a bunch of invertebrates. And it's about hermit crabs, but you know. Anyway, yeah. Likely sentient. Pretty likely that they are, to some degree, sentient.
Petition, talk to
Which my folks who do something like that. My folks live in a lake, and they make a leash for turtles so they can swim in a lake. Lol, dude, that's a genius idea. I live near a lake. I should do that, yeah.
Ask them. They'll probably listen to y'all way faster than they'll listen to us. That's just my perspective on it.
Yeah, I guess I just want to say from my personal experience, every successful like entrepreneur or person that's, you know, made a lot of money, they've always given back. They're actually some of the more giving people in my experience. I guess with the prompt, just the word duty as if they were obligated, it's like, I don't think it should be written anywhere, but I think it's a natural philosophy that if you've ever struggled and understand what that's like, that when you make it, it's like, how do you not feel good about helping someone else out because you've once been in their shoes? So, I mean, I agree with everything everyone's saying. By the way,
now I'm almost done with my uni. My dissertation is almost complete, mostly. Let's fucking go. Well, I wish you success. I bless you with success and pregnancy.
Duty maybe threw me off.
I think if you make it a responsibility, you're gonna cheapen it. Like if y'all were responsible for giving me a hotel every night, you would have pulled that out. I'd be like, bro, I'm gone with that. I don't know.
Affirm yes to raise rents on single mothers. You guys seen that meme? Dude, I love that meme so much. I wonder if I can find that. Oh my God.
You should have gave me twice as much, 3 times as much, because now you're obligated. Well, I stood in a line for 2 hours almost to get this T-shirt because I was like, I need something to match these shoes, and I saw people in the line complaining. Somebody said, oh, they don't care about what they're doing. I'm like, bro, they're volunteering. If people are responsible for doing stuff for other people, then it's gonna.
I don't have that many pictures of my turtle. If I look up turtle on like our shared family cloud stuff, it's a bunch of turtles that we just see in the wild. But this is young non-fawn. This is like 7-year-old non-fawn or something with our turtle. All right. We sell this indoor little thing for him. That's a fucking crab. But yeah, you can see most of this stuff is other turtles and not our turtle. These are a bunch of random other turtles. That's our turtle. This is our turtle and our rabbit. It's very blurry. Yeah, it's all fucking other turtles.
Don't turn more of like, why didn't
I
you
think
do
about that clip
Instead
of
why
Vegan
didn't I-
Gains arguing that lobsters don't have brains and aren't sentient. I don't know if it was like an argument or not, but he seemed like he would let them die out. LMAO. I don't think I've seen that clip. I think I mean, I would presume Vegan Gains has changed his opinion on that sense, but I don't know. Bethan Bulldog and Dr. Avi, you said Vegan Gains, it reminded me of this. What's the fucking fish pain? Oh my God, it's okay. What's the fucking deliberation under ideal conditions? Yeah. This isn't about shrimp specifically. This is about fish, but Bethan's Bulldog, Matthew Allison, and Dr. Avi did this video about pain in fish, and they look at, you know, a lot of it's discussing sort of what is necessary to feel pain, what we would expect from people or from animals that feel pain and, you know, have sentience or whatever. You know.
Get off my ass and get it.
I think that, by the way, they talk about it in here. I think they say we don't know for sure or anything, but like, I think when I skipped to it, you guys might have seen that fucking picture of the babies or whatever. There is you know, there are reasons to believe that even like babies born with like anencephaly or whatever, or I think maybe it's not anencephaly, but like people without like certain, like the central cortex or whatever, or thalamus, might be able to experience pain too. I think they say it's not for sure by any means, but does Dr. Avi still try to call all carnivores? I have no clue.
It's called consciousness in congenitally decorticated.
I'm not like I'm not that familiar. The most I know about Dr. Avi is that he's like vegan and like pro-Israel. That's like all I know about him. I don't know all the Dr. Avi lore by any means.
Developmental vegetative state is self-fulfilling prophecy.
Okay.
And so there's photographs. So like figure 2, subject 1 visually tracking a hand puppet, so they can visually track things. And then discrimination of persons. When received into foster age 1 to 6 months, subject 2 showed no interaction with persons or environment. From then on, she received constant affection and multimodal stimulation from her foster mother and therapist. For the next half year, she remained unresponsive even to this enriched environment. Gradually, however, both mother and therapist noticed that she seemed more at ease in her own home than elsewhere. By age 5, she consistently recognized certain individuals non-visually and responded to people differently according to 3 categories: mother, familiar persons, and strangers. The more familiar someone was, the more she would relax, move spontaneously, and vocalize. At age 6 years, a neurosurgeon described her as happy and very responsive to her mother. At age 12 years, GLH noticed.
But yeah. So, like, even, you know, there's reason to believe that sentience and feeling pain could exist in kind of a much wider range of people than we typically think of. And, by the way, you should just, like, you should have some principle of precaution, basically, that, you know, it's obviously way better to sort of err on the side of caution. And when you look at the historical record, historically we have vastly underestimated what animals feel pain and how much they feel it, right? We like in the 80s, in the 1980s, it wasn't that uncommon to think that animals didn't suffer like at all, even for scientists, right? And then it was like, okay, well maybe some mammals suffer, and it's like, okay, well maybe actually fish might be conscious too and suffer a little bit or whatever. So like certainly we've historically underestimated the extent to which animals suffer and how intense their suffering is. So, you know, we should err on the side of caution when considering this stuff.
We all also do have our
Commercialized lab grown meat, bro. Let's fucking go. Actually, I'm not sure that's a good idea. I mean, like to the extent that you give people to substitute away from regular meat to lab grown meat, that'd be great. But
our own families. And I plan on being filthy rich. I mean, absurdly, disgustingly rich. And I don't want all of a sudden now it's on me to take care of everybody else's, because I have a lot of children. I gotta take care of my own thing.
I was gonna say, after yours, I feel like a lot of times, like when rich people do even help, it's never enough. You know, they get taxed more than anyone else. It's still not enough. We're like, you know, people are still like, oh, like eat the rich, you know, and like I still help, I help my church, like rescue, and I still want to like foster like a couple kids when I'm older, but it's not gonna be enough. It's not gonna solve anything, you know, and I'm still gonna be looked as, oh, like you're a white girl, like you're privileged, you know. It just feels like, not that I need the validation or anything, but sometimes it just feels like no matter how much you do, no matter how much you give, people are still gonna look down on you, and they're still gonna do like, oh, but you have this, oh, but you're whatever, you're a female, oh, but you're tall, but you're white. That's why.
yeah, I don't know if it's just a bait bro thing, but it's just a wacky starts its argument saying that the stability ecosystem is irrelevant. I think he was being super debate brained. Oh wait, are you talking about the? Oh, yeah. I think I've actually. No. Yeah, I think I know broadly what you're talking about. Yeah. I don't think I've watched that debate or anything, but yeah, I think like the killing odd order predators. I remember him like supporting that stuff. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I don't know if he still supports that or whatever, where he lands exactly on that. I will say, though, I mean, I just think generally a lot of wild animals live, like, pretty bad lives. So it's like, you know, I don't think a lot of those arguments are, like, super horrible or whatever. The species of aliens that only kills humans or something. I don't remember him making any arguments like that, but like I said, don't know all the Dr. Avi lore. Okay. All I know is that he pro-Israel vegan. That's about all I know. And he's a doctor and does derma path stuff.
You got those things, but a lot of times it's like you can't win, you know?
Because you owe me.
Yeah,
you owe me.
It's always.
I think I meant like not as much a legal responsibility necessarily. I think it's just we kind of overlook the spiritual connectedness of all of us and that we have moral responsibilities for each other. So yeah, you maybe don't literally owe me anything. I think that we all owe each other like dignity and help and respect. And yeah.
If you give people free housing, they won't be motivated to change their lives.
Well, I am literally looking at people who are going through these houses.
The hardest aura farming animal mood is when ravens and wolves work together. Real.
Some processes every day. I'm going through it myself, but I do believe it should be a temporary thing. It should always be a temporary thing because your parents should raise you, and if they don't raise you, you're not someone else's problem. And
the issue with that is you're gonna, depending on what you mean by temporary, you're gonna run into welfare cliffs where people don't have an incentive to move on and earn higher incomes, because if they do, you're going to take away their housing, right? So like I'm going to be incentivized, you know, if my choices are between a fast food job where I earn $15 an hour and a government subsidized house versus a job where I earn, you know, $25 an hour, we'll say, but if I earn that income, they take away my government subsidized housing. In that case, I might have an incentive to not take that job. It's a welfare cliff, right? Like I would lose kind of more in benefits than I gain in my private market income. So there are issues with that you want to make sure you account for. With housing, it's kind of, with housing, you can't do a very, if you're providing it directly, you can't really like phase out benefits. Like with cash benefits, you can like phase out, right? So you say like for every essentially like dollar extra in income you earn, will reduce government benefits by 50 cents or whatever. So you always have the incentive to still earn more private market income. With housing, directly provided public housing is kind of like all or nothing. I guess you could provide like, you know, a cash subsidy and or like a housing voucher that goes down and phases out with your income. But, you know, I do think there is a issue with welfare cliffs there. And I do think it is also relevant to mention, you know, there are always going to be trade-offs of things, but like, you know, essentially just build more housing, bro. This is real. This is real. You know, like there probably is some merit to the claim that like, oh, people with better housing are probably, you know, better able to organize their lives, right? They, you know, they're better able to sort of sort themselves out to get a job if you if they don't have housing, they're kind of not in a position to do that as easily. But there might be some trade-off there with, if you give them a house, what is their incentive to continue to work? Yeah.
Nothing should be free. And if there's this big utopia of free stuff, then it probably isn't in America.
Yeah. So when I say this, I'm just speaking for other countries, right? You look at, like, I've traveled the world. You go to other countries, specifically like in Europe. A lot of them, they do this free housing thing. Right. And the people that are in this free housing, they don't work. There's just like a minimum thing where they're just there in this free housing, chilling. Which I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I think with the prompt saying, if you give someone free housing, they're not going to want to work. I think that's true.
I think it's completely counterintuitive because if it's free,
Yeah. So I think anything that's given for free is usually taken for granted.
The arguments are sound, but that's it. I think that might be his point. But calling any population is so devastating that my arguments... Does YouTube censor the word killing? I don't think it used to. I've always finding an artificial source being just as realistic, sure.
Granted, I think that's what it is. I know for me, like, I had a very...
I mean, that is... I mean, they are debate bros, right? Like, he is a debate bro, so very well it could be he was literally just trying to prove the argument was, like, valid and sound, like...
Besides this. No, I had a very traditional, like, Asian mom, and I grew up in LA, so, like, I'm not, like...
Someone knocked at my door. What's up? You want land in the stream on Kick? I guess. I don't know if you want him on Kick. You can go on Twitch, I guess.
Alright, well, let's talk about that, but he needs help.
Okay.
He's like halfway done or something.
Okay.
Be up to talk to him today?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be up for a bit, yeah. I don't know if my mom knows what Kick is. Shaq, can we get some W's for our mom fawn? Let's go. But okay. I don't know if my little brother streaming on Kick is a good idea.
She wanted me to be a doctor, lawyer, engineer. If she just let me stay in her house, if she was like, you know what, you can just stay here and figure your life out, I probably wouldn't have become successful. But she was like, no, get the hell out. She kicked me out.
W mom,
Having that
thanks, Rosh.
something to motivate you or push you, it'll get you to work a little bit harder.
Yeah.
I'll say Taylor, the blue shirt fella, is the only one who isn't mildly insufferable. I did check out his instance and sounded sus. Oh no.
I mean, it's hard to apply that statement to everyone. It's like you can't say it as a blanket statement because it's in like every individual.
I'm not interested in reaching out to any of these people so far. There might be something. God, I hate TikTok so much. Worth humana. Maybe I am interested in reaching out. Goddamn. Okay, I changed my mind. Okay. But I don't know. I don't know how good any of these conversations would be. LAO not want to stay focused. It's content. I reach out to a lot of people in Jubilee. Thanks for the $5.
Mom Fun shout out.
Hell yeah, Mom Fun shout out. Mom Fun is my goat. Okay, let's go. Let's go. I should send her those $5 minus the cut the YouTube takes. So, $3.50 or whatever is left after YouTube takes the cut.
Individual's different. I'm very grateful I don't have a mortgage anymore.
I am really appreciative for the $5 job. I'm not trying to. It's funny to give her. Listen, she's rich enough. The marginal utility of the $5 is relatively low. I'm broke enough that the marginal utility of the $5 is actually somewhat high for me because I got $2.16 in my bank account right now. Okay, so,
And it did kind of, I'm like, oh man, the motivation kind of does go down with it, but that doesn't speak for everybody.
I think housing is a baseline to make better decisions. At least for me, I wasn't able to get sober until I was able to get into a cafeteria to get out of the rain, and I was able to think more clearly. And there's an issue right now, especially in Los Angeles.
That's all I got on the people in the Jubilee video. You guys are under no obligation to donate to me. Don't worry, I'm perfectly well off. I'm in a perfectly well off family, okay? But I do really appreciate the donations, okay? They do help me out quite a bit, so
Angeles, that's the city I can speak from. But the easiest way for me to get
and they help me do cool content. Like, hopefully, maybe we'll see IRL streaming the Unfuck America thing. You see, I set a goal to IRL stream the Unfuck America tour. That was coming near me, and then Charlie Kirk got shot, and they canceled everything. But then they said, "Nah, we're still gonna do it." And then later, more recently, they're still doing some of them, but they took the event that I was planning on going to away because it was the closest one to me. It was in like Virginia. I live in North Carolina, so I'm not gonna go to Colorado or Arizona, but I can drive to Virginia relatively easily. So, you know, it was either Mom Fawn shouted or eating today. I hope you like it. Mom Fawn wants to become a public speaker? No. I'll just go to the IRL stream and hang out and meet some other streamers there that I know are going. So
shelter was going to a gay bathhouse, and like that's like kind of a system.
True.
If that's
you know, Free to a Kayak didn't like public housing because he thought it would make people gay. Or it might have been Mises. Speaking of, among all the people you debated not on, which one have you enjoyed the most? Probably Hunter, honestly. It might have been. It might not have been Hayek. It might have been Mises. In contrast, an experienced advisor to the police considered houses for single men breeding grounds for homosexuality. It was on these grounds that I could not support their funding. Yeah, it was Mises. It was not Hayek. Okay, let's go.
Easiest way for me to get shelter, because the shelters in LA, they were not letting me in because I had a drug abuse problem, and I think there needs to be a place for people, even if they're using drugs, and not saying, hey, you can't get shelter unless you stop, because some people physically can't stop, and it's hard to stop if you're just on the streets, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there's extenuating circumstances.
I know, it's,
like, again,
it's incredible.
Been involved in a lot of initiatives in mostly foreign countries, and like you said, like the poverty there is unbelievable, right? Like there's zero choice.
Americans don't understand.
Yeah, it's not like for lack of trying that these people are homeless. Like not even close. This is like the last house that we built was for a mom and 2 kids, and she's doing everything that she can. So it's just getting people a baseline to be able to ground and have the safety, the security.
It's full of breeders. How does he know the slang?
Like the dignity.
He was ahead of his time. Okay, now I gotta actually, you know, now that I see that, okay, maybe I gotta start taking him seriously. Okay, he predicted the Gen Z slang.
So that they can launch, because they're not worried about, oh man, there was a heavy rain today. That means the hillside that I live on, which is made of dirt, is going to like completely flood out my house. They have to worry about like the most very, very basic things that hold them back from actually focusing on starting a business, running the business, making money from the business, making it more profitable, getting their kids in school. So I think it's more of like a launch pad than something that would inhibit.
I agree with you. I think with me, my main point was if it's just permanent, I think that's where the issue comes, because then people will say, I'm going to have this forever. I'm not going to do this. I have no issue with people saying, hey, we're going to give you free housing for 2 years.
The reason that people would say it's forever and they want to just keep it, again, it goes back to trauma. It's like someone being unhoused is very rare. It's, in my experience and in the massive amounts of data that I've looked at, has very little to do with someone being lazy or not trying.
I just remember being on the streets, like sometimes I would like make a sign and say like, could someone take me out to eat? And it's not necessarily because I was hungry, and I just wanted to like be inside and sit with somebody for a little bit. And I just really encourage anybody, if they see like someone unhoused, even if you don't want to give them money, just look at them in the eye and say hi. Like that goes a really big way. That's all.
And I was gonna say to y'all that homelessness is a very lonely experience and a very traumatic experience. And I think that Jubilee Media deciding to bring out unhoused people to give our perspective is a big move and a big look. And I definitely appreciate it. And for y'all sitting down with us and having this conversation, I think this is a big look for all of us. So we appreciate y'all for real.
Yeah, definitely. It's easy to feel very like unseen. So just having this opportunity, like I really look forward to coming on here and being able to talk about this stuff. It is easy to just feel like you're completely just invisible. And thank y'all for sharing like your experiences. I feel like we had good discussions.
One thing I forgot to mention, this is this is half an evil point, okay? No, it's not half an evil point, okay? There's maybe 20% an evil point. It's obviously, even if capitalism results in some homelessness, it probably also results in the quality of homelessness being better than it would otherwise be. Like, it is relevant that, like, you know, most homeless people have smartphones nowadays. And now, like, maybe you can view that as, like, smartphones being made a necessity. So, like, homeless people have to buy a smartphone to survive and have to spend an income they would otherwise spend on food on a smartphone. But you can also view that as, like, homeless people just now have access to the internet and can apply to jobs online and stuff that they might otherwise not, you know, be able to do, right? Like, there is that aspect of it as well. You know, as it ended on a positive note, it is middle ground. They make sure they end the middle grounds on a positive note. You know, they gotta find the middle ground, guys. They gotta find the middle ground. Goth versus Barbie. Oh my god. Oh my god, I love Jubilee so much. Incredible. Truly incredible. Thanks for getting here.
The idea that
Okay. Time to get another YouTube video upload. With Destiny thumbnail for free views. Let's go. I personally think Alpha versus Beta Male is my favorite EP. Oh my god. Or episode, you know. But it's similar to drug addiction. The stigma almost does as much damage as the issue itself. What, homelessness? How long is this? 42 minutes? Okay. How long is this? I could make this a YouTube upload too. I'm very views brained as of now, okay? Yeah, okay. Anyway, I saw like a clip of this upload to Destiny's channel. Apparently, I think they talk about tariffs quite a bit. And we all know that's my shit. That's my thing. That's my thing. That's mine. I get to talk about that. That's me. You call on me for that, okay? You call on me. None of this Destiny guy bullshit, okay?
my name is Stephen Bonnell. I'm known online as
Despite the title, it was actually a really nice discussion, which meant it's going to be boring because people discussed without being mad and triggered. Bottom text real.
Destiny, and I'm here to debate 7 Trump supporters today. My first prompt today is I think the tariff regime that Trump has installed has already been catastrophic for the United
Oh, wow. I wonder why. They talk about tariffs a lot.
States, and I think it will continue to be catastrophic for the United States, even if he doesn't go through with it. I think that the goals of the tariffs in general are contradictory. I don't think you can both work out good trade deals where we can import stuff from other nations.
My goat. True. He forgot this stupid part, though. They're stupid and contradictory, okay? It's stupid to be focused so much on the trade deficit in goods, okay? There's no reason why a bilateral trade deficit, especially a bilateral trade deficit in goods, which is apparently all Trump cares about, it's so stupid. It's unbelievably retarded that he not only thinks trade deficits are bad, but focuses specifically on trade deficits in goods when the U.S. obviously exports a lot of services. If you include the services we export to a lot of countries, our trade deficit goes down dramatically, right? And it's contradictory because, you know, you can't simultaneously get trade deficits down and negotiate a deal to like actually get us to the free trade equilibrium or whatever, right? And it's stupid that even that view trade deficits as a result of trade and not as capital flows. A lot of reasons why it's stupid and contradictory.
Nations and protect domestic manufacturing. Seems like there's a lot of tension between a lot of the things that he wants to do with these tariffs, and I think that the tariffs undermine already established trade policies that we had with other countries, namely the trade deal that we had with Mexico and Canada that Trump had worked out in his first.
It's a video like loud for you guys? Louder than my microphone? I feel like if I turn it up via this, it's gonna make it too loud, but I don't know.
Administration. And I think it creates a level of instability in this country that makes it impossible for large-scale capital expenditure because you are completely and totally in the dark about what the tariffs will look like in the future. So it discourages people.
This is true as well. Uncertainty, very bad in general. That's, you know, obviously not only do we observe sort of domestically uncertainty, probably reducing investment, but you can look at a bunch of foreign countries that are dumping their U.S. bonds because of the uncertainty, right? America historically has benefited from the fact that our bonds and equities too are sort of are sort of seen as a safe asset, right? You know, they're seen as something safe to invest in. That's why so many investors want to invest in the U.S. But currently, you know, part of the reason we see the dollar dropping in foreign markets so quickly is because it's actually not. I don't think it's like that dramatic, but it is like a pretty stark decline, relatively speaking, compared to the U.S. historically. I think it's like the worst year since 1973, right? is because foreign investors are selling their bonds, they're selling their U.S. equities, they're selling their U.S. assets. They don't want to be invested in a country where a madman is changing trade policy every day.
From investing in long-term manufacturing here. So even if you were in favor of any of the stated goals of the tariffs, I don't know if they accomplish any of them.
Okay, so Destiny, you say the tariffs are bad, right?
Wait, can I reach out to these people too? More content, more content, more content. Yes, let's go.
Tariffs, I don't know if they accomplish any of them.
Okay, so Destiny, you say the tariffs are bad, right? Okay, why did the Democrats, like Biden, totally continue them and even added more of them?
Oh my God, let's go, let's go, let's go. Yes, yes, yes.
On China, especially. Sure, there's like stuff going on with Taiwan, but the Democrats did not take any of the tariffs away.
Number one, Biden did get rid of a few of them. There were a few that he was able to get rid of them, right? He already won. Look at his hat, true. But, you know, Biden didn't want to, for one, like Biden was to some extent concerned with the same national security issues that Trump was, right? Like that's why he did the CHIPS Act as well, which I think was much more effective than tariffs. Now, I don't actually think that tariffs are optimal industrial policy, but Biden did just genuinely have concerns over U.S. national security. He just wasn't stupid like Trump was. Now, doing 10% universal tariffs on everyone at the very least, and tariffing all our allied countries, obviously, as well. But look, Biden, to the extent that he left some up, either was genuinely concerned with national security. Two, you don't want to look like weak or whatever by sort of unilaterally bringing tariffs down, even if it like would be good for you to unilaterally remove tariffs, as it usually is. Like as in a context of foreign policy or whatever, you kind of look weak when you do that, even if it would be good for your own domestic economy. You typically want to try to negotiate down deals or whatever. The entire the reason we got to sort of a free trading world in the first place is because, you know, in the 40s we did reciprocal tariff cuts, right? We started doing reciprocal tariff cuts, and that was continued with GATT, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade and stuff, or taxes and trade. I think it might have been tariffs and trade, where countries agreed to simply to reciprocal tariff cuts as well. The WTO also is founded on that framework. That's what followed up GATT. You know, and there's just there's regulatory capture as well. Once a tariff is in place, people who that tariff benefits can like lobby to keep that tariff in place, essentially. So, you know, Nick Fuentes is a centrist source to base opinions off of, right? Not at all. I didn't hear about that, Raj. Oh, you're talking to each other. Okay.
Added to the tariffs, and the Democrats they govern better, right? So if that's one of the policies they get, then the tariffs are actually good for Americans. So I think the Democrats did it, right?
Well, so I think
Democrats govern better.
Yeah. I agree, they do govern better. So I think there's two separate things going on. So I think number one, I don't think that tariffs are necessarily bad in all circumstances. Okay. I think as econ policy, as Trump is using them, they're generally bad, and I think when they're literally across the entire board, I think they're also bad. I think that targeted towards particular countries or sectors, they can be okay. So I believe, for instance, that I think Biden raised them against something like electric vehicles.
Yeah, tariffs.
But tariffs alone,
I don't think the electrical vehicle tariffs Biden did were good.
Drill, baby, drill.
Well, I don't think tariffs alone are enough to affect your
drill, baby, drill. Oh my God.
Ideal economic outcome, because like after you tariff a country, they can also ship to other countries, and there are other people that can ship from there to your country, or you can just continue to import from
That's true, but they have to deal with the U.S. because we're number one. They just have to in many instances.
What?
Yeah.
Hold on. Wait, did I misunderstand the point Destiny made? I think Destiny's point was that generally for tariffs, you're not going to see necessarily production onshore. You can sometimes just see production go to other countries, unless I misunderstood him.
Outcome, because like after you tariff a country, they can also ship to other countries, and there are other people that can ship from there to your country, or you can just continue.
Yeah, he was talking about transshipment. He's saying like if we tariff China, you might see, instead of production moving to the U.S., you might just see China ship to Vietnam and Vietnam ship to the U.S., right? That was Destiny's point.
That's true, but they have to deal with the U.S. because we're number one. They just have to.
This is not a meaningful response to that point. I don't know what he's talking about.
In many instances, they just have to. They can't not do that. And even then,
well,
there's other workarounds to probably make them do that, because the U.S. has just been like undermined a lot in these instances.
I don't think that's
also
true.
Why the European
there's no good reason to think that
Union recently they came to the table. They even said the European Union lady, she barely said anything at this press conference. But what she did say was that it's been totally unfair to the U.S. and that these tariffs like made things like fair.
Sure. So, okay, wait. So just
I don't. So first of all, I don't know if the EU person said that at all, but if she did say that, I would kind of guess by the like she's just sucking it up to Trump. Like she's like Trump is the most like egotistical maniac. Like if you just like glaze him enough, like he'll back off on some of his more extreme demands. Like why do you think you see Apple giving him like the golden American manufacturing plaque or whatever, right? It's because Trump is egotistical. He likes people praising him. Okay, there's a article from Richard Hanania Trump has a plan. It's North Korea, where he goes over some of these instances. I think that's a good Substack article. It's funny, but you know, certainly the deal I think we got out of Europe was not at all good. First of all, it's not even a deal officially yet, right? All these deals so far are like phase 1 non-binding agreements that the details are going to be hammered out later, and we'll see if they actually end up falling apart. Secondly, all the, you know, these commitments that he gets from other countries that he brags about all the time, just the same thing, are not legally binding. And the EU has even stated, hey, the EU actually has no ability to follow through on the investments that we kind of promised, right? Like that's not something the EU has the power to mandate. And they just kind of represent sort of investment, sort of expected investment from private companies, right? And by the way, that's probably going to push the trade deficit up, actually, because foreign investment is just the opposite side of the trade deficit. You know, the trade deficit is balanced out by capital account surplus. And we're leaving up, I think, 19% tariffs on the EU on our side, I believe. Which is not good. Oh, 50% tariff. We're leaving up a 15% tariff on the EU after this, which is not good. Tariffing everything from the EU at 15%. It's not good. You're going to raise prices for the consumers, obviously. You're going to harm producers who rely on imported goods from Europe that produce that import intermediate goods from Europe, right? So they're going to hurt a lot of companies too. Like, it's just not, you're just going to have a fundamentally less efficient allocation of resources because you're not being able to take advantage of the gains from trade. You're reducing the gains from scale that the U.S. can experience, that U.S. manufacturers rely on. Like,
just on the first
at least things should be fair, right?
Yeah, I agree, but I don't even know if Trump knows what fair means right now.
No, but the European Union lady
I understand.
said that, and
I'm
Trump was one of the broader
I'm trying to understand Biden's approach to tariffs versus Trump's approach. So Biden did continue some. He did some more targeted ones on China. We can talk about whether or not that's good or bad, but the most important part was he paired those tariffs with domestic policy, with like the CHIPS Act, to also incentivize more manufacturing, more capital investment in domestic industry in the United States in a way that's a little bit more reliable and long term than just a tariff that could come and go every 4 years depending upon the whims of the president. That was one thing. And then the second thing is also, it's easy to put a tariff on. It's hard to take a tariff off. If you put a tariff on a country, they're probably going to retaliate, which China has.
No, but like I said, China.
What's your opinion to retort to the negotiated line of argument? I feel like I just basically went over that. That the tariffs are being implemented, so we have a mutual tariff rate. I can't type. I mean, I just said, like, obviously, Trump's end goal. So the initial kind of cope was partly like, oh, I'm a free trader, where Trump is just going to use these tariffs to get to, an actual free trade regime. He's going to make sure that we have no tariffs on both sides. Whatever. Trump has completely abandoned that. He's completely abandoned the reciprocal view, right? He's gone to, we're going to use these tariffs as a threat to bully our allies and bully other countries into having no tariffs on our exports, but we're going to impose, tariffs on ourselves. We're going to impose tariffs on them, right? I mean, I think that's a very silly thing to do because tariffs are just dumb, right? I mean, like, for all the reasons that I'm sure I'll talk about a lot more as we go through this video, tariffs are just not economically efficient in any way.
That's like an ongoing thing.
I'm just saying,
and like I said, I think it's very likely a lot of these deals will fall apart as negotiations continue, or they'll be significantly less broad in scope, right? I think that you don't even see particularly big concessions from these deals, even in the sort of phase 1 agreements. That the UK is agreeing to lower their tariff on American beef. Are you kidding? What the fuck? This is the big issue that we're dealing with in America right now? Really? And that's worth having a 10% tariff on everything that we import from the UK?
Why the Democrats added tariffs to
if you tariff a country and then
we're never going to do this video. Uncertainty is just very bad. So not only does the deal, I don't think the deals have been better than the deals we had before, but I also think trade policy uncertainty has been very, very high, right? And that just decreases business investment, generally speaking. So the deals would have to be so good as to sort of justify the cost that we've seen when it comes to economic uncertainty. But more efficient as foreign policy tactics and never as economic focus. Basically, Nicholas Deckers has a good article on it. For a lot of the kind of broad takeaway you know, essentially tariffs typically are going to reduce scale, which is very important for, you know, exporting firms. And typically the process of exporting essentially helps with the transmission of information, the transmission, particularly with management as well. Like I think he cites a study in here about Egyptian rug makers. Egyptian rug makers that exported were able to sort of better their companies. They're able to be more productive because the process of exporting, interacting with foreign buyers, transmitted information to them about their preferences and about how to produce rugs more productively. You also see, obviously, facing foreign competition is very important as well for productivity gains. Firms that face competition from, you know, foreign producers or just domestic producers, but now face increased competition because of like transportation costs decreasing, for example. Like you saw, you know, mining companies essentially have like monopolies in some areas because it just costs them much to transport raw materials that people could only buy from the local producers. But once railways got cheaper, once highways got cheaper, competition increased and the productivity of these firms like skyrocketed in many cases, right? Like mining companies now had to actually compete and automate and be way more productive to compete with producers that were, you know, halfway across the country that previously they didn't have to compete with, right? There was kind of those broad gains from productivity, from better management, from exporting that you kind of, from scale that you lose a lot of times with tariffs that you don't necessarily lose with other types of industrial policy even. That's why, you know, why tariffs are never the optimal industrial policy. This is a good article. And he cites a lot of studies in here.
Tariff you back. That's an easy thing that both sides can do. Escalation.
He was winning the trade war with China beforehand.
I don't think so.
The Democrats added to it. They agreed with that because they continued those policies. And I'd say he should add to the policies in that regard. And just on that first,
he brought
the Taiwan semiconductors to America.
We're not making those
30% of the total semiconductor production in the world.
It's actually not happened yet.
No, but well, he's bringing that in. Like these things don't happen overnight.
Well,
you know?
They don't happen in 4 years.
That's not happened, obviously. And also, like Biden's CHIPS Act is probably going to help with that.
Added to it. They agreed with that.
Can do escalation.
He was winning the trade war with China beforehand. The Democrats,
I don't think so.
The Democrats added to it. They agreed with that because they continued those policies. And I'd say he should add to the policies in that regard. And just on that first,
he brought
the Taiwan semiconductors to America.
We're not making those
30%.
I don't know what exactly he's talking about. So I think there were deals from certain companies to like invest in semiconductor stuff under Trump as well, but also like they did that shit under Biden because we had the Chips and Science Act that was like focused on subsidies for this shit. Obviously, scale is a very important thing when it comes to you know, companies being able to export to other countries. You know, as the size of the market increases, as the potential for as you have the potential for more buyers, you can sort of invest more in your fixed cost, right? And then if you're able to sell to more people, essentially your average fixed cost is going to go down per unit because, you know, that's, well, economies of scale, right? Fixed costs are fixed. As you export more, the average fixed cost goes down. So like that's a very important element that if you start a trade war for all our allies, you're going to lose because firms are going to have a lesser an ability to export because of retaliatory tariffs placed on us, and also because of uncertainty as well. People are just going to be more hesitant to buy from the U.S. if they think the U.S. is not a reliable trading partner, and because a tax on imports is also a tax on exports because you reduce essentially the amount of dollars held overseas. You're going to appreciate exchange rates. Generally speaking, we don't see that right now. We don't see the dollar going up because the uncertainty effect is overpowering the effect on the effect of less imports. But you know, also not fun. Is it just me or does the dude debating Destiny sound like Jeb? Who is Jeb?
Semiconductor production in the world.
It's actually not happened yet.
No, well, he's bringing that in. Like these things don't happen overnight.
Well,
you know?
They don't happen in 4 years either. But what I was saying is that also, like, to take a tariff down requires some bilateral negotiation for both of you guys to remove tariffs because it's unlikely if you just take yours down that the other side will respond in kind. So once tariffs are up, it's easy to keep them. It's hard to take them
Why didn't the European Union did? They capitulated.
Well, we don't know that yet. We don't have
They did. They just came to the table very recently.
They said that, but we don't have an actual deal yet. We just have like words so far. Like we also had
Bro.
words with Japan. We've also had words with.
And also, it's likely that a lot of these countries think that the tariffs will be struck down as unconstitutional, so they don't have a strong incentive to negotiate like a hardcore deal where they capitulate a ton of things because, you know, the tariffs are likely just going to get struck down as unconstitutional. I think Tyler Cohen has an article about the EU deal as well. Bush? LMAO? Wait, did you mean? I have no clue what Jeb Bush sounds like at all.
With Vietnam, we had words with the UK. We don't have actual solid deals.
Okay, but they're still coming to the table and they're signaling that they're going to go along with these deals that generally should be better, should benefit the U.S. But I agree that these policies.
No, I mean, I feel like I've already explained it. It's no good reason to think that they benefit the U.S. on net, you know.
Could do more for Americans domestically, actually help out Americans start families here instead of, like, you know, helping China or Israel or just all these countries.
I mean, it's possible. I mean,
like, what did you think of the freaking the U.S., Mexico, Canada thing? You said you supported that with Trump in the beginning, right?
The trade deal, yeah. It's basically an expansion of NAFTA, right?
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm curious about, why do you think that we were losing in trade?
Because our leaders have completely sold us out to the rest of the country, to the rest of the world, and they don't want to help out Americans.
So do you think, like,
wait. What the fuck is that? Why do you think we were losing in trade? Because our leaders made us lose in trade. What is it? Like, what is that answer? Like, say something, anything concrete at all, remotely. What the fuck? Like,
starting the trend where that needs to start helping people who live here. I know a lot of these policies help out these like big companies that he has connections to, and that needs to stop. So he needs to start helping out Americans.
I'm just saying, like,
this is the step in the right direction.
Who do we feel like we were losing out to?
The rest of the world. European Union even said that it was completely one-sided, the trade deals before, and he completely redid NAFTA. Right?
How is it? Well, he didn't completely redo it. It was.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not nowhere near a complete redo. It was like, it was not a substantial change from NAFTA, the USMCA. But oh my god, he says while benefiting from it the most. I know, dude. It's like he's not saying anything concrete about how we're like losing from trade at all. I'm very curious if he ever gets to that answer.
Slightly modified. How do we feel like the rest of the world was beating us? Does it seem possible that the United States was literally losing to the rest of the world?
Yeah, taxpayer dollars go to aid for like dumb stuff in these other countries that should be going.
What? How is that even related to trade? Now your taxpayer dollars are going to the U.S. Treasury whenever you import something. What?
Here, just across the board, not just for
Okay, so I want to take a step.
What tax is he talking about? Just like foreign aid? That's what happens when someone just tells you what to think without telling you why. I know.
I just want to look at the broad picture. So in the 4 years under Biden, the USD is like the strongest it ever has been. The American consumer is the strongest it ever has been. Compared to the rest of the like economically developed countries on the planet, we were doing better on inflation. Our economy growth has been huge. We still lead the world in several industries. I don't understand where this idea
that was because of Trump's policies enacted during his previous term that Biden profited off of.
I think that
these things don't happen overnight, you know.
Let's assume that was true. Trump didn't do all of the tariffs in his first 4 years.
So the economy was pretty good under Trump. But then you would say, oh, that's because of the economy that he inherited from Obama. Huh?
Well, I mean, he inherited a decent economy from Obama, and I don't think he did anything to.
Oh, but Trump can't like bestow a good economy to Biden.
Well, he didn't hurt the economy. I don't think.
Yeah, and like I said, Biden continued a lot of these policies.
Sure, but I'm just saying that like when we look at the rest of the world, okay, ignore our U.S. presidents or whatever. I'm just saying that it feels like I don't think anybody else on the planet looks at the United States and goes, wow, look at that sucker country that we're all taking advantage of. I think that we still have.
Yes, they do.
Which
India for sure.
Do you think
looks at that?
Do you think the average Indian
in the way that they take advantage, and that they don't say that, but
are we gonna say anything concrete here at all? Like, what is take? I don't understand what take advantage means. We should expect, based on the fact that people are engaging in trade on a market system, that they are in expectation that that trade is mutually beneficial. Why would I like? You're not giving me any reason to doubt that, right? And we should expect, based on the models of trade that we have, be it comparative advantage, be it the Heckscher-Olin model, be it new trade theory, that trade is going to be mutually beneficial between two countries. Give me a reason to doubt that. You've given me zero reason to doubt any of this.
That general sentiment.
Sure, but like,
is
if you think
the mindset for a lot of immigrants.
In what ways is India like better than the United States?
Now, why are we talking about immigrants now?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they feel very entitled to taking advantage of, like they say, yeah, we're gonna go sucker these people. A lot of these scams, not just in India, in other East Asian countries, a lot of these other countries they just come here to scam, or they take advantage of our system that allows them to scam over.
What? This is like barely even tangentially related to trade. Like, okay.
Overseas. A lot of people here, what they do is that they start companies overseas to do it cheaper, just so like, they can profit, but that doesn't really help Americans.
What would you have to?
Destination-based tax would fix that, but I don't think that's true.
What they do is that they start companies overseas to do it cheaper, just so like.
To some extent, you might see companies like headquarter in Ireland or something because it's like kind of a tax haven. But that still benefits Americans insofar as whatever the company produces, ends up being consumed by Americans, or if the company produces in America ends up employing Americans or whatever. Like, there's still obviously benefits to America, and even in that case. But all that is a case for a destination-based tax. That, you know, instead of an origin-based tax system, which I would agree with. Let's do a destination-based tax. Let's tax based on where products are consumed and not, you know, where companies are headquarters, and that would lower avoidance, and that would help out Americans a lot. But okay, like they complain about this, but never offer a viable solution. Apparently, the viable solution is, you know, 1,000,000% tariffs on every fucking country ever. Let's go. Like,
you know, they could profit, but that doesn't really help Americans.
What would you have to see, or what would change your mind to think that other countries weren't scamming us, or what would have to change for you to feel like we weren't being scammed by other countries?
What would have to change? That's a good question. A lot would have to change.
Because India is not doing better.
Nothing concrete again.
Probably in almost any way versus the United States. Now, any of the other countries are supposedly scamming us. I feel like the U.S. is a really good deal with the rest of the world, and that we have the global reserve currency. We are the head of like basically all of the military like alliances.
Yeah, people want to come and like take advantage because there's a lot to take
advantage. Is it possible
of.
that somebody could come here to take advantage of something, but both of us benefit? Is that possible? Like couldn't people come to the U.S. to take advantage of something, but both of us are getting something we want? Like when I go,
just come take advantage. Yeah, it's fine. It's like I don't think that's a good thing to be promoting.
Oh my God, he's not even engaging with it at all.
So like if I go to Starbucks,
that mentality, it's like, just come take advantage. Yeah, it's fine. Because a lot of Americans are struggling, dude, hardcore. So I think at the present moment,
he's not engaging with the mutually beneficial point. That's his whole point. Is like, even like, let's assume someone has the motivation to come here to take advantage of us or whatever. Isn't it possible that it's still mutually beneficial even under that framework? Like presumably at the very least, a company hiring that immigrant or whatever expects to benefit from that. And I think the evidence shows that, you know, there aren't substantial negative externalities from immigration. In fact, there's probably some positive ones. So.
Last like couple decades maybe. No, like that's just, we got to take care of Americans. It's like we can't be doing that because a lot of Americans can't afford to just have people like take advantage. People are struggling out here paycheck to paycheck, normal families, dude. Like I live
paycheck. Yes
around here.
I love the progressive slop memes. Yes.
It sucks sometimes.
Do you think that people in other countries like aren't struggling, or who do you think is like what other countries are taking advantage of so much?
So just to like bring everything down is the idea?
Well, it's not bring everything down. It's that the idea that the United States is being taken advantage by all these other countries is a delusion. There's no evidence whatsoever.
That is 100% happening. And like I said, there's Americans here who are just encouraging that by like, you know, starting companies overseas and just taking advantage of the system. Americans like just like
why is starting a country overseas isn't necessarily a bad thing, is it?
It's not necessarily a bad thing, but just the general idea that just these like nationalistic policies, I guess you could call them, that would help Americans that aren't geared towards Americans. A lot of other countries have these types of policies.
Policy that hurts Americans that also benefits
that just make open borders, for example, that just brings people here.
Oh my God.
Undercutting wages.
Policy. Like economic trade policy.
Neither of us are economists. Like everyone can see that these immigrants are coming over here to take people's jobs. That's just the bottom.
Yes. Yeah, I can tell you're not an economist because, you know, zero-sum bias is not, you know, very pervasive among people who aren't economists. It's not zero-sum. Obviously, there are other mechanisms by which immigrants could increase employment. Becoming like this is my worst nightmare. Makes sense. I mean, when I offer a win-win situation, but how does this benefit me directly in a short-term period of time? I know, it's so stupid.
Why is unemployment still below 5%?
Okay, the unemployment number.
Oh, no. Doesn't he do the natural rate of unemployment thing again? No, doesn't he? No, not the natural rate of unemployment. No. Ugh. Not fun. You could shoot me if I become this. Don't think I would do that.
Total crap. Can I respond to that? Like, that's just total crap. The freaking like unemployment numbers. Like, what are you trying to say with freaking unemployment right now?
The total crap freaking unemployment numbers. Are we doing the BLS conspiracy memes too now?
People that want jobs have jobs right now. The unemployment is still considered pretty good.
No, there's a lot of people that want jobs, but they can't get jobs because a lot of this H-1B visa stuff that Trump.
True. Yes. There's pretty good. Like, if you're concerned about immigrants displacing native-born workers, by the way, H-1B workers are like the people that you should be least worried about because there's a few different mechanisms by which H-1B workers can be complements rather than substitutes from for native-born workers, right? So for one, you know, you're so concerned about offshoring and people starting companies in other countries or whatever. Well, there's evidence that companies that hire more H-1B workers offshore less often, right? Which means that because they can hire immigrants, they actually end up hiring more native-born workers as well compared to you know, firms that aren't able to hire immigrants and therefore just offshore and don't hire any native-born workers, right? Secondly, there's clustering effect. You know, the reason all the big tech companies are stationed in like Silicon Valley and San Francisco and all that stuff, right? That's because that's where all the smart people are. So if you have a bunch of smart people in one area, you can very well see sort of clustering effects where investment in that area is going to go up because companies have access to a bunch of smart people being in one area. In that case, bringing a bunch of smart people to America all in one place could very well lead to those total investment increasing, and you see kind of broad benefits from that help native-born workers as well, even within the same sector.
Is he's like flirting with that, and we don't want him flirting with that because it doesn't help Americans. There was a big discussion about that on like Twitter and just the general like sphere that we're in about that, because that just
they're taking the jobs, they're eating the dog and being
Americans. And he just needs to like stop doing that. And man, what was I gonna say about the unemployment? Like that's what adds to the unemployment. These freaking Indians just taking people's jobs.
What?
For one example, there's a lot of people who come over here and take advantage.
Okay.
Yeah. No, but the unemployment numbers are like they just cook them, dude.
They're not cooked at all.
No.
Yeah, they just cooked them. That's true. That's true. That's true.
Do it.
Once you
I appreciate
stop,
it, but we have to. Forgive me for doing it, but just to keep things moving.
Well, I just want.
Okay, what was that guy's name? Oh, wait, I remember. It was like the real Christian or whatever the fuck. Oh, is he not even in the description? Future Catholic Learning. Oh, it's this guy. Okay. Hold on. I'm reaching out to this guy. Okay, someone's in the waiting room. I guess they want to talk. I don't know how long we'll talk. We'll see. But, okay. Didn't you react to this already? No.
Hello.
What's up?
Hey, what is like you call are you actually like a neoliberal?
I don't actually know how really meaningful that term is, but I mean, I think that describes me decently well. Yeah.
That was your stream thumbnail. Is Destiny a neoliberal, you think? And Hassan maybe?
I would consider Destiny a neolib pretty close. You might be able to consider Destiny a soc dem, but
okay. And you're just like the last stronghold right now.
Yeah,
I'm just going by your thumbnail. I like that.
Yeah. It's a reference to, there's like it was kind of a meme on Twitter a little bit ago. There's a book about France's prime minister, the old prime minister Macron or whatever. It was called like the last neoliberal, and like I stole that branding. That's basically all I
see.
You know.
Well, that's awesome. No, I actually I had very little idea about you to begin with here, but I mean, keep fighting the fight, bro. But you know, do you consider yourself like radical in any way, like Hassan or Destiny, or are you more like
know how radical Destiny is, other than the sort of unorthodox takes about political violence, maybe? But no, I mean, I don't consider myself radical. I think I'm, typically pretty establishment pilled.
Oh, you're establishment pilled. Oh boy.
Basically,
oh jeez.
Let's go.
Oh gosh. Yeah. No. I mean, like, so you like the Biden admin? Like, you're like a Democrat, basically.
Yeah, I like.
Oh
Biden
wow.
For the most part, yeah. And
wow.
The Democrat. Yep.
No, I was saying, oh wow, because I haven't talked to a lot of you guys actually.
That's crazy. You guys.
Yeah, you guys. Because like it's weird because you're not usually open for debate from what I see.
I don't know how many. I feel like there's plenty of.
No, you know what I mean. Like it's. I mean, Destiny is. I think Hassan has been debating people, stuff like that. But usually, like Democrats and stuff like that, they don't want to debate random Discord users. But there's like one. I know you didn't want to talk about it, but either way, your opinion is like what it is. But it's like it's the most like, it's the most like pressing.
I mean, it's just not like a, I typically my streams don't even talk about the news cycle that much. Like I'm kind of more focused on policy or whatever. I don't know if you really want to know my opinion on Charlie Kirk. I don't like political violence. Like I think it's obviously I'm on the left. I don't like when the left does political violence for sure. I don't think it's beneficial to the left at all. I don't think it's, sort of justified, even if it was sort of marginally beneficial to the left. I think it's just typically, really bad for America and for democratic countries in general to sort of fall into situations where political violence is more common and or more acceptable. I don't know what else you want me to.
Yeah, I agree. For the status quo to keep going on, that was definitely the worst move ever, right?
Probably.
Would you not? Okay, so you sound like a very reasonable guy. I mean, you call yourself a neoliberal. I wouldn't say I fit into many political groups. I'm like a wanderer, you could say. But would you not agree that Charlie Kirk's murder, because he's obviously not the most radical right-wing guy out there. He's like very milquetoast, he was very safe in his opinions and stuff like that.
I don't.
Would you not?
I don't think that's true.
Well, he was anti-trans. Sure, I think that was like his main thing.
He was anti-trans. He was like very traditional gender role pilled. He like had pretty. I mean, broadly, he was like pretty hardcore, like Catholic Christian dude. Like a lot of his stuff was based on that. Like, I think he'd be anti-gay marriage. I think he has a lot of sort of teetering on like race realist comments. I don't know exactly where he stands on there.
There's the
like the abortion comments, right? You mean the abortion comments, like how
against the Civil Rights Act? Like
against the Civil Rights Act too, yeah. But
yeah, that was a little.
But I remember. I know what you mean because he made that comment about abortion to someone. I saw that clip on X.com, formerly known as Twitter, where he said that. Well, what? So crime decreased 40% when abortion became legal, and who this is paraphrasing what he said, but he said that, and who commits the most abortions? And obviously the answer is black people, right?
Yeah. And I mean, he literally like he had a tweet not that long ago saying like America was full and we don't need any more Indian workers, and like he literally. There's a funny tweet. Like literally on January 5th, he said the vice president can reject fraudulent electors. Like that's him, like, encouraging Mike Pence to steal the election, right? So like, that's.
Yeah. But so
where do you lie politically? Just DJ Axel.
Me?
Like,
dude,
you say you're
nobody knows.
But are you like on the right or on the left or?
Nobody knows. Even I don't know. Okay. That's the thing. I'm willing to explore every idea. Right, left, centrist, milquetoast, whatever. I don't seem like I'm a very ironic guy. Like I have a mental illness in my brain. It just doesn't allow me to engage with stuff like this. But will you agree that killing Charlie Kirk was like killing? It was like sending a message to every conservative that they're like, you are in danger. If you hold any of the opinions that Charlie Kirk holds, you can be killed at any moment's notice.
What? No.
I don't know for sure.
This is okay.
The intent, whatever. Like I do, like obviously conservatives are going to rightfully be more scared now that this happened. I think that's fair to say, but
there's no reason for liberals to, what's the proper term here, accept the shooter as like one of their own. Like is that not like a fair statement? Like why should liberals ever embrace the shooter? I feel like this is.
But they already have. That's the thing. That's okay. I'm not saying like the okay. So I know it sounds bad. It's not like an officially stated thing. But you see, like everyone on TikTok,
liberals are embracing the shooter exactly.
Oh, so many people. Oh well,
I'm not on TikTok. So
name a single prominent Democrat.
Yeah, it's not that. It's not that, guys. It's not that. Okay, it's not.
Okay, so no. Here's the question. When Charlie Kirk said that Joe Biden should be arrested and get the death penalty, was that a safe, conservative, moderate opinion that we should not make people understand that they're pushing for violence when they say that?
That is a good argument. That is no. I'm not disagreeing with you there.
Why
Like,
are we whitewashing? Why are we whitewashing his legacy? Every step along the way, this guy pushed for division and violence in the country. I don't think what happened to him is okay, but we need to recognize this guy was not a safe, moderate conservative who just wanted to talk about tax policy, man, like Romney or whatever. He was not that. Right. He would push for Trump. He would defend Trump stealing the election because he already did. He's not a moderate. To the extent he's a moderate, that just shows you how insane the Conservative Party is. So yeah, when one side pushes for violence, it's a horrible every time it happens, right? But like, you don't get to tell me, oh, they should just like not feel that they're pushing for violence and not feel the temperature rising when they push for violence. Those are like insane. I mean, do you care at all about the fact that Trump is not condemning violence on the right? In fact, like maybe justifying it?
No, I don't care what Trump does.
Yeah, exactly. You love violence. You love violence. You don't give a fuck about the abuse.
No.
So
I
if
am
you
not.
don't care about the Trump not wanting to turn down the temperature and his rhetoric involving political.
Well, turning down the temperature isn't that like
then
a destiny?
Why are you here trying to grill non-fawn or I guess his audience? I guess about
no.
Well,
I just want to know what you think because I am very curious.
Yeah,
I've never talked to a
if the
neoliberal
shooter was
in my
indeed
life.
left wing, which it seems like he was, if the shooter was indeed left wing, which it seems like he was, he would be the only successful political assassination from center left since in the last 25 years. Okay. Meanwhile, just last month, we had two Democratic. I think one of them died with her husband, and then the other one survived the shooting. But we had Democratic senators in Minnesota shot right by a Trump supporter. Trump made fun of Nancy Pelosi's husband being with a fractured skull because one of his supporters broke into Nancy Pelosi's home and just saw Paul Pelosi, so he beat him with hammers almost to death. Right?
Yeah.
There are countless examples. Yeah, and so Trump is not like Trump made fun of that, right? Trump said, "Hey Pelosi, where's your husband?" Right? So that's disgusting, and no one on the right condemns him for that. Charlie Kirk said that this person should be bailed out. Right? He was saying, oh, it's bad, but some patriot should bail him out. Yeah, they love violence. You love violence. You don't care about reducing it. You don't care about calling for the most powerful person in history, Donald Trump, to reduce the violence. So yeah, what do you expect?
Oh, no. I didn't condemn the violence.
Are you an endorser of the violence? Okay. What's your okay?
Well, if you'd believe it or not, yes, I think Charlie Kirk dying like that was a good thing.
Oh, well, that's even more wild. Yeah, why?
I'm bored. And now both the left and the right are gonna go at each other's necks. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
it's the powder keg is lit. No, I'm not a troll. Believe it or not, I'm not a troll.
You are a troll.
Wait, not fun. Is that allowed to have a guest like that say stuff like that on stream?
What did I say? What did I say wrong?
That alone.
I mean, you said you love violence when you're bored.
It's a powder keg, and it's been.
I mean, think so.
That's just my opinion.
Wow.
It's just
like that is my opinion. Like honest, like it's
that it's a good thing that Charlie Kirk got shot.
Well, in a way.
What do you mean in a way?
Like not. I don't condone him.
You are condoning it if
assassinated.
You're saying that it's
no.
Thing that he got shot. Like
it's a good thing that he got unalived oof style. Not that he. Not like I'm not condoning the action itself, but the consequences of it.
On the platforms that you're on, is there like you don't give a shit if we say
probably
okay. Can we move past?
But,
okay, so can we ignore? Okay, so it's not. I am not condemning assassinating people. What I mean is like the consequences.
You should be condemning that. What? You should be condemning that.
Well, what I'm saying is the consequences of it is the consequences of what happened is pretty awesome.
What do you mean it's awesome? Wow. It's done nothing but harm to America and our political system. Like it's radicalized the right. It's radicalized the left.
Yes.
Is that what you want? A radicalization? You want acceleration?
In general, yes. Doesn't matter.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm bored.
Okay, yeah.
Exactly. Wait,
No, I'm not a troll, but you know there's truth.
You literally are a troll.
No. He's not a troll. He's not a troll.
No. He is.
I'm not trolling.
I'm not trolling. He wants to instigate civil violence and instigate radicalization in America because he wants his YouTube feed to look, or his TikTok feed to be like this guy. You don't actually have any like principles or any ideals except for
listen to they know what I'm coming from.
Very quickly. So wait a second. So one thing, for one, non-fun. Why can I not serve mute people? I don't know why I don't have that ability.
Because you
but second,
shut the fuck up. I'll shut the fuck up. Fine.
Well, okay, that's the first thing. I should have that ability. Come on. But second thing,
you shouldn't. We've learned that I cannot trust you with that power.
Maybe. But second thing is, so I don't know if you know this. There was this guy, I think James Mason, right? He's still alive. He was like a big Nazi in the 90s or something. He had a debate with this. He had this. I'm back. He had this debate on the radio with like this. Yeah, he had this debate on the radio with like some like Christian, priest, whatever. He had a debate with him about like his Nazism or whatever. They're both crazy, but like obviously George Mason is crazier. And he said in his book that he wished Reagan would have been killed in that assassination attempt. And then you have Bob Larson screaming at him, "What, you said that? You really think that?" And he's like, "Yeah, I do, Bob." And it's like, why would you say that? And he's like, well, it would have been, it would have put down the border. It would have been interesting. Radicals say that all the time, that it would stop being boring or whatever. Because to them, any violence is not just funny, it's accelerating. People are pushed to the limits. The system is collapsing. It's going to die under its own weight or whatever. And then, my system can rise. Whatever. And that's probably what this person is also doing.
Are you here?
What's your name?
Actually,
who
have
are
like
you?
An exchange.
What's your name?
That a DJ X, are you actually here to have like an exchange of opinions or to like debate ideas, or are you literally just North or Sample Text was the guy that was talking about before?
No, I want to know who just said that, because that was spot on, basically.
Okay, well.
So wait, you're just.
Yeah, you see, I'm aware of how people like that work. This guy is like probably some Nazi dude or whatever. He wants violence.
No, I can be communist, Nazi. It doesn't matter. I don't care.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Well,
this guy's.
If you want to kick me out, that's fine.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Yeah, get the fuck out.
Whatever.
Get the fuck out of here. So yeah, I'm just telling you, you have to have an ear for that stuff. But yeah, when they say it's entertaining, it puts down the border. These are like the Nazi types.
I kind of was guessing he was Groyper adjacent when.
No, this guy's 100% a Groyper, like 100%. He's just here to troll.
Yeah,
like, I don't know.
No, it's not trolling. It's not trolling.
No, he is trolling. This guy's only here to fuck with us, and then he's gonna get like a couple clips, and then he's gonna share it with his friends. Like that's it.
I've come to ask a grand question. Okay, what? North. See, are you here? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Didn't we talk to you previously? Aren't you the guy that we've exchanged showing off cats in a panel before?
Showing off what?
I swear it is you. Okay, I gotta find this. We were on a panel. I met Nonfong when I tried to do a free speech debate without doing any debate prep whatsoever and getting absolutely destroyed.
It was a free will, but yeah,
a free will, not free speech, free will debate. Yeah.
Yeah, I have zero clue what the fuck I was talking about.
I will find this.
I remember you. Remember that.
Yeah, I have no clue what Isaac's talking about. I don't know. Yeah,
I'll be back.
Honestly,
I'm gonna dig.
If you want an entertaining debate to react to, non-fun, you should react to the James Mason Bob Larson debate. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Can I react to that?
No, yeah, you absolutely can. I don't think they're. I mean, why can you not react to some Nazi saying stuff like? I don't know. Is someone not allowed to like show their audience what like George Rockwell or something was saying to debunk it or something?
Well, I mean, it depends on.
I am telling you though, the Nazi won that debate. He like absolutely crushed Bob Larson. Like,
I feel like So you're streaming on like a fuck ton of different platforms, right? You got like I forget how many streams you have. Yeah. So how do you keep track of all like the TOSs that you're supposed to be following when you're like streaming to all these different?
To the most strict. I mean, Twitch is the most strict, right? Like YouTube.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Doesn't give
I thought you could show like terrorism propaganda and not get banned.
I know. I don't know. Well, I feel like YouTube should give more of a shit, especially with the whole Like you have like Dad and Madonna running around and shit. It's kind of fun.
I mean, YouTube, you have to worry about copyright more than anything, honestly. Twitch, you do have to watch what you say a little bit, but
every time
Rumble, anything goes. Like,
when I did my 2 debate panels, I always started the stream with a copyrighted song. I don't know if that was the pro gamer move, but you know,
I mean, depending on what stuff you use, you can get away with it. Some of them have like revenue sharing, and like that's fine or whatever. Some of them
I have 30 subscribers. I'm not getting revenue. I wish I was, but
well, I just mean like it's not gonna result in a strike. Whether or not you get revenue, like it's not gonna. They don't.
Either way, no problem. I can send you that debate. I think it's 100% safe to react to. I'm just saying the Nazi guy, like Bob Larson, not the best thinker. You know, some guy who's like, you should not be a Nazi. You should believe in Jesus every day. He's healing people from being gay and lesbians. Like probably that guy's not the best thinker.
Probably.
This guy also made his.
I think it's an entertaining debate. Also, they had a round 2. So I think that one was in 1992, 1996 under Clinton. So yeah, 1990. It cannot be 1992. But either way, whatever. They had that debate. Then they had a round 2 after COVID. I think in like 2020, 2021 or whatever. And in between, so James Mason was like arrested for supposedly some pedophilia stuff, but he struck a deal with the police or whatever. But clearly he did it, right? And he was on Bob Larson's show, and he's questioning him about that. But he's also saying like, by the way, you were right. Yeah, the world is a lot worse than I thought. And yeah, like he's kind of agreeing with the Nazi guy, but he's saying we should still be Christian. And then so James Mason, the entire debate, he's like anti-Christian in the original debate, but then in the 30 years in between, he became like super pro-religion or whatever, and he's saying, actually, Hitler was the reincarnation of Christ, by the way. Like, out of fucking stuff.
What?
I think that's a super hilarious debate to react to. It's like super hilarious, if you want. But yeah.
Okay.
Funny stuff. But yeah, that watching stuff like that gives you an ear for when people are like, "Oh, I think it would put down the border."
Also, believe it or not, if you go to this guy's channel, you see trolling Discord call-in viewers live stream. So you know there's that. Believe it or not, incredible folks.
Can you
tell? Wait, hold on. What is called? DJ Axel. Hold on. Let's try and find this.
We can send you the link.
Oh yeah.
Send it to me too.
Give me a friend request.
I was gonna say, yeah, I can't exactly see it. Oh boy.
Either way.
How did you find this channel?
Oh, I mean, if you're
Monkey Business with DJ Axel. Okay.
Yeah.
Here we are.
I'm gonna click on him in chat and hit go to channel. Oh yeah, now his viewers are spamming too. Let's go.
Is he a big guy or something?
No.
You're non-fun. If you want.
Holy shit, this guy looks like he's homeless. What the fuck?
Just letting you know, here's a debate. Funny stuff. Like, funny stuff. Like, very funny. Okay, I'm gonna go.
What?
Alright, I'm gonna go back to being muted.
I have nothing to add.
Reacting to this. I don't know.
Alright. I didn't hear a word you said.
Damn, rip. I'm just gonna. He's deafened now. I'm just gonna hit him. I'm just gonna move him. The waiting room. Is he still watching my stream?
No, he banned me.
Why would I do that? Oh no.
Lamau, dude. I can't believe it. What a fucking reveal. Big reveal. I turned myself into a pickle, Morty. Big.
Wow.
Big reveal. I turned myself. Yes. I consider myself somewhat of a wanderer, actually. No.
Skip just read all of James Mason and Miguel Arsono. You should let him on. I don't know. Okay. Gotta watch the second dude.
Military
Yeah.
like alliances.
Yeah,
I
people
feel
want
like
to come and like take advantage because there's a lot to take
Is it
advantage
possible
of.
that somebody could come here?
Is the idea
The unemployment jobs
and take?
I hate to do it up front first.
You're not cooked at all.
No,
I hate to do it.
once you
Is
All right, George.
we are unlikely to agree on any statistics or any history or anything like that.
Oh my God.
From your exchange just earlier, frankly, none of what you said is substantiatable from any information, data, resources I have, and I'm sure my.
What resources does this guy have? I saw one nice little thread on Twitter. Like,
Twitter
what do
feed doesn't
we?
look like your Twitter feed. Let's forget all
Oh,
that.
oh my God! How I fucking mind read that one, dude. Let's go.
We're not doing a fact-finding show. We don't have computers here. We don't have documents to prove one thing or another.
Can I ask? I'm just curious. How do you decide what numbers to trust?
Well, that's why I want to avoid this discussion because we don't have numbers to.
Well, I'm just saying, like in general, like if you see Kyle Kalinske or Destiny or Charlie Kirk or Trump, if somebody says numbers, how do you decide like, oh, I think that number's credible or that number's not credible? Like,
By looking at the numbers, I've done some of my own research when I found interest in it or I wanted to. I've seen evidence of things differently than how other people see it, just from my own life or from going to the store and seeing it's like, oh well, the price of that went up and down. Oh yes, that's exactly what I expected from what was going on in the news.
Oh my God.
Or data that I've come across. So I would say there's no one source.
This is the median voter.
One way, but I would say most of what I internalize critically, but you would probably say that about the information you internalize. So I'm not really interested in throwing facts or figures unless we can actually have physical facts and figures. But on the topic of tariffs, what is a fair tariff? Should we have tariffs? I mean, that's, I think, a question I need to know what your opinion is to really debate.
Yeah, but you know, can't actually use any statistics to inform that opinion.
I mean, I would say in general, no. When I look at trade between two countries, there's a concept underpinning trade called comparative advantage, that some economies might be better at creating certain goods or services than other economies. If you can make it better than the other guy can make it per hour of labor, then you let the other guy make it, and then you focus on what you're good at. In a household, for instance, maybe a wife is good at doing home caring duties, and maybe a husband is good at doing office duties. If you switch these
Who you voted for Kamala Harris.
people around, you just create a worse situation for everybody, right? So when I think about tariffs, I'm generally thinking, like I guess my roots are libertarianish. 20 years ago, I'm thinking more free trade. Like, as long as another country can create something better for us and they're not engaged in deceptive or harmful trade practices, which is a thing you could talk about, then I would say generally there should be no tariffs. Yeah.
So now,
oh my God, this guy's immediately gonna fall hard on the China IP theft, isn't he? Oh no. Or he's just gonna cite some even dumber shit for unfair trade stuff. He's just gonna say cheap labor.
In the case of a country or an economy that definitely has a stronger advantage one way or another, if that is a problem for your local economy, is applying a tariff fare.
Oh my God, no, he says something even dumber. He says something even dumber. He says something even dumber. What's up?
Anton, are you able to pull North in and see if he's able to?
He's deafening right now. Why don't you just DM him?
Just. What is that? What I just sent you?
Oh,
is that him?
This is him. Yeah. I don't remember changing cats at all in this, but yeah, this is him. He was indeed on this panel. I remember this. Yeah. Nothing. Let's be fair. These people who say this shit can simply be countered with source. It's so horrible. So horrible. You made me feel crazy. I still don't remember shit about cat. I remember this panel because it was right after the election, the presidential debate. But I don't remember the exchanging cats or whatever shit at all. Troll wants to tip you. Technically, I don't think anything is stopping them from donating if they really want to, but I would bet they would just charge back or whatever. Anyway, yeah, hold on.
If that is a problem for your local economy, is applying a tariff fare. Something to...
Is applying a tariff fare is a problem for your local economy. So trade, like a lot of things, okay, is going to have sort of diffuse benefits and concentrated losses. Let's just say, and I actually don't think the evidence shows this happens very often. I think it's more likely that the reason you see declines in, for example, the manufacturing share of employment is due to more structural trends with regards to basically the shifts in consumer spending and the elasticity of demand for manufactured goods. But I gotta dip my good stuff to do. Well, I appreciate you stopping by, Raj. I hope to see you again tomorrow/later today, whenever I next stream. But yeah, hell yeah. But you might, let's suppose we start trading with China, and a furniture company goes out of business because now we're importing furniture from China. There may be concentrated losses in that some people in one town are going to lose their job because of the increased imports from China. But there are diffuse benefits in that every single consumer in America can now benefit from cheaper goods. The resources that were previously being used to produce furniture in the U.S. are now going to go to other things that are typically more productive investments, or more productive overall. Essentially, there is sort of friction, especially with the labor market. There's friction there, which means people might be temporarily unemployed, but it's a localized loss for sort of a very broad gain. There's gains to U.S. exporters. Why did you mute me? I never muted you. One of my mods might have. The manufacturing workers didn't pull up their bootstraps hard enough. True. This is true. It's true. Exactly. But, U.S. exporters probably going to gain too because, trade liberalization increases both imports and exports. To the extent that we buy more imported goods, you're giving foreign countries dollars, which they then use to buy American exports, essentially.
To help reduce the input to your country that impacts what you're able to produce locally.
Yeah, I think you can have a conversation about things that can hurt your local economies, and I think it's fair to have a conversation about that. Although very broadly, doing tariffs is generally not the way to do this. I would say a really great example of a way to engage in some form of protectionism could be found in Trump's first term when he expanded on the U.S. Mexico-Canada trade agreement. One of the numbers that we heard a lot recently was
Destiny, no, why are we doing this? No.
Canada's 145% tariff on dairy or whatever. So that wasn't really true. What it was is if Canada's own exporters, if their own local producers.
Wait, this is just a second channel? No, I'm pretty sure. No, this guy is from, I don't know if it's the same person, but this guy is from the Troll Dude or whatever. So we can totally count him out. I don't feel like bad at that at all.
Too much, then those tariffs would start to kick in to protect their domestic manufacturing. Well, I say manufacturing, but it was their domestic animal agriculture sector for that.
Conditional, but a tariff nonetheless.
No, I don't care.
Well, yeah, but I mean, conditional, but a tariff nonetheless important. The conditionality part I think is important because broad tariffs are, I think, incredibly destructive. But specific protectionist things like that could make sense, right?
Yeah, but
why is it so much louder
it's
now?
a tariff. Conditional though it is, they've calculated well.
Oh my god, I don't know why Destiny's doing this shit. Destiny doesn't understand economics for real. For real, he has not read Why Tariffs Are Never the Optimal Industrial Policy. Kill me.
If we can't do at least this much business, it's going to be detrimental for our country. So we need to slow down or.
What's the guy? George. Wetscience.com. What the fuck? How do I get in contact with George? Okay. We'll see.
I understand when you're saying it's a tariff, but would you be okay with somebody stabbing you?
That's completely unrelated.
There sometimes. Have you read Optimal Tariff Theory? Well, I mean, I am familiar with Optimal Tariff Theory. I will say, obviously, we would expect. That's not Optimal Tariff Theory. By the way, it's not necessarily even for industrial policy. That's just to increase the terms of trade in your favor more generally. That it doesn't even have to be for sort of industrial policy reasons. It's just going to increase, it could be entirely in agricultural. You could have trade entirely in agricultural goods and still have, an optimal tariff exist. And that's not really what we probably consider industrial policy, I don't think, but
No, I understand what I'm saying. If somebody were to stab you, generally we're not okay with that, right?
No,
but if somebody was performing surgery on you, it's probably okay, but they're still stabbing you. But it's very, 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 very different, right?
That's not a sincere argument. That's a completely insincere argument.
Okay.
You can't have a discussion. You're being evasive about.
I mean, I don't think that's 100% correct here, but it doesn't seem like an insincere argument to say that obviously we might expect there to be gains from limited targeted tariffs, but universal tariffs on everyone to be harmful in the same way that some types of stabbing might be good insofar as they're done surgically, literally surgically, and other types of stabbing might be bad if they're done recklessly.
About whether or not a tariff is fair, and you're trying to throw conditions into it, and then when I've got you painted into the corner of yes, it's fair with conditions, then you're talking about surgery. It's unrelated. If there's a tariff on surgery, that would be in topic, but there isn't a tariff on surgery.
I'm just saying that things can be okay with conditions, but not okay.
How do we completely miss that point of the analogy? What the fuck?
Okay, just
Dairy farming isn't surgery.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying.
Flushed.
So surgery isn't the same thing as tariffs. I'm just saying that like conditionally some things are okay, but applied very broadly, it's like disastrous. So I think like conditionally tariffs, like almost all forms of policy can be okay in certain conditions, but applied broadly they can be really bad. I think. So that's my position on tariffs. Yeah.
Okay, so but that's not necessarily the case. Most tariffs are either conditional or on certain market segments. So lots of the tariffs overseas.
Trump is not doing that now. Most tariffs historically, maybe, but we have universal tariffs on basically everybody. He's not the smartest, seemingly not.
From my understanding, because I don't have the fact sitting in front of me right now, is that there's certain markets that aren't included, and it's addressing.
Basically, to my understanding, basically the only thing excluded right now are like there are some specific companies that have basically gotten exemptions and USMCA compliant goods, which is like about 60% of the trade that we have with Canada and Mexico. From my knowledge, those are the goods that are exempted from tariffs, and basically everything else has a fucking tariff on it.
Imbalances from where Trump or whoever's in charge of looking at the numbers feels as though there's an imbalance where it's impacting our ability to
feels as though there's an imbalance.
Export.
So I think the issue is that
you can obviously there's no reason a trade deficit impacts your ability to export. A trade deficit can actually increase your ability to export. Gross exports are not necessarily going to be correlated with a trade deficit. You could have an economy with balanced trade, but $1 million in exports. You could have an economy with a $3 trillion trade deficit, but maybe they have 500 billion in exports, right? Like, obviously it's not gonna like gross exports are not gonna be tied to trade deficits. And actually, I think it's a big flaw of the Trump administration that they focus on the trade deficit and not gross exports, because you could have lower trade deficits if you blew up the fucking economy, but you're not gonna see higher gross exports.
So there's two things on that. So one, the tariffs are broad in that they're market wide. So they might be different from country to country. But
we never took into account the vibes deficit.
Market wide tariffs, and not just targeting a particular industry. And then the second,
you can't generalize like that.
Well, besides China, I think it is in all cases. I think, and every single tariff that we talked about for all the markets, it's affecting the entire market. The only exception is I think on China we've individualized some markets, so then he keeps going back on it. And then I think for
we have the issue is we have like sectorial tariffs stacked on top of the general tariffs, right? So it's like we have 10% tariffs on everything, and then we have like plus 25% on steel, right? So it's like.
In Mexico, we've exempted USMCA goods.
Yeah, so we have exempted that.
Country, I believe, is just abroad, like 15% across the whole market. I think. So is my understanding.
So why do you think he's working on tariffs?
Because I don't think he's very intelligent. I don't think he knows how to do economic policy. So this is just like a thing he likes, and it gives him a lot of attention.
So,
like for another thing you brought up, like I don't agree with using tariffs because there's a quote unquote trade imbalance. Like there might be good reasons to protect certain domestic industries. I think a trade imbalance is not one of them. I don't think trade imbalances are necessarily bad for the United States, but for some reason Trump has been able to convince all of us of that.
See, it's difficult not to step on my own foot because I can cite different references, but we don't have references to compare to.
I mean, you can say you want. I can tango with whatever you want.
I can't imagine what we're gonna cite.
Wanna talk about?
But it's I would say that the argument for if you don't think raising tariffs in other countries is fair, then is it fair for the other countries to have tariffs higher?
Oh my god! Nice pivot, bro.
What we have on them.
Which
has been the case. I don't think it's an argument.
Not really.
It's been the case for many, if not most, countries that are being.
Well, it's not generally the case. I know that.
Nope. If you look at the average effective tariff rate placed on the U.S. by like our European allies, it was like 1.64%. It was very similar for Japan. Like almost all these other countries who are major trading partners have like less than 2% average effective tariff rates on the U.S. A lot of times it's even lower if you look at just manufacturing products, because of agricultural products tend to be a lot more heavily protected than manufactured goods. The proof that he isn't doing it for economic reasons is obvious when he just randomly increases tariffs when they piss him off. Yep, obviously, yeah. Like him targeting Brazil because they prosecuted Bolsonaro, or I think it's how you pronounce his name. Yeah. The fact that, by the way, in that letter, he said we had a trade deficit with Brazil when we don't even have a trade deficit with Brazil. We have a trade surplus with Brazil. Like, yeah, it's great. Yeah.
Trump said it, but the way that they calculated that was just saying if we have a trade deficit with a country, it means they have tariffs with us, but that's not necessarily true.
True.
The formula they used to calculate it was published on the website. It was just basically saying they took the overall
trade deficit divided by imports. The denominator had two numbers that canceled each other out, so it was literally just a trade deficit divided by imports. And they miscited the study that they apparently used for the formula for the elasticity of imports to price. Basically, I don't actually know if they technically miscited it because, they probably just wanted those two numbers in the denominator to cancel out Okay, so we call Adam again. Who is Adam Khan or Adam Khan or Adam the guy I had on last night? I don't know why you want him on. I don't think I doubt he's up right now. I have no plans to talk to him as of now.
Deficit and they.
But what was I saying? Oh, they probably wanted those two numbers in the denominator to cancel each other out, so they probably didn't actually miscite it. They probably intentionally miscited it, basically. Exports minus imports over import. Use the VTEX. That's fuck it. That's a good one. Candy Sick Addict. He's the GOAT. Adam Khan is the GOAT. Adam, the dude I talked to last night, is fun to talk to sometimes.
They like divided it by the exports, and that's how that's why when people on the news were like, why did we put tariff on this island with penguins or whatever? I think there was some island where there was like one importer that bought a whole bunch of stuff, so we put like 150% tariff on that.
There was an island, not the Henry McDonald Island, the Penguin Island, but there was another island where we had like a massive trade deficit with them because like someone bought like $3 million worth of worth of fucking shrimp from them, okay, worth of crustaceans in like June, and therefore they got like the maximum like 50% tariff rate applied to them. It was fucking hilarious, dude. Oh my god.
On them because they don't like buy stuff from us, but it was just calculated based on it. They didn't have a tariff on it. They didn't buy anything from us. So it was the way they applied the formula was very crude.
But is there your understanding that have any of these
by the way, non-zero chance they literally use ChatGPT for that shit. Non-zero chance they literally just ChatGPT that shit.
countries have tariffs higher on us than we have had on them?
No, I don't believe so.
It's
all right. That's
not
exactly
true.
the opposite of any information.
It depends what you. I don't know what he's looking at for that. I don't know if he's talking about on average. On average, it's not true. Obviously, there are individual countries for which that is true, like India, for example. But you should probably care about the average. And then we should probably still, if that's our issue, then why are we doing reciprocal? Explain why Appalachia is so poor. Rednecks, stupid. I don't know. I have no clue. I don't know what unique issues they have that makes them poor, quite frankly. Wish I could tell you.
I've ever heard on the topic. I haven't even heard any Democrats debate otherwise, so I'm not sure where you're getting that information. But I guess we can't discuss that then. There's no information to compare.
I mean, I feel like if other countries had all these massive tariffs on us, I feel like we would have been talking about it sometime in the past few decades, or Trump would have talked about it in his first term at least, but he only brought this up for some reason in his second term. Why do you think that is?
That's not true because he had...
Answer globalization? I don't believe so. Again, I don't think there's good evidence that trade is like sort of substantially negative for the manufacturing share of employment. I think maybe 16% of the decline. I think the best data I've seen is that about 16% of the decline in the manufacturing share of employment was due to trade. The rest of it was just due to automation and things like that. I don't think globalization made them significantly poorer, but
discussed tariffs very, very strongly regarding China.
Correct, but China, that was because of a particular... China has been an economic threat, and they engage in kind of like bad economic practices or harmful ones towards us, but we've been talking about China for decades, right? But tariffs across the entirety of the world, Trump only brought that up in his second term. I'm curious why you think that is.
He did bring it up his first term. His momentum was only so strong in his first term. I think even by his own admission, he wanted to win, but he was somewhat surprised he did. He wanted to work with the government in place, and I think most of us were surprised by how much resistance there was to even just doing daily obligations in support of his administration, let alone any progress. And this term, he has a significant amount more of momentum. The momentum is so much stronger, he's able to work on the things that he was unable to previously. So I don't think it's...
You know, if you're just bold enough to do illegal shit, okay, the momentum, aka unilaterally engaging or putting up super fucking high tariffs, probably against the law by invoking emergency powers, okay? I love this momentum so much, dude, let's go.
He didn't want to or he didn't try. It's that he didn't...
The Supreme Court should be ruling on that, like, pretty soon, shouldn't they? Like, I think it's, like, this month that they are going to rule on the tariff shit.
Didn't have the momentum or the ability in Congress and other courts had him in legal deliberations constantly. So,
okay.
Okay. Well, hello, Stevens. Nice to meet you.
We talk about Trump's tariffs today, and you've expressed that you don't think they're that great or what he's done. And I want to say
catastrophic, but yeah.
I want to say he's done really good, and I'll tell you why. I think he should even
Really
raise the
good.
tariffs more, not just on the other countries on the
man.
earth, but especially the people that are going to be our enemies for the next world war that's coming up, which has already started. I'll talk about that a little later, but what I think one of the best reasons for Trump to raise tariffs even higher than they are now is because there's so many illegal immigrants coming here, being let into the country.
What?
And of course they're having babies, right? And those babies need to be fed. So I think instead of just like punishing the citizens of the country, right, by raising taxes on them, I think it's a much better idea to sort of get money from a different source other than the United States taxpayer to help.
We're still debating who pays tariffs, really. It's still a thing we're talking about in August 2025. I just found the weirdest stream. It's 11 hours, and it's angry British man complaining and muting, talking on the phone, and other random British people. Maybe psychosis, but he seems lucid at the moment. Lol, dude, based. I have no faith in the Supreme Court anymore. Me either, really. I put it. It's it's a fucking coin toss whether or not they rule tariffs illegal. We'll see. Especially when it comes to executive power. Yep, exactly. It's a coin toss in my opinion. We'll see. Tax trade to lower immigration to America. What kind of logic is this? I think he just thinks other countries pay tariffs. When are tariffs worth it? Probably in like a very few specific national security cases. But I don't even think they're the best for industrial policy most of the time. Holy shit, it's almost 1K views. What the fuck? Oh, the British man?
With this problem that we have of this influx of illegal immigration through that open border, which is another thing Trump did good to at least address the idea that it's
like 130.
sensitive, like it's a danger to have it, especially with this coming world war, how there's fentanyl coming through that open border, and which is coming from China. I don't know if you guys have information about.
Technically, if tariffs appreciate the dollar, and fentanyl, since it's illegal, is not subject to increased taxes, import tax to tariffs, you're technically giving a subsidy to Americans buying fentanyl because the purchasing power of the dollar has gone up, but it's not mitigated by the tariff, which increases domestic prices. So really, it's a subsidy to fentanyl.
That, but it's being produced in China and it's coming north of the border through Mexico with the cartels. Now, if they're doing that, and since we haven't gotten to a hot war with them yet, the best thing to do is get as much money as we can through tariffs, which would be legal and not so much aggressive in the sense of like a hot war. And I think Trump is doing a great job what he's doing with what his opposition is. And just for basically those two reasons, which kind of connect that, yes, there's a huge problem with illegal immigration. And
let's give Steven a chance.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Okay. So I guess just on one of these, when we say tariff, are we still under the impression that the other country pays the tariff and not the American consumer?
I think the people have lied about that for so long that people are just starting to become aware of it. And I think people probably lie too.
Well, so like, what do you think like tariffs are collected from?
Oh my God.
Well, exactly like I just said, get it from these countries. They want to make deals with the United States, China. They're a massive producer with all those coal power plants.
If we're making deals, then no one's paying the tariff then. Presumably a lot of the tariffs go away, or at least they go down. But the tariffs that remain, we still...
Is redneck an okay term to use?
Thanks, Legate Ladies,
if
for
so,
$5.
what other derogatory terms are okay to use?
Redneck is absolutely an okay term to use. It's more than okay. It's a base term to use, okay? And I'm from the South, so I can definitely say it. Okay. What other terms? Big median voter energy. I know it's horrible, Sasrama. Dude, Sasrama, I was thinking of you and about that stuff when I was watching the Bernie talking to people, to Trump voters in Western Virginia. I was like, oh my God.
This will cover tariffs for the next year, you know.
Thanks for the $2, Caleb. I appreciate it. Hick? I've never used the term hick before. Easy money. Is that what you're referring to? Redneck for whites and for criminal for blacks is usually used by news. You can use redneck. You can use hillbilly. Yeah, but no, I was thinking of your South Carolina when I was watching the Bernie Sanders talk to voters in West Virginia. It's like all the dumbest like populist like slop ever. They're all so stupid, and they all like it's the type of people that are swing voters between Bernie and Trump. So that's the median West Virginia voter that sucks. What are your preferred derogatory terms for minorities? You know, I don't think I'm going to list them. I don't think there's a need to do that. I think we're good. I think I've said enough.
That they're able to produce a lot cheaply, and they need a market for that.
Well,
so,
I mean, they have the entire rest of the world, not just the United States.
Well, the rest of this earth does not have the economy like the United States.
The rest of the earth has a far bigger economy than the entirety of the United States.
Pardon me?
The rest of the world combined has
you have seen that China has been able to, for the most part, shift their exports to other countries rather than the U.S. Other countries might have a lesser ability to do that than China does because China also has more power in the world stage and can do other subsidies or whatever. You can call them cousin fuckers. That's true. That's true.
Larger economy than the United States.
Oh, so that's what you're saying. So I guess you're proving my point then. If the rest of the economy is bigger than the United States, then yeah, we should get as much from them as we can.
Well, I guess, but what I'm saying is that, like, if there's a tariff that we enact against another country, a tariff is something that a consumer in the United States pays when they import something. That's an import tax.
I don't think Americans should pay more. I think we should pay less.
But that's what a tariff is.
No, I like I just said, we shouldn't pay more.
But
we should get more money from the other people.
A tariff is an import tax, right?
Excuse me?
A tariff is an import tax. Like, all the money collected from tariffs is just more taxes.
Yeah.
I'm going to blow my brains out.
That's why they need to work these deals out better so that the United States taxpayer is...
Either the deal gets rid of tariffs and no one's paying anything, or the deal leaves some tariffs in place, in which case Americans are paying the tariffs. What are we doing?
Isn't covering the burden for all this humanitarian efforts that are
humanitarian efforts have nothing to do with tariffs. Tariffs is when you import goods.
Illegal immigrants that people are like okay with, you know, like how it's okay to bring them here. And
immigration is a separate.
This idea that's okay to make other countries better before making our country better.
You know,
that's the whole thing about America first.
Are other countries are better than America right now?
I didn't say that they were better.
Okay,
I say America is the best country. We're in charge. We're the leader, and there's a lot going.
I'm so confused. Wait, this isn't even him.
On. So yes, of course, like the Godfather, they got to pay tribute to the Godfather.
Is this him? He might not have stuff to link.
They got to kiss the rings.
Do you understand?
Wasn't this guy named George? Oh no, this was George. This was wait, is this? That's not him. Tariffs can be used for economic gain in some places, but Trump is not smart to use them effectively. I mean, I think the cases where tariffs are economic, like, technically there is such a thing as an optimal tariff, but the government probably is not even really that good, capable of even figuring out where that would be in the real world. Like,
okay,
Matthew, yeah, he just doesn't have his shit linked. Damn.
A huge problem with illegal produce a lot cheaply. And
states pays when they import something. It's an import tax.
I don't think Americans should pay more. I think we should get more money from the other people.
The tariff is an import tax, right?
Excuse me?
The tariff is an import tax. Like all the money collected.
It's this idea that's okay to make other countries better before making our country better. That's the whole thing about America.
Did you watch the Bernie West Virginia video on the stream? Yeah, at basically the very beginning.
Are other countries are better than America right now?
I didn't say that they were better.
Okay.
I say America is the best country. We're in charge. We're the leader, and there's a lot going on. So yes, of course, like the Godfather, they got to pay tribute to the Godfather. They got to kiss the rings.
Do you understand that tariffs are an import tax?
Yeah, I understand that. So when China wants to sell their products here, they should not be as expensive as they want it. It should be as inexpensive as we want it.
The tariffs will make it more expensive.
Excuse me?
Tariff will make it more expensive.
That's an assumption.
Well, no, it's a factual reality.
Is that an assumption, really? Actually saying how much more competent his first term is compared to just 8 months in a second. Well, competent by what metric? I don't actually know if Trump was competent in the sense that he didn't do as insane shit in his first term, but I also think that, you know, he didn't do as insane shit because he was more incompetent, because he didn't know what he didn't know to some extent what the fuck he was doing, and he was constrained by his advisors who, you know, were more reasonable. As long as we lie to people about who pays taxes, it'll pass. So we need a candidate who says the corporations like Walmart pay land value tax for cheaper homes. Let's go. I like this idea. Candy Sigatic.
Well, once again, it's an assumption that you're thinking if we do this, it'll go one way. I'm saying no. Americans should pay less. The taxpayer should pay less. The tariffs that we charge, say, China to do business.
But what does should mean?
Here, any country.
They don't. All the historical evidence says that they don't. The evidence currently says that they don't.
India, Italy, anything. Iran.
Italy.
Yeah, they got to pay more. You know, they want to do business.
If it comes out in a year or two that we're paying more for things as a result of tariffs, would that make you change your mind on tariffs?
I still think that Americans should pay less and other countries should pay more. So
what? I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
They've discussed earlier how the numbers can be fudged, and there's that famous book, How.
Oh, the numbers are fudged. That's true. That's true. That's true. Let's go.
Lie with numbers. So the specific numbers people could lie about.
Yeah,
I've
but
debated plenty of numbers. I know that
there are people
lie
that are looking
with
at their
numbers, right?
at the stuff they're paying for, and it is starting to go up. There are people that are having to put 10, 50% additional charges for
So
tariffs.
that's one way to motivate the American manufacturing to increase. Like, so if you're saying China, they want to charge us more for their products, well, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't be importing their products, and it should say made in USA instead of made in China.
So it's not China charging us more. It's people have to pay money to the treasury when they import something. And that doesn't work unless the price does go up. That is true, Caleb. That is true. It is funny that he literally can't take credit for probably the best thing he did.
China.
Sure, but the made in USA stuff is going to cost more money.
Well, that'll be jobs for Americans, right?
Oh my God, it's a net job decrease because there's an opportunity cost. You're drawing resources away from most of it. More efficient sectors, blah, 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 blah. You guys have heard the rant 100 times before. You're hurting U.S. exporters as well. The uncertainty from the tariffs it makes it unlikely that you're even going to see substantial investment in the U.S. because people don't know whether or not that it's worth it to actually invest in building a plant in the U.S. because the tariff could disappear in a month.
All of the
that's
consumers,
taxable
right?
income that will stay in the country
At the expense of the entire.
It's not. What do you want me to say? It's not how the balance of payments works. Dollars are spent in the U.S. Okay, they buy if we spend dollars to import a good, those dollars either buy U.S. equity, like a stock in a company or whatever. They buy some type of fixed income asset, like a bond, which finances the government spending, or they use it to buy a U.S. export. In which case, the money's back. In any case, the money is back in America.
American economy, right? We're going to have to pay more for everything.
So what do you think is the bad thing that people get higher wages? Do you think that's a bad thing that people are going to get?
There's no good reason to believe that tariffs would increase wages on that. For one, you're mechanistically decreasing everyone's real wage because you're decreasing their after-tax income. Obviously, you're just raising the price of everything that they imported. And Americans import a whole lot of shit that they, consumers need. And secondly, you're just going to have negative effects on productivity. Like you could potentially maybe in some cases see an increase in productivity in the specific industry that is being tariffed, but certainly if you tariff, intermediate goods and capital goods that companies use to import, import to make their goods and or, they import materials for their factory or whatever, in tools for their factory, like you're going to see a decrease in productivity in those companies. And to the extent that you reduce foreign competition, companies just have less of an incentive to innovate, less of an incentive to get more productive as well, because they're artificially protected by the government from competition. So you do see a decrease in productivity and therefore a decrease in wages, or at least wage growth. Employment too is going to go down. If consumers are spending more money on certain goods, they're going to have less money to spend on other goods, which means other sectors are going to be hurt, and you're going to see a decrease in net employment. All the empirical evidence shows this. Paying down the debt is more important than cheap stuff. Tariffs are a very bad way to raise revenue. For all the reasons I mentioned, they're more inefficient than almost any other tax, or since almost any other tax. They're a pretty inefficient tax. But if we deport all illegal aliens, it will increase wages. It would probably not increase wages on net. That's a win-win. It'd probably be a lose-lose. Immigrants would lose. Americans in general probably lose too. Would that also increase inflation, or would it be a non-factor? What exactly the issue? Like inflation has a more technical definition than a one-time price increase. It probably would not increase inflation. You might see, to the extent that you see inflation expectations increase, maybe you can see a persistent increase in inflation. To the extent that you see the Fed try to accommodate the tax hike, and you might see inflation increase, but dollar purchasing power. You would see after-tax income decrease, right? I support any candidate that would do 100% deportation of illegals. That's pretty cringe.
Higher wages because it's not going to be made in China anymore.
I don't think the higher wages is going to matter when everything else is more expensive.
You don't think the higher wages?
It's not even. You would not even get higher wages. Trump is spending too much on illegals, housing and feeding, and free flights. This is not acceptable. How do you expect to deport them if you don't round them up and get them on flights?
Is going to matter?
Not when everything else becomes more expensive. No.
That's why it needs to be made in America.
It's going to be more expensive if it's made in America.
Well, I mean, once again, that's an assumption. I'm operating more on the principle.
Yeah, the principle also doesn't make
sense.
Why
would it not be made here already if it was cheaper? Cheaper considering the opportunity cost.
Made in the USA, we should have more manufacturing. We should not outsource our manufacturing for anything to other countries.
So should we make every single thing that we consume in the United States?
I think that would be a perfect idea. I think the North and
Oh my God, bro! No trade at all. Let's go.
America and South America are big enough and work well enough together that we could just say peace out rest of the earth and just be solid North and South America.
So what part of our economy do we take workers from to start manufacturing fabrics and textiles?
That's a great idea. You're saying where are the workers going to come from?
Yeah.
All these people that are just hanging out, no job, getting unemployment, everything. You know, every city you see people just hanging out. Give them
What do you think of this? Are blue states or red states better for preventing crime? Neither. Here's the percentage of black plot against murder rate, where states colored red and blue. Racist overwhelming factor here, and there's no evidence partisanship plays in a role. Wow. I don't know. I'm not gonna. I feel like I would get canceled if I say any shit on this. I'm not educated on any of the hereditarianism stuff. Maybe I'll do a deep dive in it one day. I don't like. I don't know. I have no further thoughts. Okay. Wow.
a job. You know,
Well, Trump says right now that
there'll be a robot. It'll be like artificial intelligence. You know, it'll be like
Oh my
computers and robots.
God.
And yes, people will be able to get simple jobs. And so, yeah, to answer your question, where is that labor force going to come from? It's going to come from the United States.
It's absolutely not going to come from the United States. We absolutely don't have enough workers to cover for all the imports we have on the market. It's not an assumption, it's reality. Unemployment is low enough that we don't have.
We only have like 4.3% unemployment right now. It's pretty good.
All the
Right
extra
now,
workers.
we're having
And the fact of the matter is that the
bad deals
biggest,
with China,
say bad
right?
deals, but the most important places that America is making progress in right now are fields like artificial intelligence. I don't know what I would take from that to mine coal or to manufacture textiles.
Well, the AI would be able to do it effortlessly without even having to.
If the AI could do it effortlessly, why isn't the AI doing it
It's
now?
funny that, you know, again, automation probably played a bigger factor in the decline of manufacturing employment in the first place than trade did, which is also relevant because, you know, even if you bring production back here with tariffs, you're not going to see a big increase in manufacturing jobs because all these jobs have been automated, right? It's all technology now. It's not, you know. Nice sleep schedule, bro. It is it's totally fucked. What's up, hamsters?
It takes time. People are uncomfortable with it. It needs to be
These people are stealing our air, indeed.
more or less
There's a
rolled out
zero-sum gain for fucking air, okay, and they're stealing it.
in a major way. And I do think one thing about that, people need to become more comfortable with AI.
So wouldn't it be better to roll that out then by having people continue to focus on that research and then just import cheap stuff from other countries until we figure out how to AI it?
I think the best way would be to start American manufacturing utilizing artificial intelligence and advanced robotics as soon as possible.
What do you think manufacturers do here? The manufacturing facilities in America is very capital intensive. We import very labor intensive manufactured products, and the manufacturing that is here is a very capital intensive manufacturing that relies on AI, that relies on automation, that relies on all this stuff.
And get Americans trained in how to write code, how to interact, and every
But I
meeting-
saw you did a panel, you did a WIC, like 5 to 6 females about dating life. Maybe down to the same thing at some point with an all male panel. I think I'm done with the dating panel stuff. No offense, ladies. I think I'm good on that for a while. Okay, they did like 2 or 3 of them by now. Okay, I think I'm good on that for a while.
menial job. It won't even be like a human making like the specific logistical decisions.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but then I feel like it would make sense to just import the stuff from other countries and let them deal with the manufacturing while we do the research and innovation in AI.
I could agree with you to a certain extent as long as Americans pay less and other countries pay more.
Sure, the way that we pay less
Oh
is by
my
importing. That's why we
God.
import it, because it's cheaper.
Well, that's the immediate
True.
present. Yeah, that's why I'm saying they can make the changes now to increase how much more we get from other countries with these bad deals that are taking place and make better deals so that the American taxpayer pays less, not more.
I don't think you can just make a deal to pay less. When people start bringing up tariffs,
That's why we have President Trump, right,
Yeah,
guys?
and nothing.
That's why we have President Trump.
Yeah, but he hasn't made anything cheaper yet.
Well, in a way, you're right, because the prices they have just been steadily
You think
going up through
IQ is
every
heritable?
presidency that I've seen in my
From the
life.
stuff I've seen,
But that's
yeah,
the point.
but I'm
I
not
voted for
well
Trump.
educated at
Was
all.
it 3 times? He won 3 times because he's saying the things that are true to me, that America should be first. If we are Americans, like I don't know if you're Canadian or something, you're American.
Very American.
You're American. What do you want? Like some other country to be doing better? Do you want America
I don't
to
think
be
any other country
servicing
is
them
doing better. I think America's doing the best right now. I don't think other countries are doing better than us. I think there's a bad assumption that every game is zero sum and if somebody else is winning that we're losing. When you go to the store and you give them $10 for I don't know, for whatever you buy, you're both winning in that transaction. You want the thing more than they want the thing.
yeah.
They want the $10 more than.
You mean like we have allies, right? If we have allies. Good one. Good, Steven.
Okay, so just to kind of reset, you know, I actually agree with you more on tariffs. They are, like all taxes, ultimately paid by the consumer.
Real. Who, I feel like I've seen this dude before. You said Trump won 3 times. Did I mishear that? I don't know. I feel like I've seen this dude before. Oh wait, was this guy in Jubilee? I feel like this guy's been on Jubilee. Because he's followed by another dude I know has been on Jubilee, and I requested to follow him, which makes me think I tried to reach out to him once. So I bet he was in Jubilee before.
You seem to have more of a libertarian stance on tariffs and kind of like a free trade what do you think about the concept of that Besant, Scott Besant has shared so often that tariffs are actually a tool being used by the Trump administration to pursue free trade outcomes? Do you think that there's a utility in that?
Relevant is? Yeah, of course, yeah.
Administration believes in free trade. I don't think very many people right now, unfortunately, in the United States believe in free trade.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I think that the underlying assumption right now, and I think we've heard it even a little bit today, is people very much believe in a kind of like a fixed pie economically, that if one person is winning, another person is losing.
Zero sum,
yeah. And so if you want to talk about tariffs being used as a tool to pursue something, I mean, one, I would ask, what have we gotten from it? And then two, I would say we're the United States of America. We don't need to like use tariffs to pursue a thing. We could just have a conversation and figure that out.
Well, but I just find it interesting that a lot of Democrats will, by the way, one thing I love about the tariff thing is that Democrats have suddenly become super libertarian. Like suddenly they don't want any taxes, and I think that's great. I wish they had the same energy toward corporate taxes. I find it interesting that they want to increase corporate taxes, which, as you know, is ultimately paid by who? By workers, by people as well. It's not paid by ultimately by
certainly some of the incentives from corporate tax is on workers and consumer through higher prices and lower wages, but some of it is also on shareholders, to be fair.
Corporations, there's different studies that look at that. Same grouping of studies that say that 90% of tariffs are paid by consumers, like you've said. But when we look at the actual outcomes, we do see that tariffs, especially in the case of European Union, I think Japan, Korea, they've allowed more access to markets. They've reduced regulatory. Like, are you familiar?
Yeah, they lower their effective average tariff rate from 1.5% to fucking 0%. This is the big win we needed, okay? And then we we keep up at least 10% tariffs on them, okay? EU 15%. I know Vietnam 19%. Like, oh my god. Most of it is, have you read Corporate Tax Lit? I've seen a little bit of stuff on it. 2% of 1.5%. Yeah, I know exactly. I'm not like the most well read on it. Easy money, but the stuff I've seen, I thought it was like 38% on workers, like 30% on fucking consumers, and the rest on like shareholders. But I think that's just what I've read from the Tax Foundation. There's probably better better literature on that.
With the non-tariff
if you want, like, send any, I would certainly be interested in reading it, because I don't like the corporate tax, to be clear. So any stuff you can send in my Discord server, I'd read and check out.
Regulatory parity, market access, licensing.
So non-tariff barriers, it's not even, we can't even bring that up because we haven't even begun those discussions. And honestly, that's what we absolutely
yes, we did.
Absolutely. I've read the stories of the European Union. We've got like kind of these implicit agreements, but there is no comprehensive trade framework that's been set out yet.
Well, but it's clear to me that that's what they're trying to work on. Like, you look at the situation with Tesla, right? That the European Union has certain regulatory barriers that doesn't allow Tesla to sell cars in many countries there. So, if those are being lifted, same with meat. Sure, they can have regulations on like quality. That's fine. But I think there is some regulations that do hurt American companies.
There can be. I mean, we have the WTO for that if we wanted to pursue that. We also can just engage in trade talks and also work on bringing those down. Again, the United States is
tariffs is a tool to apply pressure to actually get those.
We don't have to.
We do have to. Like, that's what we.
Obviously, we should be concerned about. It's Justin's point. Kind of the best way to do that. I'm not convinced that you couldn't work out a deal with the EU to get like lower regulatory burdens on imported Teslas without tariffing them at like 50% or whatever, or like that threat. Like, that seems like an absurd overreaction. That's probably going to alienate us from Europe more than it's worth it for Tesla or whatever. But yeah.
Been seeing.
We see our one.
If you don't like CAT, why do you like Biden? I think Biden. Well, again, Biden is fundamentally decent. I don't like that Biden did a happy rate cut day for real. Yeah, I forgot that was today, but yeah, that is today. I don't like that Biden did the minimum corporate tax and raised the corporate tax as well, but I just think Biden has fundamental decency and Trump doesn't.
Wonderful host over here, James. I don't know if he's been on camera before, okay? My guess is James is about 6'4". Looks like he can bench 315 in his sleep.
For sure.
Okay, this is a big guy.
Yeah.
Imagine James and I are gonna have a one-on-one convo later because James caught me messing around with his wife. I don't know if he's married or husband or non-binary partner, whoever, right?
Yeah, sure.
If James were to tell you, I think I'm gonna bring a gun so that I can intimidate Steven, I imagine that we would say to James, you look like you could literally punch kill him.
Right, but
so
I'm
I'm just saying that
you're
the United States, we have such a huge economy. What country is it that we're incapable of negotiating with without
fighting brute force with just incentives? When you mentioned this chips and science, this is a perfect example. Actually, you mentioned chips and science earlier. Do you know what that legislation was before it was chips and science?
Why are we not acknowledging the fact that we don't have free trade with Europe right now? We have 15% tariffs up on Europe right now. If you hate tariffs so much, you should still be against this.
Trump administration was called the Endless Frontier Act, and that was to provide innovation. It was only chips and science. It was bipartisan. I think it was Schumer, and I forgot who the Republican individuals were. But that was only economically viable because of the tariffs that Trump had put on China to bring manufacturing back here. A lot of people don't even.
I don't know if that's true.
Recognize that, but there has been a precedent for.
Why would the subsidies only be viable if we also did tariffs? The subsidy enough should be, an incentive. Like, tariffs can maybe offer more of an incentive as well, but like.
Setting incentives using tariffs as an economic tool to set the correct incentives to align with American.
But we're doing universal tariffs right now. Part of the issue with we have the quote unquote deal with Europe or whatever. We're leaving 15% tariffs up on Europe. A lot of the equipment that companies need to make semiconductors is from Europe. There's specialized equipment that you need to make semiconductors, which is a strategically important industry, obviously, that is now subject to a 15% tax whenever companies use it to produce semiconductors in America. That's horrible. Why would you support universal tariffs even if you want these things?
And like not only economically, by the way, but also geopolitically. When we see it with immigration, I don't want to talk about immigration right now, but we have seen committals from both Canada and Mexico on that stuff. Whether or not it's been effective, that's a totally different story. But I think there is a utility to tariffs, and I don't think there is. I think you're kind of overstating how catastrophic they've been. There's really no proof that they've been.
There's plenty of proof. They are catastrophic, and everything about this argument is completely and totally wrong. We have the ability to go to any country that we want and negotiate any deal we want. That's why Trump renegotiated NAFTA to the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement. There was no massive tariffing on both sides in order to bring them to the table. We do not need massive tariffs to bring anybody to the table. We're the United States of America. We can bring anybody to the table by just talking to them. So the idea that
how has that worked the last 20 years? How has that worked the last?
Pretty well. We tend to win most of our cases. We bring to the World Trade Organization. We have trade deals with every country on the planet, basically.
What you see is massive IP theft from China, from places like China.
But
oh my God!
You see massive drug problems coming on.
IP theft can't be fixed by just tariffs.
If you apply pressure to the governments that have that are overseeing their citizens, especially like a totalitarian country like China, there are outcomes that are measurable.
In 4 years, if the issues with China related to IP theft or other comparative advantages aren't eliminated or at least severely reduced, would you think that this was a mistake by Trump?
I would say, look, I'm generally, in my libertarian utopian, there's no tariffs. I agree with you on that.
No, I'm saying that if in 4 years we don't make significant progress with China, would you say this is...
What happened when we talked about the stuff? Like I think Biden, did a decent number of bad things. Like I think it was on net, probably on net good. Like I think he had decent, like okay policy overall. But like, again, I care about the fundamental decency, about the point, like about the rule of law, about the deportations, about like all that shit. I do think it was better for the economy than Trump. Yeah, it's certainly than Trump is now. I agree. Biden did not have anywhere near optimal policy.
A failure. We've blown up our trade relations with the rest of the world.
It depends on the metrics that you have to consider, right? Like,
Okay.
what do you mean? What would warrant significant progress? Is it on the
Some sort of bilateral trade agreement that irons out like our agreements on how intellectual property is to be used, maybe?
Yeah, that could be one. Maybe it could be China not taking over Taiwan. I don't know. There could be like I think there's geopolitical. You would agree there's geopolitical utility to tariffs?
No,
really, none whatsoever.
Why? I guess it depends how you measure utility. Because utility in a bomb. I mean,
the utility of pressuring countries so that we get America first geopolitical outcomes. No, really.
That's why none have happened yet. Even though we were promised 90 deals in 90 days, and we have 0 deals.
I wouldn't say zero deals. We've gotten massive investments from Taiwan. Actually, Taiwan.
We've been always
Oh my God.
That's just the thing that happens. The U.S. economy capex is the thing that's always happening. FDI is always happening.
So you think the Stargate thing is tariffs hadn't played no into play?
And obviously, again, like insofar as your like tariffs literally tax capital goods that companies import to do investments here. You're hurting investment here, and the uncertainty also is hurting investment here. We have a lot of evidence on uncertainty hurts investment.
Into Stargate.
What is the Stargate thing?
The Stargate initiative is all the different. It's a list of different companies. I have it on my phone. I just forgot them off the top of my head, but they have made. I think it leads up to like hundreds of billions, if not over $1 trillion of investments in the U.S. Economy.
My guess is it's always happening.
Oh, really?
FDI is always, other people are always investing in the United States. Yes.
What was the
list of different companies? I have it on my phone. I just forgot them off the Stargate.
What is the Stargate thing?
The Stargate initiative is all the different. It's a list of different companies. I have it on my phone. I just forgot them off the top of my head, but they have made. I think it leads up to like hundreds of billions, if not over $1 trillion of investments in the U.S. Economy.
Obviously,
my guess is always happening.
Oh, really?
FDI is always.
FDI is always happening. That's is correct there. Stargate, companies, investment. Obviously, we would expect, like, insofar as kind of, wait, what even? This is just open AI shit. We would expect, like, insofar as tariffs, incentivize some amount of investment. Typically, it's just going to have an opportunity cost. It's just that's going to crowd out investment in other sectors. That's probably overall a more productive thing. There could be reasons to do that. If it's a big national security issue, which maybe you can make a case with AI or whatever, maybe, but so it has been planned since 2022 when it's formally announced. By Trump. Oh, this was the SoftBank CEO thing. No, I remember this. By the way, is going to probably FDI probably going to increase the trade deficit because, opposite of trade deficit is the capital account surplus, but. I don't even know if the tariffs were at all responsible for this. And again, tariffs tax capital goods that companies use to import. Companies import to use to produce their goods. If I need equipment for my factory to produce shit here, and I need that from a foreign country, that is subject to a tax, which means I'm going to buy less of it than I otherwise would, which means there's going to be less capital expenditure than I otherwise would have done.
Other people always invest in the United States. Yes, we have a lot of foreign investment here.
Sure, but there's like, I just find it interesting that you bring up something like the chips and science, which is only economically viable because of tariffs.
That's not true. It's economically viable because it's subsidiary by the government.
It's subsidized by which government?
By the United States government.
It's China subsidized. The thing is that other countries also subsidize.
No, they don't. Do they? How?
Do you think? What do you mean? Governments subsidize products all the time.
Our government, the CHIPS Act was a $500 billion bill where the money was apportioned from the U.S. budget.
Right, but the manufacturing, what the CHIPS Act did, one of the most notable parts of the CHIPS Act was to bring manufacturing back to the States, and that was only economically possible because of the tariffs, because it was more expensive at that point to do business in China and other places because of tariffs.
I think it had more to do with the fact there was a massive government subsidy that financially incentivized you to make it in the United States. It can be both a little bit, yeah. But the CHIPS Act can be hyper-targeted to incentivize domestic manufacturing without necessarily blowing up a relationship with the rest of the world and without.
There are too many ads on YouTube? It shouldn't be that bad. I guess I can put it on balanced, or sorry, not balanced. It is on balance. I guess you might be able to put it on conservative or whatever. Next stream. I don't think I can do it now. I can delay ads, but I don't think I can. Yeah, I can only delay ads for like 10 minutes or whatever.
Having to do a broad tariff that hurts the entire U.S. market.
I just think that like when you frame it as catastrophic, can I paint a picture real quick? Actually, let me just 30 seconds paint a picture, because you said earlier, and one of the other contestants said there's no the domestic policy.
How much ad rev do you make? Not much. From live streams, not much at all. From uploaded YouTube videos, a little bit. It depends on how well. If I get like really lucky, I get like a video that gets like close to 1,000 views or whatever, I'll make like maybe $5 at most. It's not that much.
Policy doesn't match the tariff policy. I actually completely disagree with that. If we imagine 3 levers, right, and 2 of them are domestic policy, we have corporate tax and federal income tax, and then 1 is international, being the tariff. If we reduce the levers on the domestic taxes and we increase tariff, politically, it's actually a huge win. And I think this is the genius of the Trump administration. Is that the domestic policy is extremely hard to change. You have to have approval by the Senate. You have to have a bill. It takes years to change. Tariffs, Trump changes it on a fly.
That's not supposed to be the way that works.
Yeah, that's part of the issue. Kill me.
Do you acknowledge that is the way that it works?
Because he's abusing illegally the system.
Sure,
yes.
that is the way that it works. Therefore, you can see that the tariff, like, yeah, we might have 50% tariffs on Brazil, which by the way is only on certain. There's a bunch of exemptions too there, but those can be turned off on a whim. Same with other countries. Like,
yeah, but we don't want an economic policy that the lead executive, the president, can turn on and off whenever he wants.
It's in pursuit of our America's interests.
But it's not. But no, it's going to be a pursuit of whoever's in office at that particular point in time.
But who's representing America? Like, what is?
I would acknowledge at least the uncertainty there is not in America's interest.
Lame duck president right now. He can't be elected again. Why do we know he's representing
Well,
America?
I mean, because obviously Trump himself can't be elected again. But
so why would we trust him with the levers on our
economy?
economy?
We voted for him. He's the chief executive, right?
We didn't vote to give him unilateral control of the economy.
But that is just how the mechanic currently works.
Because he's breaking the law. Yes,
he is not breaking
the law.
What law is he breaking?
The thing that allows him to do that is the
IEPA tariffs are almost certainly illegal. Coin toss how the Supreme Court rules in it, in my opinion, but I don't think there's any good argument realistically that they are legal.
It's an Emergency Powers Act. I believe it's either the Tariff of the Trade Emergency Powers Act by Congress that allows him to declare a national emergency, which gives him the ability to do tariffs unilaterally. He declared that our trade deficits were national emergencies and that's part of the tariff for the rest of the world. Obviously, that's not the way that works.
We can argue about whether or not.
Do you think that the President of the United States should be able to unilaterally do economic policy?
Maybe not. Well,
maybe not. We
fiscal policy. I think that they have a huge. Yeah.
No, fiscal comes from the budget by Congress. No, it's by Congress.
Well, yeah, but it's also the executive.
No, it's by Congress. We wouldn't want the president to have unilateral control over.
That's a totally different debate.
Hold on, just real quick. Like, this is a video that did really well for me, at least. Well, not like really, really well, but decent for me. Pretty. I mean, you can see it's pretty above performance or whatever. I got like about 800 views in total, and I got $2.26 in ad revenue from this.
And maybe things will change in the future, but the fact of the matter is that I
think they'll strike the tariffs down. If not, it's so fucking over. Like I said, honestly believe it is a fucking coin toss, unfortunately. Even though from stuff I've read, there's just no good argument that they are legal. Like, it is horrible. This is like the second to last live stream. That's when I talked to Seth. 79 views. Does that include the live views? I think that does include live views. I'm pretty sure. 43 cents in revenue.
Yeah, I'm in favor of the lower taxes. Okay, that's all.
Wow. What did I click on? No. My music. No. 80-20 for me. What the hell? This video I talked to Hunter in. It did really well. Oh, this is not including live views. Hold on. Yeah, I see like $5. Well, yeah, live ad revenue, $1. And this is a stream that did decent. But I mean, $1 a day from ad revenue, or like basically if you include the money from the live streams and the uploads, right? Like if I do a live stream and get like 50 cents or whatever, and then upload a video and get $1 or whatever, like, that's $1.50 in ad revenue a day. Okay, that meets the World Bank's poverty threshold. Okay, actually doesn't anymore. It's up to $3 a day now, but we include some super chats in there. I'm above the extreme poverty threshold. All right. So as looks like a win for me, baby. Oh my god, I hate this country. Oh my god, I'm moving to Amsterdam. There was a poly market thing, I think. Poly market, Supreme Court, tariffs. Last I saw, I was at like 46% in favor of them being legal. 42% in favor of them being legal right now. Poor fun. I'm not actually poor. If you include a super chat and include money making Twitch, it's a decent amount of money for streaming, which I enjoy doing anyway. I'd stream I would stream less if I made no money, but I would stream even if I didn't make any money. Notice how isn't it kind of funny that I recognize that even though there's an intrinsic motivation there, that people do work and do things they like for no money. If they make money, it's still all else equal increases the incentive. Isn't that kind of crazy? Doesn't it kind of maybe that's relevant to some of the capitalism socialism discussions that a lot of people are having? Maybe that's a little bit relevant, but I would still stream a decent amount if I made no money. So making any money from it is nice, and making like nowhere near livable, but like an okay amount of money is cool. Do you like Jeremy Kaufman? I feel like I've only seen one of his papers. If you're thinking of who I'm thinking of, I think there was a paper of his about CPI. I think this is the only paper or the only time I've seen it mentioned. This is not even him. I'm in the race realist libertarian. Oh no. I think hold on. Am I making this dude up or livable wage fund? Hold on. I'm gaslighting myself. This is a thing. Hold on. It's not that. There's a paper just about like CPI bias, basically. And I feel like the author on it was Jeremy Kaufman. But I could just be totally making this up. No, it's this paper. It's about deflation. Yeah. Daniel Kaufman. Not Jeremy. Yeah. I've seen this. No, yeah, I have no clue who this guy is. Are you talking about this guy or are you talking about some other dude? Just search up Jeremy Kaufman. Well, yeah, no, I did. I just wanted to find that paper because I was like gaslighting myself. Yeah, him. Yeah, I have no clue who he is. Results not found. Wow, incredible. Um, 30 minutes. I'll save it for tomorrow. I'm gonna probably edit maybe one thing and then go to bed. Or maybe, ooh, I don't, ooh, my sleep schedule's still fucked. Oh no, maybe I want to try to fix it. I don't know, we'll see what I end up doing. But yeah, I'm going to save that for tomorrow. Or, well, actually. Tomorrow, as in Thursday tomorrow, not tonight tomorrow. I will be debating James from the Jubilee, the anti-capitalist Jubilee video about capitalism and socialism. Okay, so that'll be a fun conversation. Make sure you guys all subscribe so you get so you can all catch that video or catch that stream. Wait, can I rate iShow Speed on YouTube? I think okay, I guess I on YouTube he's the only guy streaming, alright? On YouTube you're going to iShow Speed, okay? It's like either that or no political streamers are streaming. How much money have you made? Since when? On this stream? On this stream I've made $22 before YouTube takes their cut from super chats. I won't know the ad revenue for a few days. It takes like 48 hours for YouTube to calculate the ad revenue on the video, essentially. But yeah, I appreciate everyone stopping by. If you want to contribute to future ad revenue, okay. Want to keep up with how much ad revenue I make in the future. I'll reveal it to you if you guys subscribe. So $20. No, YouTube takes a bigger cut than that. But I appreciate everyone stopping by. Really love streaming. A lot of guys watching my stream. Really cool that I can have a lot of people in here watching me. A lot of people I recognize, of course. Very fun time. Bye now, 5:50 tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow too. Dylan Thomas, right? We'll be streaming again tomorrow. Essentially daily uploads on the YouTube channel. So if you're not fucking subscribed to the YouTube channel, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Okay, check out all my old debates, all my old reactions, all that shit. Got some cool stuff coming up. Like I've said, debating James on capitalism, socialism tomorrow, as in Thursday tomorrow, the 18th. Confusing because I go to bed and wake up the same day, but tomorrow. Yeah. So see you guys tomorrow. Love you guys. See you guys. Appreciate it. Like and subscribe. Follow on Kick and Twitch and Kick and all that jazz and Twitter. Hell yeah.